Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 on Wattpad. Now let's start. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 glared at Principal 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and said, "You have got to be joking." Principal 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 smiled cheerfully at 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and said, "No, I'm not. I want you to tell 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 go outside to do some random errands for the dorms and accidentally drop her student pass so that she can come in and fall into our little trap. Oh, and make sure that she leaves with Izuku so that they can reveal Midoriya-kun's location to her." Realizing that the principal was adamant, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 sighed and said, "I'll inform Uraraka and Izuku about this idea of yours." Less than an hour later, Himiko simply could not believe her good luck. Her dear friend, Ochako, had left the school with Tsuyu and accidentally dropped her student card on the way out. With both Ochako's BLD and student pass, she could freely enter the school without raising any suspicions. Even better, Ochako and Tsuyu were talking about giving Izuku a treat as he was currently recovering in the infirmary of the school. If all goes well, she would be able to finally talk to him and maybe even stab him a little. As Himiko happily skipped towards the infirmary while disguised as Ochako, she was blissfully unaware that she was falling into 𝗏𝗧𝗏's trap. Meanwhile, in 𝗏𝗧𝗏's office, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 frowned at what he was seeing and turned his attention towards 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, who preemptively stated, "No, I was not certain that she could actually transform into Uraraka-kun. I simply took some calculated gambles based on the information that we know about her from the summer camp attack and a surprisingly specific question which Kazuki-san asked the other day. I did a bit of research on criminal cases involving BLD letting after Midoriya-kun's interview and found out that the question was related to an incident involving a boy getting stabbed and having his BLD out by his own classmate who happened to be a blonde girl named Toga Himiko." Shuda's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Are you implying that Kazuki is working for the League of Villains?" "It is certainly possible, but given Kazuki-san's interest in a certain book, I'm more inclined to believe that she's a member of the Meta Liberation Army," replied 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. "Do you think that the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army are working together?" asked 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 smiled as he saw Ochako enter the infirmary and said, "We'll just have to wait to find out." Back to Himiko. Ochako wore a happy grin as she saw Izuku, who was looking out of the window in a way which made him look dreamy in her point of view. Sneakily locking the door into the infirmary, she greeted Izuku. "Hey, Deku." Seemingly surprised by the greeting, Izuku turned around and said, "Oh, Ochako-chan. What are you doing here? I thought that you and Tsuyu-chan were going out to do a few things." Mentally, he spoke to Sumomo. "Get ready, Sumomo-chan." "Oh, about that, I actually forgot to do something and wanted to get it done real quick before I go out and catch up with Tsuyu-chan," said Ochako. Sumomo's mental image in Izuku's mind cringed as she mentally swore, "Ding, I know that she's not the real deal, but her mannerisms as Ochako-chan are accurate enough to creep me out." "So, what was it that you forgot?" asked Izuku. "Well, let's just say that I have to ask you something," said Ochako, who then revealed her true form as a very naked Toga Himiko. Shocked by the unexpected endoi, Izuku blushed and yelled, "Why aren't you wearing your clothes?" Surprised by the unexpected response, understandable as it was, Himiko tilted her head with genuine confusion on her face before a certain pink blob landed onto her head. Inside Himiko's mindscape, Himiko suddenly opened her eyes and quickly realized that she was in a black void while somehow dressed in her usual clothes. Confused, she looked around until she saw a pink blob of slime with beady black eyes looking up at her. Recalling the last thing she saw, she glared murderously at the pink slime and growled, "Who the hell are you and what did you do to me?" The pink blob suddenly grew and changed into a more humanoid shape and glared at Himiko as she spoke to her. "My name is Brainjacker and I do not take kindly to villains getting in the way of my fun and happiness." Himiko frowned and said, "I may not know everything about pro-heroes, but even I can tell that you're no pro-heroine or even a hero in training." Brainjacker smirked and replied, "Well, you're not wrong about that. I'm actually a former villainess who decided to give up on that path." Himiko's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "A former villainess? Does that mean that you're working with those heroes who work at this school? In a manner of speaking, replied Brainjacker, who then explained, you see, my job is to help them out with a certain problem that they have been trying to tackle recently. Even as we speak, I'm getting information out of your head to help us deal with both you and the rest of the League of Villains. Himiko frowned at the slime girl whom she decided to dislike and said, you said that I was getting in the way of your fun. What exactly do you mean by that? Brainjacker grinned and said, well, depending on your cooperativeness, I might decide tell you a few things that Izuku has been doing lately. Izuku, are you talking about Deku baby? Asked Toga. Brainjacker, also known as 𝗏𝗡𝗡, grinned as she got Toga's attention. Back in the physical world, Izuku, 𝗏𝗱𝗧𝗟𝗘, 𝗛𝗡𝗧 and 𝗫𝐸 gazed at the unconscious Himiko, who was currently strapped onto an infirmary bed like a mental patient. Chio, who normally worked in the infirmary, was kept out of the room for both her own safety and in case anyone needed any healing after Himiko's interrogation. Worried, Izuku mentally asked, 𝗏𝗡𝗡-chan, is everything all right? Due to the need to focus on controlling an uncooperative and dangerous host, 𝗏𝗡𝗡 could not communicate with her other hosts and look through Himiko's memories at the same time until she took full control of the blonde villainess. As such, she was on radio silence for a while until she responded to Izuku's concerned query. Things are going smoothly so far. That said, I might have to let Toga know some of your SXL exploits to get her cooperation. Izuku blushed and squawked, you might let her know about what? 𝗏𝗱𝗧𝗟𝗘 could already guess what 𝗏𝗡𝗡 was planning to tell to Himiko and resisted the urge to groan in exasperation as he asked, Midoriya, please tell her to make sure not to reveal any sensitive information to that villainess. Able to hear 𝗏𝗱𝗧𝗟𝗘 through Izuku, 𝗏𝗡𝗡𝗡 mentally told the boy, tell him that he doesn't have to worry about it. I may be a hedonistic former villainess, but I'm not dumb enough to do anything that would harm you or the girls. Also, showing her those memories might make it easier for me to my god. What is it, 𝗏𝗡𝗡-chan? Asked Izuku. Remember that BLD-dependent quirk that Kazuki asked you about yesterday? I think she was talking about her, explained 𝗏𝗡𝗡, who then added, Toga's got a pretty messed up childhood because of it, Izuku. Midoriya, what's the matter? Asked 𝗏𝗱𝗧𝗟𝗘. 𝗏𝗡𝗡 just found out that Toga has a BLD-dependent quirk which caused her grief in the past, explained Izuku, who then turned his attention to 𝗫𝐸 and added, it's the very same BLD-dependent quirk which Kazuki-san asked me about in that interview yesterday. 𝗫𝐸 did not seem surprised as he spoke. I recently did some research on BLD-related quirk crimes and found out that Toga's first crime involved her stabbing her own classmate before drinking his BLD with a straw. The boy is still alive, but he has been crippled and traumatized by the attack. Needless to say, Kazuki-san was involved in getting a story about the said crime, which involved interviewing both her former classmates and her parents, who basically disowned her after the attack. Izuku nodded and said, I understand, 𝗫𝐸-sensei. He then turned his attention to 𝗏𝗡𝗡𝗡's mental image in his mind and asked, 𝗏𝗏𝗡-chan, can you release your control over her for a while? Her body has been restrained and we want to talk to her directly. You got it, Izuku, replied 𝗏𝗡𝗡𝗡. Suddenly, Himiko opened her eyes and she looked at the people gathered around her. She took notice of Izuku and grinned at him in a toothy manner as she greeted him. Hello, Deku baby. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke to Himiko. Toga, why are you here? Did the League of Villains send you to attack me? Toga giggled and replied, Nope, I came here on my own. Although surprised by the answer, Deku tried not to show it and asked, You decided to come here on your own. What? That's because I want to talk to you, silly, answered Himiko, recalling that Himiko had wanted to ask him about something. Izuku said, You said that there was something you had to ask me about. What was it exactly? Himiko was about to say something when she unexpectedly blushed and looked away from Izuku and said, It's rather personal. Hate to break it to you, but considering that Brainjacker is still in your head, we'll be able to find out everything about you eventually, whether you want to tell us or not, said 𝗫𝗡𝗧𝗏. Himiko scowled at 𝗫𝗫𝗧𝗏 and then said, Fine, I wanted to ask Deku baby if he really believes that there's nothing wrong with wanting to drink BLD and become someone else. Realizing that Himiko had acted on her own because of the recent interview, Izuku said, Brainjacker said that you've been through much in your past because of your quirk. Can you tell us about it before I give you my answer? Himiko was quiet for a moment before she spoke to Izuku. When I was 4 years old, I started to like BLD and would drink it from animals. My parents were disgusted by it and forced me to be their ideal girl. Her anger was obvious as she spat the phrase, ideal girl. Did they abuse you to make sure you obey? Asked Izuku. Depends on what counts as abuse, replied Himiko, who explained. Sure, they would punish me every time I failed to meet up to their expectations, but they never yelled, starved, or beat me when I obeyed them. Horrified, Izuku turned his attention to 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗔 and Nemuri, who were equally shocked by the revelation. As for 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, his expression was impassive and Izuku was willing to bet that the mouse-like quirked animal already had his suspicions. The fact that Sumomo's mental image in Izuku's head nodded with a sad expression on her face only made it clear that the blonde villainess was telling the truth. Izuku then spoke to Himiko. 𝗫𝗓𝗧-sensei told me that the first person you attacked was your classmate. Why did you attack him? Oh, that's easy. I attacked him because I fell in love with him, replied Himiko, who had a wide grin on her face. Love? Asked Izuku, who knew that he was not going to like the answer. Himiko giggled in a demented manner as she explained, yes, he was fighting some bullies who were picking on someone and he was covered in BLD. He looked so appealing while covered in BLD that I just couldn't contain myself any longer. I had to drink his BLD and become him. Her face was flushed as she continued. His BLD was so tasty and the feeling of becoming him was so good that I just had to get more BLD from the people that I am in love with. There's just no way I could ever go back to my old life, even if my parents were willing to continue loving me by forcing me to be someone I never wanted to be and hurting me whenever I do not do as they say. Himiko became silent and stared at Izuku with wide, confused eyes before she asked, Why are you crying, Deku baby? Realizing that he was actually weeping, Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes before he explained, I never realized that your past was so painful, Toga-san. He then took a calming breath before he looked at her in the eyes and said, While it is true that I have said that a person should not be judged by his or her quirk, including whatever physical, emotional, and mental issues that may arise because of it, that does not mean that the person is free of any responsibility. At the very least, what the person does with his or her quirk should be kept at a safe, sane, and sensible basis. Killing someone who does not want to die is most certainly not safe or sensible. Surprised by Izuku's response, Himiko tilted her head and asked, So you're saying that you'll be fine giving me BLD if I actually ask nicely and not try to stab you to death? That's one way to put it, replied Izuku, who then added, Besides, if you kill someone, you'll never be able to become that person ever again after you use up his or her BLD. Himiko blinked in surprise before she spoke. I never thought about it that way. Her head started to hurt a little as she recalled all of her past victims who had been killed by her and how she would never be able to become them ever again due to the simple fact that corpses do not produce fresh BLD. Granted, there was the appeal of literally replacing someone, but there was no denying that she would eventually be forced to stop due to the lack of BLD. She felt a small twinge of regret as she softly said, I just want to be everyone that I love. 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 sighed and said, As much as I hate to interrupt this discussion, we're getting off topic here. He then spoke to Himiko. Tell us the current location of the League of Villains and what they are planning to do next. Why should I tell you? Asked Himiko, who then added, Besides, isn't that brainjacker girl already looking through my head for answers? 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 did not bat an eye as he replied. True, but not everyone is comfortable with the idea of having a former villainess in his or her head, even if it makes getting information easier. Are you by any chance refusing to say anything out of loyalty to the other members of the League? Asked 𝗫𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘. Yeah, so what of it? Asked Himiko. Although she was not particularly close to any of them, she cared about them and did not want to betray the people who did not shun her for her murderously bloodthirsty ways. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the very fact that you came here without your leader's approval already a breach of his trust in you? Never mind the other members of the League, inquired 𝗫𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, who then added, This place isn't your typical high school after all, and you came here even though you knew that it would be full of both heroes and heroes in training. Why, I'm willing to bet that the other members of the League may already be assuming that you have betrayed them. Shocked by the undeniable truth, Himiko stuttered, Why, you're just trying to make me think that I have no choice but to tell you everything I know. 𝗫𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 chuckled in a deceptively pleasant manner and said, Oh, I certainly can't deny that accusation. However, it does not change the facts that you came here on your own without any regard of how your actions might affect your fellow villains, got yourself caught in a place which even you should already know would be difficult to infiltrate, and are currently brainjacked by a former villainess who can quite literally extract everything that you know about the League with or without your permission. The way I see it, you have just proven to the League that you are incompetent at best and treacherous at worst. His eyes gleamed with calculated malice as he asked, "Do you really think that those other villains from the League are going to be so forgiving as to welcome you back when you go back to them?" Everyone in the infirmary shivered as 𝗫𝐸 had once again shown his true character, albeit with manipulative malice instead of unpredictable insanity. There was a reason why no one in 𝐒𝐮𝐸 High School dared to get on 𝗫𝐸's bad side. Himiko tried to argue back, but the words died in her mouth as she realized that she had F up big time. She knew that she was likely to get caught in her admittedly brazen endeavor, but she never thought about how her actions would affect the rest of the League. A heavy feeling filled her, and tears welled up in her eyes as she asked, If I tell you everything, what will you do to me and the others after that?" Pleased that Himiko had finally understood her situation, 𝗫𝐸 replied, "If you cooperate, your prison sentence will be reduced and you will be given help for your rehabilitation. While there is no denying that you're a villain responsible for several murders related to 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘, there is also no denying that your childhood condition should have been better handled. As for the others, that entirely depends on them." In truth, 𝗫𝐸 was glad that Himiko was willing to cooperate, as he did not want anyone who was not aware of the HRM plan to find out about 𝗏𝗏's existence just yet. Had Himiko not cooperated, 𝗫𝐸 would have no choice but to reveal 𝗏𝗏 to the police and the Hero Public Safety Commission. He did not want to lose the advantage of having 𝗏𝗏 as a hidden ace anytime soon. A moment of silence passed before Himiko finally answered, "The last time I saw them, we were all in an abandoned warehouse at Nagano Prefecture. Hanziman is planning to attack Hades prison to free and recruit 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗛𝗡 along with any other villains who wishes to join us." 𝗏𝗠𝗱𝗓 narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why does Shigaraki want her?" "I don't really know. It probably has something to do with her ability to make permanent transformations," replied Himiko. Having gained enough information, 𝗏𝗠𝗱𝗓 turned his attention to 𝗫𝐸 and said, "We need to take immediate action. Who knows when the villains will strike?" 𝗫𝐸 nodded at 𝗏𝗠𝗱𝗓 before he turned his attention to Izuku. "Midoriya-kun, you're excused from classes for the rest of the day. I get the feeling that you wish to continue talking to Toga while Aizawa-kun and I make some secret arrangements." Izuku knew that 𝗫𝐸 was planning and could only hope that his plan would work. Even if the League of Villains had hidden backers, a successful ambush might be able to permanently cripple the League. After 𝗫𝐸 and 𝗏𝗠𝗱𝗓 left the room, Izuku turned his attention to Himiko and asked, "Do you want to continue from where we left off?" Himiko was obviously crestfallen, but she silently nodded, so Izuku asked, "Why do you want to be other people so much?" "I just want to become the people whom I love," answered Himiko. "Do you really want to become another person?" asked Izuku, who then added, "I mean, you're still you no matter what form you may take or how well you can hide your real self." Himiko laughed bitterly and said, "I know that better than you may think, Deku baby." "Then are you actually trying to be less like you?" asked Izuku. "Maybe," admitted Himiko with a tired sigh. "I've been forced to be normal for so long that I just can't stand the idea of being that way ever again." Her expression darkened into a vicious scowl as she ranted, "Toga Himiko, the ideal schoolgirl as expected of society. The cheerful and well-mannered girl with many friends who never even knew the real her. Why the hell would I ever want to go back to being such a faker?" "So what do you really want to do?" asked Izuku. "I just want to love, live and die my way," answered Himiko. Izuku wore a thoughtful expression on his face before he asked, "What if I help you find another way to live? You don't have to give up drinking BLD or changing into another person, but you'll have to do it on a safe, sane and synchronous basis. Also, if you really want to be like the people whom you love, then you should try to truly understand them and decide if you really want to follow their way of life." "You mean like actually trying to be a hero if I'm in love with one?" asked Himiko. Izuku nodded and explained, "Of course, I'd suggest caution in choosing whom you decide to love and try to become." "Why do you want to help me?" asked Himiko. Izuku thought about 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 as he spoke to Himiko. It's not my place to give you the details, but I happen to know a certain former villainess who has had a pretty terrible past which drove her down to a path of villainy. Unlike you, she's not a murderess, but some may argue that her past misdeeds are arguably even worse than yours. Surprised, Himiko asked, "You're talking about Brainjacker, aren't you?" "The one and the same," confirmed Izuku, who then added, "It's your choice, Toga-san. You can either reject my offer and continue being the way you are now, even though you'll most likely end up in prison for years, at best, or accept my offer even if it means ultimately changing yourself to the point that you may end up hating your present self as a murderous villainess for the rest of your life." Himiko had a conflicted look on her face as she thought over her options before she finally decided. Later that day in Nedzu's office, Nedzu chuckled as he spoke to Izuku. "I can't say that I'm too surprised to hear your request on Toga's behalf given your recent track record with the opposite EC so far." 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, on the other hand, looked ready to cave in his own skull via repeatedly banging his head against any head surface as he rubbed the bridge of his nose and growled, "This has got to be the dumbest idea I have ever heard, and I've heard my fair share of dumb ideas from a lot of people, including All Might himself." Izuku blushed as he bashfully replied, "In my defense, I never thought I would actually sympathize with Toga-san as much as I have. Besides, she's not the first villainess we have decided to help instead of sending her to prison." While that is certainly true, there is no denying that, unlike Yamanaka-kun, Toga is officially acknowledged as a villainess who is associated with the League of Villains. "Never mind her previous misdeeds," stated Nedzu. "True, but if we can make it such that she decided to seek me out because my words had unintentionally reached out to her and then chose to stay with me even if it meant turning herself in and betraying the League, we can set up a sentence in which she will be given probation here in exchange for providing information about her former comrades," argued Izuku. Nedzu was pleased that Izuku had come up with a similar plan as his own and said, "Well said, Midoriya-kun." "Sir, you cannot be actually serious about this," groaned 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘. "As a matter of fact, I am," replied Nedzu, who then explained, "I still want to keep both Yamanaka-kun's existence and the truth of the HRM plan a secret. By creating a cover story that Toga willingly turned herself in, it will make it much easier for us to keep the secret intact, as the authorities will have less reason to question us on how we got the information out of her." "And how are we going to convince everyone that she is no longer a threat?" asked 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘. "We don't. That part is up to her as we set up restraints to ensure her cooperation," answered Nedzu, who then turned his attention to Izuku and asked, "I assume that you have already informed the rest of your HRM, yes?" Izuku nodded and replied, "I have. Most of them are not too happy about it, especially Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan. I can't really blame those two though, since Toga-san did attack them with murderous intent during the summer camp. That said, they are willing to give her a chance after I told them about her past." "Then I hope that all will go well for you and your Izuku," said Nedzu. Later that evening in Nemuri's classroom, the atmosphere was tense as the girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B glared at Himiko, who stood before them. The blonde former villainess was wearing a UH high school uniform along with a specialized collar on her neck. The LTHR-covered collar acted as a tracking device and would to electrocute her if she tried to take it off or leave the school premises. While 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, Izuku, and Nemuri were more neutral if not sympathetic towards her, the other girls were not so willing to accept the former villainess even with the collar and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘's brainjacking abilities in place. Ochako frowned as she stepped forward and said, "Deku has already told us about your past with 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘chan's confirmation. That doesn't change the fact that you have tried to kill me, Tsuyu-chan, and even Deku back in summer camp." Tsuyu stepped forward and spoke next. "That's not even counting all the other people whom you have hurt and killed even before you joined the League, Karo." Given her normally blank expression, her frown was a clear indication of her distrust towards Himiko. "If you really want to stay with Midori as a part of this HRM, you'll have to swear that you will stop trying to kill people whom you fall in love with," said Mina, who understandably did not agree with Himiko's twisted definition of love. "Or anyone else for that matter," said Setsuna. In spite of her quirk, she did not feel comfortable being with someone who had no problem with killing other people and making them bleed to death. "We will also have the right to not give you any of our BLD until we feel that we can trust you," stated Momo, who had no reason to trust a psychotic former member of the League of Villains anytime soon. The memories of the attack during summer camp still haunted her dreams. You will be constantly monitored by both Sumomo-chan and the collar around your neck, added Melissa, who was responsible for making the collar on short notice with May's help. And don't even think about taking off that baby around your neck, said May, who then added, it may not go kaboom, but you'll definitely be putting yourself into a world of hurt if you even try to take it off. Himiko could only remain silent as she knew that the other girls from Izuku's Harem had no reason to trust her, especially Ochako and Tsuyu. However, Izuku, Sumomo, and even Nomuri were willing to trust her enough to give her a chance, and she was determined not to waste it. That said, she was not obligated to like the level of distrust she was facing as she frowned at them and said, "And what exactly do I have to do to make any of you trust me?" "Well, there is one rather quick way to earn our trust," said Toru, who then added, "You'll have share your past memories with Deku. Unlike you though, he'll have no obligation to reveal everything to you until he trusts you enough to reveal some of his biggest secrets," said Shuko. "Be warned though, his memories are not for the faint of heart," warned Ibra. Determined to prove herself as worthy of at least a minimum level of trust, Himiko did not hesitate to share her past memories with Izuku. Any memory sharing later, both Himiko and Izuku rushed to the toilet to vomit the contents of their dinner. While the girls in Izuku's official Harem assumed that Izuku was deeply sickened by Himiko's past acts as a murderous psychopath of a villainess, they did not expect the said villainess to react so badly to Izuku's past, mainly his past suffering as a quirkless individual and the pain he had suffered during the summer camp. Then again, Izuku's past memories had a lot more of pain and rejection than most people his age should have. When Izuku lurched out of the toilet, Ochako worriedly rushed towards him and asked, "Are you all right, Deku?" Tears streamed down his face as Izuku tried to say something only to sob and shake his head as a voiceless response. Not caring that Izuku looked and smelled like a wreck, Ochako hugged him and petted his hair comfortingly as she mentally demanded, "Sumomo-chan, what happened?" Sumomo's mental image in Ochako's mind wore a sad expression as she explained, "He's seen Toga-san's memories. Like I've said before, she's been through a lot and worst of all, he could see himself becoming like her." Sumomo's mental image trembled in fear as she recalled how Himiko's psychotic glee as she committed her murderous crimes resonated with Izuku's past negative feelings. Not even Sumomo, a former villainess, empathized with Himiko's growing madness to the same degree as Izuku. Shocked, Ochako mentally yelled, "What do you mean Deku could see himself becoming like her? He's nothing like her at all." "Not as he is now, certainly," agreed Sumomo, who then said, "However, consider this. What would he have been like if he gave in to his despair and resentment or his mind simply broke because of his past suffering?" Considering that both Izuku and Himiko were both repressed by the people around them for most of their lives, the chances of Izuku becoming the same as Himiko were disturbingly high. Well aware of Izuku's painful past, Ochako shuddered to think what kind of horrible person he would have turned into if he had chosen to become a villain. The idea of Izuku becoming similar to Destro was one thing, but becoming a psychotic madman like a certain fictional villain called the Joker would have been just as bad, if not much, much worse. Her hold onto Izuku tightened as she whispered to him, "Deku, whatever it is that you saw and felt just now, please know that you're a wonderful person who is loved by all of us." Tears flowed freely from her eyes as she added, "Please, don't lose to yourself or your past." Izuku hugged her in return as he softly spoke, "I know, and thank you, Ochako-chan." The other girls of the Harem approached Izuku to comfort him, but he gently pushed Ochako away and said, "I'm sorry, but there's someone I need to help right now." Concerned for the boy who was clearly exhausted in the mental and emotional sense, Tsuyu asked, "Are you sure? Just seeing her memories has done too much harm to you, Karo." Unlike previous memory sharing sessions, with the exception of the first one, Izuku was able to maintain his composure even as the girls who saw his memories broke down. Granted, unlike Himiko, none of the previous girls were psychotic murderesses, but that did not change the fact that Izuku's reaction with the said villainess was deeply concerning. "You don't have to force yourself to help her, Izuku," argued Shuko. Izuku had already suffered so much to help others, and Shuko did not want him to suffer even more. Izuku smiled in a sad way that pulled the girls. heartstrings as he replied, I may be forcing myself, but that's because I have to save her. I need to show her the good along with the bad things in my life. If you do that, you'll be revealing that secret to her, said 𝗚𝗎𝗎. Like the rest of Izuku's official Harem, she knew that all of his recent happy memories were ultimately linked to his association to All Might. I know, but I can tell that she's hurting right now and she could really use a real friend who genuinely cares for her, replied Izuku, who then bitterly added, she had literally no one to truly trust or love. I had my mum even when I was a quirkless nobody, and Sumimo-chan at least had her real parents before they passed away. His eyes shone with determination as he asked, what kind of hero am I if I can't even offer her a shoulder to cry on? Unable to deny Izuku's downright heroic spirit, the girls reluctantly let him go back into the toilet to help Himiko. He easily found her as she sat next to a toilet bowl which was filled with her vomit. She was curled up into a ball and was sobbing softly as she, much like Izuku, was traumatized by the memory sharing. As obsessed as she was towards Izuku, she never realized just how much he had suffered even before he entered UEH high school, or how much pain he was in when she first saw him during the summer camp attack. Although she knew that Izuku was right when he said that she could never truly become another person no matter how well she could change her own appearance and mannerisms, the shocking revelations of his painful past forced her to fully comprehend just how difficult, if not downright impossible, it really was. The full realization of her folly, which all began with her falling madly in love with a certain former classmate named Saito, sickened her to a degree she never thought was possible. That was not even counting the pain, terror, and betrayal she had gleefully caused to others simply because doing so felt normal to her. Perhaps her parents were right about her being a monstrous demon child who was a lost cause. Suddenly, she felt a gentle and warm hand on her shoulder. She looked up and saw Izuku, who looked terrible but was wearing a gentle smile as he asked her, it's probably a dumb question to ask, but are you feeling any better, Toga-san? Tears flowed freely from her eyes as she shook her head and bit her lower lip to stop herself from sobbing and wailing. Compared to her own past of being forcefully repressed, Izuku had it just as bad, if not even worse than herself. She at least had some semblance of a normal life, while Izuku was forced to be a social pariah from the day everyone realized that he was quirkless. Izuku placed his forehead onto hers and softly said, Toga-san, I've only shown you some of my memories because I have a secret which has to be protected at all costs. I want to show you everything so that you know my full story and the reason why I'm the way I am now, even if it means revealing that secret to you. Toga was silent for a while before she meekly asked, will it hurt? Yes, but it will have more than enough happy moments to make it worthwhile living through, replied Izuku. In spite of her understandable reservations, Himiko ultimately decided to see the rest of his memories. The following day, Izuku woke up and realized that he was in bed with the rest of the girls in his harem, including Himiko, who was currently clinging into him. Although they were all naked, no 𝗧𝗟𝗘𝗧𝗟𝗘 actually happened last night, as no one was in the mood for anything else other than the simple comfort of being close together. He smiled kindly as he gazed at Himiko snuggling against his left arm. He would have petted her head if his right arm was not held down by Ochako's loving yet undeniably possessive grip. Then there was Tsuyu, who was hugging his left leg while Toru hugged his right leg and 𝗚𝗎𝗎 hugged him from behind. Accepting his current state, Izuku closed his eyes and took the simple pleasure of being surrounded by the gentle and loving warmth of the girls around him. Yes, even Himiko, who willingly swore to change so that she could remain by Izuku's side. Today's going to be crazy, isn't it? Thought Izuku. Given the fact that Himiko was going to join his class that day and none of the other boys knew about it, he was certain that there would be panic, questions, and accusations. Sumimo's mental image smiled fondly at him as she mentally asked, would you have it any other way? Izuku snorted softly in amusement and mentally replied, honestly, I don't think I would. Looks like someone's enjoying his lovely harem. Izuku opened his eyes and looked down to see Mina and Setsuna, who were grinning at him with their faces were very close to his morning wood. Izuku blushed and said, morning Mina, Setsuna. I know what you two are planning and I don't think this is a good idea. Class will be starting soon and I'd rather not be late for that. What makes you so sure that we'll be late for class, Midori? Asked Setsuna. Izuku had a deadpan expression on his face that would have made Kyuka proud as he replied, "Do you honestly think the others will not decide to join in once you two start? Oh, come on. It's not like a day of skipping classes will kill anyone," argued Mina, who was ready to use her lubricant-covered hand to slide Izuku's member. A polite cough got Izuku, Mina, and Setsuna's attention, and they all turned their attention towards Momo, who was standing with her arms akimbo. In spite of her endoi, she was very much dignified in demeanor as she spoke. "Ashido-sen Togen, while I understand your mood for SXL activities, Izuku is right. Classes will start soon, and I highly doubt our respective homeroom teachers will take kindly to the idea of us all being late due to spending too much time on NTMT bonding." As if to prove Momo's point, all the other girls in Izuku's HRM started to wake up. Ashido and Setsuna both pouted at the fact that their plans had been foiled. They would have to wait for their chance to get NTMT with Izuku at a later time. A short while later, Katsuki was both shocked and terrified as he stared at Himiko, who was glaring at him murderously while pinning him down with one hand and holding a sharpened pencil in reverse grip with her other hand. Just a few seconds ago, he was entering Class 1A as usual when someone suddenly pounced onto him and pinned him down. That person turned out to be Himiko of all people, and her vicious glare was scary enough to make Minoru wet himself when she glared at anyone who dared to get in her way. "Toga-san, stop. You have promised to not hurt any of the students and teachers in this school," said Izuku as he calmly approached her and placed a gentle hand onto her shoulder. Toga had a conflicted look on her face before she ultimately relented and let go of Katsuki, who scooted back a little too fast to be necessary. As soon as Katsuki stood up and took on a defensive stance, he had to ask, "Deku, why the F is that psychopathic beach from the League of Villains in our school, in our uniform?" Izuku sighed and said, "It's a long story." He then told everyone how Toga Himiko, who was moved by Izuku's recent speech, which coincidentally involved her quirk, decided to see him personally. She was then ambushed by the teachers, who knew that she was literally outside of the school and, after a bit of interrogation, agreed to provide information about the League of Villains in exchange for being able to stay close with Izuku as a student on probation. He even told them a brief summary of her past suffering as a child who was not even loved by her own parents, as they were disgusted by her quirk, which depended on BLD to function. Needless to say, Izuku only told the official version of the story. While most of the boys from Class 1A could hardly believe the said story, only Katsuki suspected that Sumimo was somehow involved. Katsuki was also willing to bet that Izuku had shared his past memories of her, which would explain her outright murderous intentions earlier. He had the distinct feeling that he would have to keep an eye out for her and whoever wore that collar which she was currently wearing. After Izuku told everyone the story, Minoru sighed and said, "Dude, please tell me that you did not F her until you at least made sure that she will not stab you or the other girls in your HA. There's a reason why people say, never stick your PP into crazy." Izuku blushed and smiled sheepishly as he replied honestly, "Actually, I haven't done it with her yet." Suddenly, Shoyuta appeared at the door into the classroom and said, "That's good to know. Sleeping with the enemy is usually the epitome of irrationality." The teacher then turned his attention to the rest of the students and said, "As you all can tell by now, Toga Himiko has been accepted as a student of this school so that she can be rehabilitated into a more acceptable member of society. As such, she will be a student of his class. However, as she will not be taking part in any heroics-related training or exams. Instead, she will be taking either extra classes to make up for her missed lessons during her time as a villain or mandatory counseling with Hound Dog. Should Netsu-san or I decide that she is worthy, she may begin taking part in heroics training if she so by next year." Tenya raised his hand and asked, "Does that mean that she will be living in the dorm with us?" Shoyuta sighed and confirmed, "Unfortunately, yes." All the boys looked worriedly at Himiko, who had a disturbing grin on her face as she spoke. "Don't worry. I promise Deku baby that I will not to hurt anyone much." Sighing in exasperation, Izuku gently chopped the back of her head with his hand and said, "Toga-san, be nice." Himiko pouted while rubbing the back of her head and said, "I'm being nice." She glared at Katsuki and added, "Nicer than I should be to certain people in fact." Katsuki glared at Himiko and growled, "Do you want to fight, you psycho beach?" No one's going to fight unless the fight is authorized by myself or another teacher of this school. Am I understood? Said 𝗏𝗧𝗓, whose eyes glowed red due to the activation of his quirk. While the rest of Class 1A responded quickly in affirmative, Himiko glared at 𝗏𝗧𝗓 and blew a raspberry at him before she took her seat at the back of the classroom. 𝗏𝗏𝗓 sighed as he thought, today is going to be a long day. Later that afternoon, so Shigaraki, Dabi and Kurojiiri have managed to evade capture, said Nedzu, who was currently in his office. A muscular man with a long mustache and arms made of sand named Higawara Sajin, who was also a pro-hero called Snatch, nodded and explained, as you have forewarned us with the information that you somehow acquired form Toga Himiko, the League of Villains came yesterday night to free the prisoner, 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘. In spite of our best efforts, we could not capture the 3 villains who managed to escape through Kurojiiri's warp gate. The man's frown deepened as he added, Shigaraki was able to evade capture and even free a number of prisoners by destroying the walls and floors of the prison, while Kurojiiri used his warp gates to send our attacks back at us and Dabi used his flames to keep us at bay. Thankfully, we were properly prepared for the attack and the 3 of them gave up after we successfully captured the other members. Once the 3 of them gave up and left via warp gate, we had to focus on recapturing the escaped prisoners. As for the second team who raided their hideout and then waited for them, well, they never showed up. What of 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘? Asked Nedzu. We moved to her to a different location before the League of Villains came for her, but she managed to escape undetected during the ensuing chaos. As for how she managed to escape, the guards who were supposed to keep an eye on her had fended off a copy of Toga. However, from what the guards told me, Toga failed to get into contact with 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 as she escaped on her own before anyone could talk to her, answered Sajin. Given her quirk, which includes the ability to transform herself, she could have transformed herself into a small rodent while no one was paying attention to her and escaped, said Nedzu. That is certainly a possibility, agreed Sajin. Nedzu hummed for a moment before he spoke. While it is certainly heartening to know that we have successfully captured Spinner, Magna, Compress, and Twice, we must not allow ourselves to get complacent. Shigaraki is the current leader of the League of Villains, while both Kurojiiri and Dabi are both villains with dangerous quirks. Also, we must do what we can to prevent 𝗔𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 from joining the League of Villains. I will get information on all the hideouts Toga currently knows about as soon as possible. If nothing else, we can narrow down the number of places the remaining 3 members can hide. Sajin nodded and said, I sure hope we can settle this matter with the League of Villains as quickly as possible. The public's faith in heroes has been taking a bit of a nosedive ever since All Might's retirement and the recent revelation of Endeavor's family life. With things as they are now, Hawks might end up becoming the next #1 pro hero, and we all know that he's not particularly eager about the responsibilities that come with being the top hero. In spite of the topic being discussed, Nedzu chuckled as he agreed with Sajin about Hawks, whose real name was Takami Kigo. True, but I personally think that having Hawks as the next #1 pro hero would be a preferable alternative to having Endeavor. Had Endeavor become the next #1 pro hero by default and not change himself for the better, the resulting backlash due Endeavor's family life being made public knowledge would have been even worse. No doubt about that, said Sajin, who did not even want to think about the possible outrage of having Endeavor as the next #1 pro hero only to have his past misdeeds as an abusive husband and father known to everyone. Sajin then asked, so when are you going to announce that Toga is currently in UEH High School as a student on probation? Although Sajin personally felt that Himiko should be sent to prison due to her past crimes and the pain she had caused to the people who cared about her past victims, he knew that her cooperation was essential for getting information about the League of Villains. Whether or not she should be allowed to remain free after her usefulness as a source of information had been used up would depend on her willingness to somehow atone for her past sins or at least make a sincere change for the better. About that, I will make the announcement tonight. You have my word that she will be monitored carefully to ensure that she does not. Nedzu's attempt to assure Sajin was cut short when 𝗏𝗏𝗓𝗏 barged into the office while dragging Himiko by the back of her shirt. 𝗏𝗏𝗓𝗏 glared at Nedzu angrily as he presented a pouting Himiko to him and growled, Do you have any idea what this brat has done? Nedzu smiled cheerfully as he replied, Why, yes I do. She has, in summary, threatened to stab Bakugakuin with a pencil, kicked 𝗏𝗏𝐸 in the 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 with enough force to send him straight to the infirmary. 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 doodles on her notebooks instead of actually taking any notes for her supplementary lessons and, most recently, jabbed the blunt end of her pencil up Katsuki's backside, which caused him to go on a mad rampage as he tried to murder the ever-bloody F out of her. 𝗧𝗟𝗘 blinked in surprise as he had to ask, "She did all of that in just half a day?" He then thought, "Now that I think about it, I thought I had heard something suspiciously similar to an explosion just now." Himiko had her arms crossed as she averted her gaze from Nezu and 𝗧𝗟𝗓 and said, "It's not my fault that 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 and mine perv actually tried to take a peek at Ochako-chan's panties." Feeling concerned, 𝗧𝗟𝗓 turned his attention to Nezu and asked, "Are you absolutely sure that you can keep her under control? The last thing we need is her committing a crime that will permanently tarnish the reputation of this school and, by extension, heroes as a whole." "Don't worry, we have everything under control," assured Nezu, who then added, "Besides, for reasons which I shall be revealing when I make my announcement tonight, she's more willing to cooperate with us than you might expect." Knowing that it would be pointless to ask for immediate answers from Nezu, 𝗧𝗟𝗓 sighed and said, "Well, as long as you're prepared to be responsible for this villainess here and keep her under control. Meanwhile, I am ashamed to say this, but we have completely lost track of 𝗔𝗓𝗓, who decided to escape during the attack at Hades prison," reported Cuckoo, who had dark hair, thin eyebrows, small feminine eyes, an angular nose and a small mustache. Although it is certainly an unfortunate lost opportunity, there is no denying that various external factors suddenly came into play which led to her unexpected escape, said Rikiya, who knew better than to be angry with Cuckoo. Between the sudden increase in security at Hades prison, the equally abrupt barring of visitors from entering the prison and the attack led by the League of Villains, there was simply no way for Cuckoo's agents to reach Fionn in time. "Should my agents attempt to pursue her?" asked 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Rikiya shook his head and replied, "No, I'm certain that she will reveal herself again at some point in the future." He then frowned as he continued to speak. More importantly, the sudden increase in security at Hades prison is a rather clear indication that the heroes somehow knew that the League of Villains was planning to attack it with 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 as their main goal. They must have somehow gotten information on them. My sources tell me that 𝗫𝗠 will be making an announcement tonight. It might have something to do with the attack at the prison, said 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘, who then added, "Needless to say, I will be attending the announcement." "Duly noted," replied Rikiya, who then spoke to 𝗫𝗠. "I want you and your agents to focus on locating the League of Villains. The sooner we settle the matter with them, the better." "Understood, Grand Commander," replied 𝗫𝗏𝗧𝗏. "Before we end this meeting, there's one more matter to discuss," said Rikiya. "You're referring to Midoriya Izuku, aren't you?" asked Cuckoo. "That's correct," confirmed Rikiya, who then explained, "As you all know by now, Midoriya is strongly against the complete liberation of meta ability usage. Given his past history, even I cannot bring myself to blame him for rejecting the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army. That said, he's willing to actually sympathize with Destro himself and is not against people using their meta abilities freely as long as they are used responsibly. Personally, I think he should be eliminated. He has the potential to be a major opponent of our ideals," suggested 𝗫𝗏𝗧𝗏, who then sighed in frustration and admitted, "However, he's getting too well known and well liked to be an easy target to eliminate. In the worst-case scenario, getting rid of him will only make him a martyr for our enemies to rally together and face us as a united force." 𝗫𝗏𝗧𝗏 turned his attention to 𝗔𝗏𝗧 and asked her, "As someone who has interviewed the boy personally, what is your opinion about the him? Curious?" 𝗔𝗏𝗧 released a breath which she did not even realize she was holding in before she explained, "I believe that we should avoid eliminating him. If anyone ever finds out that he has been eliminated by someone who's affiliated with the Meta Liberation Army, the backlash against us will be immense to say the least. We might even end up losing followers as a result." She then wore a conflicted expression on her face as she added, "Also, Midoriya's fascination with meta abilities and willingness to help are simply too genuine to be dismissed as irrelevant, even to us." Rikiya, 𝗫𝗏𝗧𝗏, and Cuckoo noticed 𝗔𝗏𝗧's unusual expression but chose not to comment about it as Rikiya asked her, "So you think he can be a powerful ally?" 𝗔𝗏𝗧 shook her head and then explained, As long as he's convinced that our ideals will create a world where one's very worth as a human being is solely determined by his or her meta ability with no regard to anything else, including skills not related to meta abilities and basic morality, he will never willingly help us. Considering his past experiences at the hands of his peers, he has every reason to be opposed to the idea of people using their meta abilities whenever and however they wish without social, legal, or moral repercussions. Rikiya hummed with a thoughtful expression on his face before he spoke. As I thought, I need to speak to the boy directly. Surprised, Cuckoo asked, Grand Commander, I have been thinking about the boy and how his influence will affect the Meta Liberation Army ever since that interview the other day, explained Rikiya, who then added, while the complete liberation of meta abilities has always been our goal, it might be beneficial to fully understand the opposition's point of view, to put it simply. But we already know that he will never agree to the complete liberation of meta ability usage. What more do we need to know? Asked Tomoyasu. While undoubtedly true, he's also not against people using their meta abilities freely as long as they are used responsibly in ways that do not involve causing harm or grief to others. He is also not against helping people with difficult or even villainous quirks as long as they genuinely wish to live peacefully with others. Even you must admit successfully implementing his ideals will allow humanity to have a greater level of liberation than before, if nothing else, responded Rikiya. Tomoyasu could not argue against the logical response, so he stayed quiet while Cuckoo asked, Are you actually considering a revision of our goals? No, at least not until I have spoken to Midoriya directly. I have a feeling that he might be able to provide certain insights and nuances that even I have not considered before. As such, I will be making arrangements to speak to him by next week, replied Rikiya, who then turned his attention to 𝗔𝗏𝗧 and said, I will be needing your expertise while I speak to the boy, personally. I understand, Grand Commander, replied 𝗔𝗏𝗧. Rikiya smiled at her before he turned his attention to both Cuckoo and Tomoyasu to say, Well then, if there is nothing more to discuss, then this meeting is adjourned. Feel free to enjoy some refreshments before you all return to your duties. Later that night, as promised, 𝗫𝐸𝐸 revealed the news of Himiko's current circumstances and past mistreatment to the public. Needless to say, people were shocked by the fact that Himiko was allowed to stay in 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻 High School as a student on probation on the conditions that she provided information on the League of Villains and took mandatory counseling sessions. While many people understandably felt that Himiko was given too light a sentence, many also realized that her parents had undeniably failed to properly resolve her longing for BLD. The fact that Himiko went to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻 High School to speak to Izuku instead of helping the rest of the League of Villains during the attack at Hades' prison only made it more obvious that she was considering leaving her life as a villain behind. The announcement had one side effect, which was an even greater awareness on Izuku's existence as a hero in training. Considering that his words had somehow convinced a clearly psychotic murderess of a villainess to consider leaving her life as a villain behind, it was no wonder why everyone started to pay even more attention to him, which caused his reputation to continue growing with no signs of stopping anytime soon. There was also a certain rumor that Izuku actually had a harem of girls, including his classmates and even pro-heroes such as Nemuri herself. However, 𝗫𝐸𝐸 cheekily declined to confirm or deny the truth of the rumors. Needless to say, the rumors of Izuku's harem had officially started to gain ground outside of the school. Meanwhile, in Nemuri's classroom, Izuku was blushing as he spoke to Nemuri. Nemuri-nichan, do I seriously have to be naked for this? He was currently completely naked and was using one hand to hide his 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 while his other hand was scratching the back of his head. In truth, he needed both hands to hide it completely, but he was used to being seen naked by the girls in his harem. Nemuri grinned at Izuku and said, What part of Enda art don't you understand, Izuku-kun? Standing behind her were the rest of Izuku's harem, who had grins and smiles on their faces. They also had drawing pads and pencils to sketch a picture of him. Originally, Nemuri planned to have another org but decided against it so that the rest of the girls would have more time to get used to having Himiko as a member of the harem. As such, her class was be a NDE art session instead, with Izuku as the model. Once the class was over, the girls would return to the dorms as usual. Sighing in resignation, Izuku asked, I'm allowed to take any pose that I'm comfortable with, right? That's correct, confirmed Nomiuri. Izuku then thought of a pose and took a seat on a stool. Recognizing the pose which Izuku had decided to take, Ibra said, "The thinker." An apt pose to start with. "The what?" asked Mina. The thinker, also originally known as the poet, is a statue sculpture of a man resting on a rock with his chin resting on one hand as though deep in thought. It's often used as a symbol of philosophy, intellect and poetry, explained Ibra. "How do you know this stuff?" asked Kinoko, who was surprised by Ibra's apparent knowledge of the pose. She had always thought that Ibra would only know things related to heroics and Christianity. Well, the original sculptor of the statue, a French man named Auguste Rodin, made the statue as a part of a monumental sculpture called the Gates of Hell, which depicts the first scene of Inferno, the first part of Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy trilogy, explained Ibra. "Ah, Divine Comedy. My father has a copy of it in his library back home," said Momo, who then explained to the other girls, "It's an Italian narrative poem of Dante's imaginative vision of the afterlife, which was influenced by the Western Church in the 14th century. Realizing why Ibra knew so much about the pose which Izuku was taking for the NDE art, Setsuna said, "Well, that explains a lot." Pony smiled sheepishly as she admitted, "I only got about half of what everyone was talking about. Basically, Ibra knows about the pose because it's related to the Christian religion," explained Itsuka, while Yui and Reiko nodded in silent affirmative with her. "Excuse me, are you girls done discussing about the pose?" asked Izuku. He did not want to sound rude, but he did not want to spend all night posing while the girls got off topic. The girls in his harem, excluding Narumi, who was amused by the unexpected discussion, blushed in embarrassment as they quickly took their seats and started to draw sketches of Izuku's naked body. As the girls drew a sketch of Izuku, they made sure to draw his muscles, scars, hair and face as accurately as they could. Ochako, Shuko and Himiko were especially determined to draw an accurate sketch of the boy, while the other were more relaxed about the lesson. Before long, the girls were done sketching and Nomiuri took a look at them. Most were passable, although she had to admit that some of them were actually rather good, if not unusual. Kinoko's sketch looked like it came straight out of a shoujo manga, while Ibra somehow managed to turn a simple sketch into a frighteningly accurate depiction of the Gates of Hell. Shuko's drawing was arguably the most accurate, while Tsuyu's drawing was surprisingly cutesy and Ochako's drawing was, to put it bluntly, manly to the maximum. Pony's passion for anime was obvious in her sketch, as Izuku was drawn like he came straight from a shounen manga, while Himiko's sketch was disturbingly villainous in appearance. Nomiuri smiled as she looked at the pictures and said, "You may think that drawing these sketches are not necessary for hero work, but you should never underestimate the value of an accurately drawn sketch, as it can spell the difference between recognizing the villain on sight and failing to capture the villain." Her smile widened into a grin as she added, "I'll also be holding sketching classes for both Class 1A and Class 1B next week. Since you girls have already done your sketches tonight, you'll all be posing for the boys to sketch pictures of you tomorrow. Unlike Izuku, you'll be dressed in your school swimming suits instead of going NDE, but do expect some of the boys to get excited while drawing you." The girls from Class 1B looked at the girls from Class 1A with pity in their eyes, as they knew that they would have to put up with Minoru's perverted antics. Momo sighed in resignation, as she just knew that Minoru would pick her as his first choice of a model. Suddenly, the girls realized that Izuku was still in his pose for some reason. Curious, they approached him and soon realized that he was mumbling about something. He was so focused on whatever he was thinking about that he was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Inspired by an idea, Mina has a look of mischief in her face as she asked Nomiuri-nichan, "I'd like to run a simple experiment on Midori." A short while later, Izuku, who was understandably bored while staying in his current pose for the girls to draw sketches of him, was thinking of ways to better help people with difficult and villainous quirks to pass time. He had come up with a number of ideas, including quirk training centers, quirk licenses for non-heroes, and better quirk counseling systems. He also thought of ways to help people with weak quirks and people who were quirkless, such as improved counseling systems and providing courses in both support gear and combat training. As he continued thinking, he thought of ways to improve the rehabilitation of villains, which might require quirk suppressants as a last resort. Suddenly, he heard a familiar giggle and looked up. As Izuku moved his head to look around, he heard various sounds of objects falling onto the ground, including paper cups, empty plastic bottles, and even a plush doll of a frog. Blinking in surprise, Izuku looked at the scattered objects around him before he turned his attention to his Harem and asked, "What happened?" Ochako, Mina, 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, Toru, Setsuna, Mei, and Toga could not hold back their laughter as they laughed until their bellies hurt. The rest of the girls either chuckled, giggled, grinned, or simply smiled at Izuku's confused expression. The fact that he tilted his head like a confused puppy only amused the girls further, who had been sneakily stacking things onto his head the whole time he was mumbling to himself after they were done sketching pictures of him. Even Nemuri joined in on the fun by recording the whole scene with the camera in her phone. By the time Izuku noticed anything, he had several paper cups and even a few empty plastic bottles on his head, which were topped with a plush doll of a frog. The height of the tower on Izuku's head as at least a meter tall. Nemuri would later share the video with the rest of the girls in Izuku's Harem, Toshinori, Shoyuta, and even Nezu. Later that night, Himiko, whose designated room was next to 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘's room, sat in the common bedroom with the rest of the girls from dorm 1A. As there were presently 10 girls in the dorm, Momo created a fifth pair of balls labeled as 5th A and 5th B. Although Himiko was a former villainess, Izuku and the rest of the girls in dorm 1A agreed to let her be the first one to have issy with him that night. As such, the fifth pair of balls were not used as Izuku shook the box and the random selection took place. After the selection was over, the results were as follows for both the girls of dorm 1A and class 1B. Dorm 1A, Odd, Ochako, together with Himiko, first pair, Shuko and Momo second pair, Tsu and Ashido third pair, Melissa and Toru fourth pair, Kyuka and Mei class 1B, first pair, Kinoko and Ibra second pair, Pony and Itsuka third pair, Reiko and Setsuna odd. Yui Ochako could not believe her bad luck as she stared at Himiko, who was grinning very widely, and said, "Looks like we're together, Ochako-chan." Thankfully for Ochako, Izuku gently chopped the back of Himiko's head with his hand and said, "Toga-san, you promised not to hurt anyone." "I wasn't planning to." "Serious?" whined Himiko, who was pouting at Izuku while rubbing the back of her head. As for how Ibra and Kinoko got into dorm 1A, it involved Ibra using her vines to hide herself and Kinoko as they sneaked into the dorm. The overall appearance of the two as they sneaked into dorm 1A was rather horrifying, as they looked like a vine-covered monstrosity crawling towards its destination. Once the two arrived, Izuku stood before the 4 girls and got ready for another night of 𝗧𝗟𝗘𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 was blushing and trembling as Izuku approached her and touched her cheek. In truth, Himiko had been involved with various men who were sexually interested in her. However, given her twisted sense of love at the time, she never had actual SEC or even anyone before. Even so, Chio made sure that Himiko was physically healthy and free from diseases which could be transmitted by BLD. Izuku was therefore undoubtedly Himiko's very first SXL partner in the actual sense. She honestly did not know what to do as she looked into Izuku's eyes with nervous uncertainty in her eyes. After all, Izuku was arguably the only one who truly sympathized with her and wanted to help her in spite of fully realizing the depths of what most would understandably call madness. Sensing her unease, Izuku asked her, "Toge-san, do you want to keep your clothes on or strip naked?" Although embarrassed, Himiko wanted to feel Izuku's bare skin against her own and thus said, "I want us to do it naked." She then stripped off her clothes except for the collar around her neck. Izuku also stripped off his own clothes, which caused Ochako, Kinoko and Ibra to blush. Once Himiko was naked, she looked away from Izuku while trying her best to cover her melons and groin with her hands. In spite of her murderous tendencies and need to be naked while using her quirk, she actually got embarrassed easily. Knowing that Himiko was embarrassed, Izuku stepped forward and hugged her gently. Himiko felt her heart flutter as she could feel Izuku's warm embrace. It was arguably the first time she ever felt such a warm and caring embrace, so she quickly gave in to her longing to more as she wrapped her arms around him. As Himiko nuzzled her face against Izuku's muscularity, she closed her eyes and sighed contentedly. She then felt something prodding against her vulva and blushed as she looked down and realized that Izuku's member had become irked. Izuku blushed as well and scratched his cheek sheepishly as he explained, "My SEC drive has been increasing lately and well you can probably tell what that means." Grinning in spite of her own embarrassment, Himiko asked, "So, does the fact that you're having AC with a former enemy excite you that much?" "Well, you're actually rather pretty when you're not being a crazy villain," replied Izuku. Izuku's unexpected reply made Himiko blush before she buried her face into his tea and thought, "She actually called me pretty. So, do you want me to be on top or let you be on top instead?" asked Izuku. "I want to be on top," replied Himiko. In spite of the recent revelations she had experienced, she still had some of her original villainous tendencies, including a longing to dominate Izuku while having SEC with him. Before Izuku could react or reply, Himiko suddenly pushed him down onto a futon which was right behind him. Surprised by the sudden push, Izuku tried to get up only to be pinned down by Himiko. He could not help but recall his first encounter with her during summer camp as she held him down with one hand on his left shoulder and looked at him with a growing look of eager hunger on her face. Both intimidated and aroused, Izuku rhetorically asked, "I'm about to get dominated, aren't I?" "Oh, yes you are," said Himiko, who then started to rub her labia and 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 against his 𝗔𝗚𝗧𝗏. She loved the feeling of his 𝗔𝗚𝗏 rubbing against her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗏𝗏. Izuku shivered from the pleasure as he reached out to fondle her 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗏𝗏 with one hand and her backside with his other hand. Himiko bit her lower lip as she could feel his warm hand touching her left B and even tease her left NPL. Unable to bear the growing longing in her loins, Himiko adjusted her hips so that she could impale herself onto Izuku's hot phallus. Her back arched as she could feel Izuku's member enter her maidenhood and press against her very womb. When Himiko was still a villain, she always felt excited whenever she killed someone whom she liked and drank his or her BLD. The excitement which she was currently feeling was both familiar and different. It was then when she realized that what she was experiencing was genuine SXL pleasure and she loved it. She moved her hips furiously, not caring about the discomfort of losing what little remained of her hymen as she wanted to achieve. "Cmx." Izuku grunted in discomfort as Himiko's nails started to dig into the skin of his left shoulder. In spite of the discomfort, he continued to pleasure her as he moved his hips to match her movements and fondled her more intensely. Himiko's eyes rolled back as an increasingly demented smile formed on her face and her tongue rolled out of her mouth. "Should we be worried about Toga-san doing something crazy?" asked Kinoko. A look from both Ochako and Ibra made her realize that she had just asked a dumb question, so she said, "Okay, we definitely should." "Oh, Deku baby. I'm going to come," yelled Himiko. Izuku placed both hands onto her thighs and moved his hips furiously to reach orgasm. As for Himiko, she placed both hands onto his shoulders so that she could keep herself steady while her nether parts worked, getting into blissful oblivion by his 𝗔𝗏𝗏. Then, Izuku filling her needy 𝗔𝗏 and womb with his seed. Overwhelmed by the pleasure of being filled, Himiko as well and, in a moment of passion, bit into Izuku's right shoulder strong enough to draw BLD, cried Ochako, who was about to rush forward to pry Himiko off him when she suddenly stopped moving. Realizing that Sumomo had stopped her, Kinoko and even Ibra from stopping Himiko, Ochako mentally yelled, "What are you doing? She's hurting him." "I know, but Izuku's accepting it." "Take a good look," replied Sumomo. Ochako looked at the pair and realized that Izuku was indeed letting Himiko sek his BLD from the bite mark on his shoulder. In fact, he was gently stroking her head. After a minute, Himiko finally calmed down and stopped Izuku's BLD. She raised herself up so that she was sitting upright with Izuku's still stiff member inside of her and smiled contentedly as she spoke to him. "Thank you for making he feel this good, Deku baby." Izuku wore a pained but genuine smile as he replied, "You're welcome, Toga-san. Try hurt me a little less next time though. I'm already causing more than enough trouble with Recovery Girl as it is." Himiko snickered before she replied, "I won't make any promises about that, but I'll try." She then reached down to embrace Izuku, who did not care about the taste of his own BLD in her mouth, before she gave his still bleeding shoulder, which had 2 pairs of puncture wounds, an embrace. She then got up and stepped aside so that she could get the first aid kit, which was in the adjoining toilet. Ochako, Kinoko and Ibra, who could finally move, shot an angry look at Himiko before they tended to Izuku's wounds. Thankfully, The injuries were superficial, but they were still upset about Izuku getting hurt by Himiko. Not surprisingly, they insisted on treating his wounds first before they even thought about having SEC with him. Although Himiko gave them the first aid box, they refused to let her come anywhere near Izuku as she was the one who inflicted the wounds in the first place. After treating his wounds with some antiseptics and gauze pads, Ochako asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Deku?" "Yeah, I'm all right. This isn't anything much compared to breaking my own arms and legs due to my own quirk," replied Izuku. In spite of his discomfort due to getting bitten by Himiko, he was still able to move his left arm. Ibara frowned and said, "You shouldn't make light of your own wounds, Izu. You may not care about your own injuries, but that does not mean that we do not." "Most of us anyway," added Ochako, who shot a dirty look at Himiko, who had enough decency to be embarrassed about it. Make no mistake, she loved the taste of Izuku's BLD and would be more than happy to have it again, but even she knew that she should take better care of her lover. "Do you want to continue, Izuku-kun?" asked Kinoko, who then said, "We can always put it off for another time if you need to recover." Touched by the three girls' concern for him, Izuku smiled and said, "I'm all right, really. I can keep going without hurting myself further." Although no convinced, Ochako was willing to trust Izuku's judgment and said, "All right, but don't force yourself to please us and let us know if you need to rest." "I will, Eko-chan," replied Izuku, who smiled reassuringly as he touched her cheek with his right hand. While Ochako tenderly placed her hands over his right hand, Kinoko and Ibara smiled at the two of them. As for Himiko, she had an impish grin on her face as she remembered that she had drunk some of Izuku's BLD, wanting to make Izuku feel good and avoid hurting himself further. Ochako gently pushed him down so that she would be on top. As Izuku lay on the futon, he had an idea and asked Ochako, "Do you want to try something different this time?" Curious, Ochako tilted her head and asked back, "How so?" Izuku blushed and bashfully explained, "Well, I did a bit of research on the internet and got some advice from certain people. There's this position called the reverse cowgirl." He then added, "You don't to do it if you don't want to." Realizing what Izuku was suggesting, and suspecting that both Sumimo and Nimuri had been giving him SXL advice, Ochako blushed and replied, "Well, we could try it out." She then turned around so that her back was facing Izuku before she leaned back and started rubbing his 𝗏𝗏 against her private part. As she rubbed his member against her vulva and 𝗓𝗧 with her legs wide apart, her private part became moist and filled with longing. As she was focused on pleasing Izuku, she never noticed that Ibara, Kinoko and Himiko were staring at the lewd scene she was making. Izuku did not want Ochako to do all the work, so he sat upright so that he could hug her from behind. Surprised by the hug, Ochako turned her attention to Izuku for a moment before she smiled at him while maintaining her current pace of rubbing herself against his member. Before long, her private part was ready for SC and she inserted his PP into herself. Izuku reached down to STMLT Ochako's 𝗓𝗧 with his right hand while his left arm remained wrapped around her waist. Waves of pleasure hit them both as Ochako started to move her hips. The two lowers' breathing quickened as they continued having a SC and were so absorbed into pleasuring one another that they failed to notice the three other girls, who became increasingly aroused by the very visible sight of Izuku's PP entering Ochako's 𝗏𝗏. Kinoko created a large matsutake mushroom so that she could pleasure herself with it. As for Ibara, she had a shameful expression on her face as she used one of her vines to pleasure herself with, using one hand to STMLT her own 𝗓𝗧. As the vine had short and blunt thorns, Ibara did not harm herself as the vine coiled and moved about in her 𝗏𝗏. In fact, the short and blunt thorns helped to increase the pleasure that she felt. Himiko then decided to make her move. She suddenly stepped forward towards Ochako and grinned at her before transforming into Izuku. Ochako and Izuku's eyes widened as they stared at the collared impostor of the boy, who then presented his irked PP for Ochako to SK on. Although Ochako knew that the impostor was actually Himiko Toga, she could not deny the fact that the impostor's PP was an exact copy of Izuku's own member. As such, she could not help but swallow nervously as she stared at the phallus presented before her. Izuku looked up at his impostor and asked, "Toga-sen, what are you doing?" Himiko grinned and explained, "I took some of your BL just now and decided to become you for a bit." While I understand your need for BLD and transforming into other people, why do you want to have 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵 as me of all things? Asked Izuku. Well, I've been getting curious about what it's like to have 𝐒𝐮 as a boy, explained Himiko, who then added, besides, it's either I get Ochako-chan to 𝐒𝐮 on this PP or I start railing your cute but hole with it. Izuku's face became pale while his butt cheeks tightened in response to Himiko's argument and said, fair enough. As unsure as he was with the idea of Himiko using his form to have 𝐒𝐮 with the girls of his 𝐒𝐮𝐻, he most definitely did not want to have his anus deflowered by a copy of his own PP of all things. The idea of his own imposters but was not an appealing option for him either. Although Ochako did not approve of Himiko using Izuku's form while having 𝐒𝐮, mostly because she felt it was too similar to cheating to her liking, she could understand Izuku's adamant refusal to get physically NTMT with his own imposter. As such, she had a sympathetically understanding smile as she accepted Izuku's reluctant decision. Taking his reply as an indirect permission, Izuku's imposter grinned at Ochako before pressing his member against her lips. In spite of herself, Ochako could not help but give in due to the familiar smell and heat of the said member. She soon started to suckle and lick the glands of the imposter's phallus. Himiko groaned in pleasure as she could feel Ochako's lips and tongue pleasuring the PP of her current form. As Ochako continued to pleasure Himiko, who had taken Izuku's form, the real Izuku felt a growing need to assert his place as Ochako's lover. He placed his hands onto her thighs so that he could move his hips aggressively with 1% of one for all activated. Ochako saw stars in her eyes as she could feel the real Izuku's phallus P&D against her womb while her mouth was filled with the undeniably manly taste of his imposter. I should be feeling guilty about this, but it feels so good, thought Ochako, who swayed her hips to feel even more pleasure from Izuku's 𝗏𝗏 while pleasuring his imposter's PP with more and suckles. Before long, all three of them and Ochako's eyes rolled back as she felt Izuku's hot seed fill her womb while his imposter filled her stomach with his own seed. Thoroughly exhausted yet satisfied, Ochako looked at the real Izuku and shamefully apologized. Sorry, Deku. It just felt really good. That's all right, replied Izuku, who then added, besides, all things considered, having Toga-san use my form while having 𝐒𝐮 isn't the worst thing that can happen. He then explained, I mean, she could have used Katsuki's form for one thing. If there was one person among Izuku's classmates whom he absolutely refused to share his HRM with, it would be Katsuki. It was one thing to let bygones be bygones, but letting his former tormentor have any of the girls from his HRM, especially Sumamo, Ochako, and Tsuyu, left a horribly bad taste in his mouth. Ochako shuddered in disgust as she admitted, yeah, him and Mineta are definitely worse. If she was being perfectly honest, even Mineta would have been more tolerable than Katsuki, who had been a horrible bully to Izuku. Himiko was a little miffed as she retorted, hey, even I won't do something that horrible. Besides, if I have their BLD, I'll be using it to ruin their reputations instead of having 𝐒𝐮 with you girls. So it's agreed that you will only use my BLD or the BLD of the girls in the HRM to transform while having section? Asked Izuku. Sure. I've no problem with that, replied Himiko, who gave Izuku a thumbs up. She then grinned and asked, that said, you mind if I borrow Ochako-chan for a bit while you have 𝐒𝐮 with another girl? You're going to have actual 𝐒𝐮 with her as me, aren't you? Asked Izuku. Yup, replied Himiko. Izuku sighed and replied, only if Ochako is okay with it. Wait, are you actually okay with Toga having 𝐒𝐮 with me or the other girls while she's using your form? Asked Ochako. She did not expect Izuku to be the type for open relationships in spite of having a HRM of girls for himself. Izuku blushed and admitted, to be honest, I didn't get upset or angry while seeing you 𝐶K on Himiko's fake PP for the lack of a better term. Instead, I got well turned on and competitive. Both Ochako and Himiko blinked while staring at Izuku before Himiko asked, you're not going to tell us that you might have some sort of cuckolding act, are you? Izuku waved his hand to dismiss the idea and explained, no, of course not. If I did, I wouldn't have insisted that Toga-san only uses either my BLD or the BLD of the girls in the HRM to transform while having section. Fair enough, but why are you okay with Toga using your form while having 𝐒𝐮 with us? Asked Ochako. Well, For starters, she's using my form, not some other man's form. Also, she's Toga-san, not some random stranger, explained Izuku, who then added, besides, it's not that like I don't know that you girls have been having AC with one another while I'm not available for you. Ochako blushed as she realized that Izuku had a point. As for Himiko, she had a wide grin on her face, which looked rather disturbing as she was still using Izuku's form, and quickly dragged Ochako away so that she could have her wicked way with her. While Ochako was being dragged away, she panicked and cried out, I didn't say that I was okay with it. Izuku uttered a silent prayer for Ochako and hoped that she would be all right with the former villainess. He then turned his attention to Kinoko and Ibra, who had unmistakable yearning expression on their faces. He then asked, so, which one of you would like to go first? I don't mind waiting for a while longer, said Ibra. She then turned her attention to Ochako, who had her arms crossed over her titi and was pouting angrily at Himiko, who had returned to her original form with an impressive swollen bump on the top of her head due to Ochako's retaliation to make her stop. While Himiko tried to placate Ochako and persuade her into having SEC with her while transformed as Izuku, Ibra smiled at the original Izuku and added, besides, I might be needed elsewhere. Izuku smiled gratefully and said, thank you, Ibra-chan. As Ibra went off to deal with Ochako and Himiko, probably with her vines involved, Kinoko tossed aside her mushroom and approached Izuku to ask, does your shoulder still hurt, Izuku-kun? A little, but it's nothing I can't handle, assured Izuku, who had a bright smile on his face. Kinoko smiled and approached him. She then lay next to him and said, you can take it slow and easy if you want. Appreciating Kinoko's concern, Izuku used the fingers of his right hand to 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 Kinoko's nether parts. Kinoko in pleasure as she could feel his warm fingers enter her private part and rub her sensitive parts. As Kinoko's 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 became wet, Izuku had an idea and said, Kinoko-chan, I want to try something. Let me know if it hurts. Although unsure of what Izuku was planning to do, Kinoko trusted him and nodded with a smile as she replied, sure thing, Izuku-kun. After hearing Kinoko's response, Izuku placed the middle and ring fingers of his right hand into her wet 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘. He then activated 1% of One for All and started fingering her with such intense speed and strength, and it almost looked like his right arm was vibrating. Kinoko's back arched due to the powerful waves of pleasure which rapidly erupted from her groin. Kinoko was certain that Izuku was going to ruin her 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘, but she did not care as she loved the sensation of getting finger-effed by him. The fact that Izuku could easily adjust the movements of his right hand and even 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘 Kinoko's 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟 with the palm of the said hand only made it more pleasurable for her. Oh god, yes. Your fingers are so good, cried Kinoko. Ding, I've got to try that myself, swore Himiko, who was currently in her original form. Himiko was also restrained and getting tentacle raped alongside with Ochako by Ibra's vines. Both Ibra and Ochako nodded in agreement with Himiko as they also wanted to feel the pleasure of getting fingered into blissful oblivion. In response to her own arousal, Ibra's vines started to move more vigorously to pleasure herself and the two other girls. Ochako and started to suckle on Ibra's teat while Himiko Ibra's 𝗬𝗓𝗧. In spite of her growing shame and realization that she was probably going to receive divine punishment at some point in her life, Ibra could not help but enjoy the feeling of dominating the two girls, especially Himiko, who was a former villainess and had just harmed Izuku a while ago. Due to the overwhelming pleasure, Kinoko quickly but Izuku did not stop fingering her. In fact, he fingered her with even greater intensity than before, causing her sensitive post-orgasmic body to suddenly have an overload of 𝗧𝗚𝗧𝗟𝗘. Kinoko's screams of pleasure could be heard throughout the girls' side of the dorms. Needless to say, the girls in the dorm blushed as they wondered what Izuku was doing to Kinoko. By the time Izuku was done fingering Kinoko, she was gasping for breath and had at least thrice in quick succession. She had a dopey grin on her face as her body continued to convulse in pleasure and thought, I'm so glad to be in this 𝗓𝗓𝗏. Realizing that Kinoko was out cold, Izuku scratched the back of his head with his left hand and asked, was my fingering really that good? Sumomo's mental image appeared in Izuku's mind and she had a dopey grin on her face as she mentally answered, oh, yes it was. Even Shimura-san could feel that fingering. Izuku blushed and mentally replied, I did not need to know that. I'm assuming that this is my turn now, yes? Asked Ibra, who was still pleasuring Ochako and Himiko with her vines. She had an increasingly lustful look in her eyes which contrasted from her normally pious nature. Izuku nodded and asked, "Do you want me to do anything in particular?" Ibra smiled and replied, "I want you to fill me with your seed while Uraraka-san and Toga-san watch us." She then bent down and raised her backside so that Izuku could have seen with her from behind and said, "Come, make this wayward lamb yours, Izuku." Izuku, whose PP was understandably irked after what he had done to Kaneko, gave Kaneko a quick but affectionate peck on the cheek before turning his attention to Ibra. He did not hesitate to insert his member into Ibra's wet womanhood. Ibra shivered in delight as his phallus filled the emptiness between her legs, and her smile widened as she saw Ochako and Himiko's eyes fill with longing for what Izuku was giving to her. As Izuku started to move his hips, Ibra's vines coiled and wriggled about inside Ochako and Himiko's. Both Ochako and Himiko struggled weakly to free themselves from the vines while Izuku continued to have *𝐶𝐶 with Ibra. Izuku then placed his right hand over Ibra's 𝐶𝐿TRS so that he could *SMLT it with his fingers, causing Ibra to mm in pleasure. Ibra her lips as she made her vines shift Ochako and Himiko closer together. Removing her vines from their Ibra then pressed the two girls' vulvae against one another. Full of yearning for pleasure, both Ochako and Himiko started to press and rub their private parts together. Himiko then transformed into Izuku and, after a moment of hesitation, Ochako willingly impaled herself onto the imposter's member. Ochako then swayed and rolled her hips so that she could feel the imposter's 𝗏𝗏 move about inside her sensitive womanhood. Although Ochako knew that Izuku was all right with her having *SEC with Himiko, who happened to be using his form, she still felt ashamed as she was basically having *SEC with his imposter right in front of him. In spite of her shame, she felt great pleasure in being filled by the imposter's phallus while Izuku kept watching them with rapt attention. As for Himiko, she had a blissful expression on her face as she was finally fulfilling her longing to have *SEC with Ochako while using Izuku's form. Izuku, who could see everything that was happening to both Himiko and Ochako, felt aroused and started to use 1% of one for all to pleasure Ibra. Ibra gasped as Izuku continued to SMLT both her 𝐶𝐿TRS and her 𝗏𝗏 with his quirk activated. She could even feel her womb getting by the hot glands of his pages. In response to her growing SXL urges, Ibra used her vines to grab Kaneko and start pleasuring her 𝗏𝗏 and 𝐶𝐿TRS. Surprised by the unexpected attack, Kaneko yelped in surprise and was soon brought to the front so that Izuku and Ibra could watch her get molested by the tentacle-like vines. Kaneko soon started as she could feel her tight 𝗏𝗏 get filled by one of Ibra's vines. The fact that her legs were spread apart and Izuku could see the vine enter her womanhood and even see the coiling bulge in her petite body only turned her on even more. "Oh Lord in heaven, please forgive this sinful wayward lamb for indulging in such lustful debauchery," cried Ibra, whose blissfully ecstatic expression did not match with her attempt to apologize to her deity. Inevitably, Izuku, which drove Ibra and the other three girls to 𝐶𝐿TRS as well. Ibra released the girls from her vines as she lay on the floor with her backside still sticking upwards. Himiko returned back to her original form and would have tried to embrace Ochako had she not felt so exhausted. Kaneko grinned happily as she enjoyed getting violated by Ibra's vines. As for Ochako, she hid her face behind her hands and thought, "Deku's going to think that I'm a slut for sure after this." Sumomo's mental image appeared in Ochako's mind and mentally consoled her, "If it makes you feel any better, he doesn't." Sumomo grinned cheekily and said, "In fact, he found it pretty hot." Although Ochako felt a bit better, since she was sure that Sumomo would not lie about Izuku's actual feelings, she still mentally whined, "Even so, it's so embarrassing." Since Izuku only ejaculated 3 times so far, he was still sexually active and thus decided to ease Ochako's obvious guilt and shame by having *SEC with her again after putting everyone else onto the futons. He approached Ochako and smiled kindly to her as he asked, "Ochako-chan, do you mind helping me put everyone else into bed? I'm still not fully satisfied yet and would like to have 𝐶𝐶 with you again." Although sore and sensitive, Ochako could not refuse Izuku's kind offer and readily accepted to help him put everyone else onto the futons with the aid of her gravity-nullifying quirk. After Himiko, 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 were comfortably laid down onto their futons and covered in blankets, and got an embrace on the cheek or forehead from Izuku. Izuku turned his attention to Ochako and hugged her as he spoke to her. "Don't feel bad about just now, Ochako-chan. I already told you and Toga-san that I'm all right with it as long as you agree to it." Ochako pouted as she took solace in his warm and loving embrace and said, "Even so, I shouldn't have given in so easily. I don't want you to think that I'm some loose girl who'll have SEC with just anyone." "And you're not, Ochako-chan," said Izuku, who then added, "You must be pretty exhausted. Let me be on top this time." Ochako smiled gratefully and said, "You don't have to use your quirk this time, Deku. I'm pretty sore and sensitive as it is." Izuku nodded and then gently placed Ochako onto an unused futon. He then started to lovingly tease her still wet womanhood with his fingers while he her on the lips. Ochako happily accepted the embrace and hugged him close as she gave in to the pleasure. The tender care which Izuku exuded even while consumed by lust affirmed Ochako's belief that he was an irreplaceable precious person. Not even Himiko's ability to perfectly replicate his form could compete with the real deal. Ochako could feel her body long for Izuku's seed and broke the embrace so that she could gaze longingly into his eyes and beg, "Deku, please mark me as yours." Izuku happily obliged and inserted his 𝗏𝗏 into her vagina. Ochako sighed in pleasure as she wrapped her arms and legs around Izuku, savoring every sensation that she felt from his love towards her. Although she knew that she was a part of a large harem which might grow even more in the future, she could not help but feel possessive as she held him close. She was among the first few people who felt genuine romantic affection or even love towards Izuku, and she was determined to remind everyone of that fact. Turned on by her loving yet possessive gaze, Izuku her passionately, which she happily reciprocated. Since her body was sensitive, she soon and Izuku stopped moving to enjoy the sensation of her tightening womanhood. However, he did not 𝗂𝐿MX as he needed more ⟨ to 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 for the fourth time. She soon let go of him and apologized, "Sorry, Deku?" Izuku petted her cheek affectionately and said, "That's all right. Even I can tell that you're sore, sensitive and tired. Get some sleep and we can have a go again after you recover, all right?" Ochako hummed contentedly and replied, "That sounds like a wonderful idea, Deku." She soon fell asleep. Izuku made sure Ochako was comfortable, was wearing her mittens and had a soft blanket to keep her warm. He then mentally asked 𝗏𝗏𝗡, "𝗏𝗏𝗡, do you want to come out? It's been a while after all." "I'd love to, but I'm too liquefied by pleasure to even do much at this point," replied 𝗏𝗏𝗡, who then added, "I can contact one of the girls in the dorm to come up and satisfy you though. Then please let Kyuka-chan and Mei-chan know that I'm available for them tonight," instructed Izuku, who blushed as he added, "Knowing Kyuka-chan's hearing, she probably heard everything when I fingered Kinoko-chan just now, so it'll probably be a good idea to make up to her." 𝗏𝗏𝗡 had a cheeky grin as she corrected Izuku, "It's not just her. Everyone in this side of the dorm heard Kinoko-chan's screams just now." Izuku sighed as he knew that he had some explaining to do. A short while later, "You know, I have the distinct feeling that you're becoming utterly insatiable, Midori," said Kyuka, who had a blush on her deadpan expression. Kyuka was in the same bedroom with Shuko and Momo and was in fact in the middle of having AC with them when 𝗏𝗏𝗡 mentally requested her to come to the common room to satisfy Izuku. Izuku smiled bashfully and replied, "In my defense, I did not expect my fingers to be that good in pleasuring someone." Mei grinned and said, "Mind if you do the fingering to me? I want to know what it feels like, and who knows, it might even give me some ideas on some new babies." Mei, together with Melissa, was in the middle of testing a new SEC toy that they had just invented when 𝗏𝗏𝗡 gave Mei the same request that she had already given to Kyuka. Izuku turned his attention to Kyuka and asked, "Do you mind if she goes first?" Kyuka grinned and suggested, "Why don't you finger her while I give you some handling of my own? I'm sure that your friend down there would like that." "That's a pretty good idea actually," replied Izuku, who had a bright smile on his blushing face. Embarrassed by Izuku's bright smile, Kyuka blushed and looked away while muttering, "He's still so gosh darned pure-hearted." Mei lay onto an unused futon and eagerly waited for Izuku to finger her. Since her private part was already wet, as she had been testing on a mechanical tentacle SEC toy together with Melissa not too long ago, Izuku did not hesitate to put the middle and ring fingers of his right hand into her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗓. He activated 1% of one for all and started fingering her like how he had fingered Kinoko. Mei's eyes opened wide and her toes curled as she felt intense waves of pleasure wash over her in rapid succession. She then arched her back as she yelled, "Oh my god! Your fingers are so good!" 𝗬𝗓, who wanted to see Izuku finger Mei before making her own move, blushed as she thought, "Ding, no wonder Kinoko screamed so much just now. He's bloody good at this." 𝗬𝗓 swallowed her spit before she stepped forward to hug Izuku from behind. She then stroked Izuku's 𝗧𝗱𝗃 with her hands and even inserted the tip of one of her earjacks into Izuku's urethral opening. Izuku groaned as he could feel 𝗬𝗓's hands slide his 𝗧𝗃 member while her earjack sent waves of vibrations into the glands of his pages. Smirking at the reaction she got from Izuku, 𝗬𝗓 then coiled her remaining earjack around Mei's right BRST and pressed the tip of her earjack onto the NPL before making it vibrate strongly. Mei clenched her teeth as she was assaulted by not only Izuku's fingering but also 𝗬𝗓's vibrating earjack. Izuku then passionately Mei on the lips and she happily swapped saliva with him. Unable to bear the growing pleasure, Mei and Izuku both his 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 oozed out from around the vibrating tip of 𝗬𝗓's earjack which was still inserted into his member. As for Mei, she was gasping for breath after the intense ℔𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. As she recovered, she grinned at Izuku and said, "Izuku, those fingers of yours have given me an idea for a new baby." 𝗬𝗓 stared at Izuku's seed which had stained her hands and one of her earjacks. Pulling out the tip of her earjack from Izuku's PP, she stared at the sticky 𝗔𝗚𝗏𝗏 that covered it before taking a taste. She winced at the strong taste of Izuku's seed and had to mentally ask, how in the world do some of the girls stand the taste? "Some girls just like it strong, I guess," stated Sumomo, who had been in enough hosts to know that some loved the strong taste of fresh 𝗔𝗏𝗏 while others were more neutral about it or even disliked it. After a bit of rest to recover, Mei grinned at 𝗬𝗓 before she sat up to clean the 𝗔𝗏𝗏𝗏 off her hand and Izuku's member. 𝗬𝗓 blushed as Mei and onto her fingers before doing the same to Izuku's pages. Due to Mei's cleaning, Izuku's PP became irked again. 𝗬𝗓 had a deadpan expression on her blushing face as she asked, "Seriously, how many more times do we have to milk you dry before you're finally satisfied?" "Well, I'm not complaining," said Mei, who then said, "I want to have more of Izuku's baby-making juice before calling it a night." "Hold up a minute," said 𝗬𝗓, who then explained, "I didn't get to come just now, you know." "Then how about you ride on his PP while I sit on his face?" suggested Mei. "I can work with that," agreed 𝗬𝗓 before she turned her attention to Izuku. Izuku nodded before he lay down so that Mei could position herself over his mouth while 𝗬𝗓 pressed her labia against the tip of his phallus. 𝗬𝗓 then lowered herself so that his 𝗧𝗱𝗃 could enter her 𝗧𝗏𝗏 while Izuku held onto Mei's thighs so that he could embrace, SCK and lick her private part. Mei bit her lower lip as she enjoyed the sensation of Izuku's lips and tongue on her nether part while 𝗬𝗓 rolled and swayed her hips to better indulge in the pleasurable sensation of being filled by his member. She then noticed Mei's large melons which swayed freely about and decided to do something about them. Just like before, she coiled an earjack around each BRST and then pressed the vibrating tips against her nipples. Mei shuddered in pleasure as the vibrating earjacks caused her to experience greater pleasure than before. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗓 felt someone grope her melons from behind. Yelping in surprise, 𝗬𝗓 turned around to see Kinoko grinning at her impishly as she spoke to her. "I didn't want to miss the chance of having a taste of Izuku's shroom milk." 𝗬𝗓 could not help but as Kinoko started to tease her nipples. Although Izuku could not see 𝗬𝗓's reaction, he could certainly hear her soft and feel her 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 tighten around his 𝗧𝗱𝗏𝗏. Stimulated by what he was hearing and feeling, he started to move his hips to match 𝗬𝗓's own movements. 𝗬𝗓's 𝗔𝗏𝗏𝗏 grew louder as Kinoko began to ℔𝗏𝗏𝗏 her 𝗔𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 with one hand. It did not take long for 𝗬𝗓 and Izuku to ℔𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 at the same time. 𝗬𝗓 was barely able to pull herself off Izuku's member, as well as uncoil her earjacks from Mei's melons, when Kinoko started to greedily lick her private part to lap up the ℔𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗬𝗓 covered her blushing face with her arms as she shuddered from the sensations caused by Kinoko's eager lips and tongue. As for Izuku, he soon felt Mei bend down so that she could lick and 𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 his 𝗧𝗏𝗏covered member. In spite of himself, Izuku felt his pee-pee become irked again as she continued to pleasure his member. His hold on her thighs tightened as he her nether part with increased urgency. Mei soon had another orgasm and passed out from the pleasure. Izuku pushed Mei off his face and as he regained his breath. He then noticed Kinoko grinning at him as she approached him. He was sure that she wanted to have 𝗧 with him or at least give him a blow job, but she unexpectedly sat down next to him and asked, "How are you feeling, Izuku?" A little tired and sore, but nothing that a good night's sleep, and Izuku had a pained expression on his face as he continued, "Quick visit to Recovery Girl can't fix." He just knew that Recovery Girls was going to whack him on the shin or head with her walking stick, again. Kinoko giggled and said, "If you need to, we can all eat a night tonight. I can always enjoy your delicious mushroom later this coming week." "Well, I could use a break and I do need to visit Recovery Girl tomorrow," admitted Izuku, who had a sheepish smile on his face. "Then let's get everyone into bed then. I'm calling dibs for a spot in your arms tonight," said Kinoko. Izuku chuckled and, after making sure that everyone else was comfortable, allowed Kinoko to sleep in his arms that night. Needless to say, she enjoyed sleeping in his arms and looked forward to having proper 𝗧 with him. The following day, both Izuku and Himiko rubbed their sore heads as 𝗓𝗏 had angrily thwacked them on the heads for what had happened last night. Although 𝗓𝗏 had agreed to heal Izuku's bitten shoulder, she demanded the both of them to take part in special lesson on drawing BLD with medical syringes. Neither Izuku nor Himiko disagreed with 𝗓𝗏's decision, as it would make getting BLD for Himiko a lot easier and safer. Since the both of them were taking different classes, quirk training for Izuku and supplementary lessons for Himiko, they had to part ways. Himiko grinned at Izuku and said, "Try not to get hurt out there, Deku baby. I'm the only one who's allowed to make you bleed." Aware that Himiko had started to change for the better, Izuku smiled and replied, "Try not to hurt anyone, including the people who will probably try to step all over you because of your past." Himiko's grin widened as she spoke, "No promises, especially if they try to get physical with me." While Izuku made his way to one of the training grounds in 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃 High School, Himiko skipped cheerfully to her supplementary lesson venue. While making her way to her supplementary lesson, she saw the students of Class 1B. Recognizing the girls from the class, she greeted them, "Hey girls, your whole class is training too." Itsuka nodded and said, "Class 1A and Class 1B will be using different training grounds today." She then smacked Nito on the head to prevent him from saying anything disparaging towards Class 1A. The last thing Itsuka wanted was Himiko doing something bad to him, even if he deserved it. Himiko hummed in response before she got an idea and asked, "Say, tomorrow is a Sunday, right?" "Yes, but I don't see why it is relevant to you since you can't leave the school premises," replied Itsuka. "I might not be able to leave at all, but the same can't be said about Deku baby of you girls, right?" said Himiko. Itsuka raised an eyebrow and said, "True, but I don't think we will have any time for day-long dates since the provisional license exam is only a few weeks away." A few of Itsuka's male classmates got jealous as they knew that the girls in Class 1B were planning to date a certain green-haired boy from Class 1A. "Huh, that's got to 𝗧𝗏𝗃," said Himiko. "It totally does," agreed Yui. "But there has to be something you girls and Deku baby can do, right? I mean, I got crazy because I never got my release back then, and I'm sure all of you could use a release too," said Himiko. While the comparison is rather extreme, Toga-san does have a point. "We could use a change in routine to relieve ourselves of the stress that we're forced to endure even as we speak," said Reiko. "Why don't we discuss about it with Midnight Sensei later tonight? I'm sure she'll be happy to offer some suggestions," suggested Setsuna. "Knowing her, she'll suggest us to visit some romantic place for a date or even a LVHDL," said Itsuka, who had a deadpan expression on her face. A tall boy with a beastly appearance and covered in shaggy brown hair adjusted his rectangular spectacles and said, "Pardon me for interrupting, but aren't we supposed to attend our training session? We shouldn't be late for class after all." He then glared at Himiko and added, "Or waste time associating with a murderous villainess." Himiko's eyebrow twitched as she glared at the beastly boy named Shishida Juruta and growled, "I don't remember trying to stab any furball lately, so what's your problem?" My problem is that you're far too easily accepted by both Izuku and the girls of his Harem, including my own classmates, said 𝗔𝗓𝗧, who then rhetorically asked, need I remind you that they all suffered because of both you and your former associates? He then started to grow in size as he growled menacingly at 𝗏𝗏𝗄, we have already lost one great heroine because the League of Villains attacked us during summer camp, never mind all the other people who could have died during that attack, including Midoriya Izuku, whom you tried to murder soon after he had literally broken himself to protect Izumi Kuda from Muscular, who is a former associate of yours. Taken aback by 𝗔𝗓𝗧's angry rant, and realizing that he had a point, 𝗏𝗏𝗄 averted her eyes as she knew that she had no right to deny the truth of his words. Nothing short of admitting that she had experienced Izuku's memories firsthand would help her case, and she knew that she could not say a word about it. That's enough. Beast of Revelation, said Ibra, who placed her hand onto his shoulder. She then said, while I understand that you have every reason to distrust her, the information which she gave to Nezu has helped the heroes to capture many of her former associates. But can she actually be trusted? She betrayed her former associates after all, argued a pale-skinned boy with angular eyes, mid-length spiked beige hair and exposed teeth which gave him a skull-like appearance named Hananuki Juzo. Yeah, who's to say she won't end up betraying everyone who's dumb enough to trust her after hearing her sob story, yelled a tall and slender boy with pale yellow-green skin, a bright fluffy green mohawk, dark green eyes and an insectoid head with two hooked blades jutting out of his cheeks named Kamakiri Tagaru. 𝗏𝗏𝗄's eyes darkened into a vicious glare as she growled at Tagaru, I may be a lot of things but I didn't lie about my past, you oversized insect? Insulted by the nickname, Tagaru was about to argue back when Itsuka raised her hand to block him and say, enough. I understand that you boys have every reason not to trust her and, honestly, we girls didn't trust her either at first. However, Nezu had seen fit to trust her enough to put her on probation as a student of Class 1A instead of sending her straight to prison. At the very least, keep that in mind before making any judgments about her. Although unhappy by the fact that Itsuka was defending 𝗏𝗏𝗄, whom even Nezu admitted had psychopathic tendencies to say the least, Tagaru could not argue against Itsuka's undeniable statement and backed down. Itsuka sighed and said, come on, we're getting late for training as it is. As the students of Class 1B walked past 𝗏𝗏𝗄, who hung her head low, Itsuka placed her hand onto her shoulder and said, please forgive those three. They have a lot of reasons not to trust you and far too few reasons to change their minds about it. Mentally, she added, I know that this is strong, especially since we can't say anything about the HRM plan or Sumomo-chan, but please know that you're not alone. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 received Itsuka's mental message through Sumomo and nodded as she softly replied, I understand, Itsuka-chan. As Itsuka left 𝗏𝗏𝗄 behind, she could not help but notice that 𝗏𝗏𝗄 was close to shedding tears of sheer frustration. Later that evening, Nemuri grinned at Izuku, the girls of Dorm 1A and the girls of Class 1B as she spoke, good news everyone. Nezu-sensei has seen fit to let me give you all a special class tomorrow. Isn't tomorrow supposed to be our break day? Asked Itsuka, who had wanted to discuss with Nemuri about making plans to relax on the following day, which was a Sunday. True, but I can assure you that tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun and best of all, we don't even need to leave the school grounds, replied Nemuri. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 perked up after hearing Nemuri's statement. She had been feeling a bit down after the recent confrontation with the boys from Class 1B and she could use a fun distraction even if it did not involve stabbing something or having section. Momo raised her hand and said, while I'm all for having a break to relax, but what exactly do you have in mind? Some of us might have plans that involve leaving the school grounds after all. Tsuyu nodded in agreement with Momo as she had planned to visit her parents and younger siblings the following day. Also, please don't say it's another mass org. I'm already having plenty of SEC as it is, so I could use a different kind of activity this time, said Izuku. As much as he enjoyed having SEC with the girls in his HRM, he wanted to enjoy a different kind of fun activity. Nemuri grinned and said, well, any explanation later. Izuku rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, spending a whole day relaxing at the flood zone in the U with food, drinks, beach ball and even portable toilets provided. That's right, confirmed Nemuri, who then added, and the best part is that we can make it a temporary nudist beach. Mina quickly raised her hand and excitedly said, "I'm all for it." "Same here," said Setsuna, who was just as excited as Mina. "It certainly sounds fun, Karo," said Tsuyu, who made a mental note to contact her parents about a possible change of plans. Although she loved her family and knew that she should spend time with them, the appeal of spending a whole day at the flood zone of the USJ with Izuku and the other girls was too tempting to brush aside. Besides, she could always visit her family on the following week, and she knew that her parents and siblings had not planned anything special in particular. "How did you manage to convince 13-sensei to let you have free access to the USJ?" asked Ochako. "Well, let's just say that convincing her involved making a deal with her," said Nomuri. "You didn't try to get her to join the HRM, did you?" asked Kyuka. "Nah, I just convinced her that she needed to relax and have some fun. After the whole Kamino incident a few weeks ago, she could use a break herself," said Nomuri. "Wait, I thought you said that it was going to be a nudist beach," said Izuku. "I certainly did," confirmed Nomuri, who had a grin on her face. "Wait, does that mean that she wants to go naked at the USJ too?" asked Izuku, who had a blush on his face. Ochako was equally shocked as she realized that Shed would soon be seeing her favorite pro-heroine completely naked. "Pretty much," confirmed Nomuri. "I wonder what she looks like," wondered Toru, who had never seen 13 without her spacesuit-themed hero costume. "You'll find out when we see her tomorrow," said Nomuri. Won't she be embarrassed about being seen naked?" asked Pony. "On the contrary, she's actually a bit of a nudist like me. The only reason why she wears that costume is because she needs it to safely use her quirk. Don't forget, her quirk can be incredibly dangerous if used wrongly, and she refuses to let it accidentally harm anyone," explained Nomuri. "Has she ever accidentally harmed anyone with her quirk before?" asked Shuko, who was feeling a bit curious. "She almost did a number of times, hence why she always emphasizes on the importance of proper quirk usage to prevent tragedies from happening," answered Nomuri. "Speaking about costumes, I wonder if she'll be all right with us helping out to improve it," wondered Melissa. "I can think of a few ideas to improve her costume," said May, who then started to brainstorm with Melissa. Although May was undoubtedly full of crazy ideas, there was no denying that she could think of concepts that not even Melissa had thought of before. Izuku smiled as he looked forward to spending time at the flood zone of the USJ with the girls of his HA. "By the way, I want you all to refrain from having SEC tonight. I want Izuku to be fully loaded tomorrow," instructed Nomuri, who her lips in eager anticipation. Shuko, Momo, Pony, and Itsuka pouted as they had wanted to have their turn with Izuku that night. That said, they knew that they could have AC with him on the following day, so they were not too upset about it. "Wait, if we're supposed to refrain from having SEC tonight, then what are you planning to do for tonight's class?" asked Izuku. "Well, I've been thinking of a few ways to spice up our SEC lives and would like to discuss about them with all of you tonight," explained Nomuri. Curious, Pony asked, "What do you mean by spice up, Nomuri-nichan?" "It means that she wants to try out different kinds of stuff while having AC," explained Yui. "Like what exactly though?" asked Toru. "Well, role-playing is a good start," said Nomuri. "You mean like me role-playing as a villain who has decided to RP Deku baby in front of Ochako-chan while using her form?" asked Himiko, who was disturbingly excited by the idea. An awkward moment of silence passed before Nomuri replied, "Well, that's certainly one idea to consider if nothing else." Suddenly, Sumimo brainjacked Ochako and then suggested, "Why not make a scenario in which I, Sumimo, have successfully enslaved all of you girls and have turned Izuku into a villain who only thinks about raping all of you?" Another awkward moment of silence passed before Himiko gave brainjacked Ochako, BJ Ochako, a thumbs up and said, "Nice idea, Sumimo-chan." BJ Ochako grinned at Himiko and gave her a thumbs up in return. Toru leaned towards Kyuka and whispered, "Is it just me, or are villainesses obsessed with ARP fantasies? Let's just be glad that those two are merely indulging in role-playing instead of committing actual RPE," said Kyuka, who sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose in sheer exasperation. "Excuse me," said Pony. "Do you have a role-play idea in mind?" asked Nomuri, who hoped that Pony would have a less rape-each idea. Pony blushed as she answered, "Well, I was wondering if Izu-chan can role-play as a farmer while the girls role-play as farm animals." Nomuri smiled and replied, "That's actually a pretty cute idea, Pony." "Ah, really?" asked Pony. "Why, yes. It'll be the perfect opportunity to wear cute animal costumes, plus RTC tail plugs, and have some fun," said Nomiuri. "Why settle for RTC tail plugs when we can create mechanized tails that can actually move like a natural tail?" asked Mei, whose eyes were gleaming with inspiration. "Can you actually make those?" asked Izuku. Melissa nodded and explained, "We will need the correct materials to create mechanical tails and ears that move naturally in response to brain waves, but compared to something like the full gauntlet 𝗏𝐾2 that Hatsum-san and I are still working on, they're a lot easier to make." "Does that mean that you two girls can make a fully functional alien suit?" asked Mina, who seemed excited about something. "Are you seriously suggesting that we roleplay as aliens who have abducted Midori?" asked Kyuka. Mina had a sheepish grin on her face as she explained, "Well, it's more like Midori role-playing as a special kind of xenomorph which goes around raping girls to impregnate them with his alien seed." A moment of silence passed before Nomiuri spoke to Mina with a deadpan expression on her face. "Considering your first choice of hero name, I'm not as surprised as I probably should be." Mina laughed sheepishly, which proved to be infectious as everyone else soon laughed together with her. "Well, if we're talking about role-playing, should we consider a scenario in which I'm a hero being seduced by a villainess?" asked Izuku. "That's a nice idea too," said Midnight, who her lips while imagining herself as a perverted villainess having her wicked way with the pro-hero, Deku. "If we're talking about role-playing as a villain, why not have Deku Baby act as a villain who heroines?" suggested Himiko. "That's certainly something to consider," said BJ Ochako. Mentally, Sumimo added, "It could be a good outlet for whatever frustrations Izuku still has." The real Ochako, who was currently stuck inside her own mind, nodded in agreement with Sumimo. After what had happened due to Izuku sharing his memories with Himiko, letting him vent out his frustrations would be undoubtedly beneficial for him as long as everyone agreed to obey the necessary limitations. In the end, it was agreed that Pony's role-playing idea would be implemented first while the other more rape-y ideas were put aside for the time being. The following day, it was a hot and sunny Sunday morning, and Izuku, along with the girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B, had gathered at the entrance of the USJ. Nomiuri, who was dressed in her casual clothes, grinned as she led them to the flood zone of the USJ. They soon met a slender woman with jet-black skin, purple eyes, dark gray hair and eyebrows, and a magenta-purple stripe that ran across her nose. Her skin color reminded the girls of Class 1B of Shanghai. It should be noted that the black-skinned woman was completely naked and was reclining on a deck chair under a parasol. Izuku blushed as he could see her magenta-colored nipples. Smiling impishly at Nomiuri and the students who had followed her, the black-skinned woman said, "So, you really brought the girls and Izuku to this place, Kayama-san? And they all know that this is supposed to be a nudist beach?" 13, said Nomiuri. "Wait, that's 13, yelled Izuku and Ochako, who could not believe that such a slender woman wore a bulky hero costume. Giggling at Izuku and Ochako's reactions, the black-skinned woman, who was actually 13, explained, "The vortexes that I create with my quirk can get out of control if I leave them active for too long. That's why I need my suit when I work as a hero." "Just how out of control can they get?" asked Izuku. "Well, they can end up in objects from unexpected directions or start to literally SCK in everything around them," explained 13. "So does that mean that your suit not only helps you to keep the vortexes contained but also act as funnels to limit the range of things they can SCK in?" asked Izuku. "Pretty much," confirmed 13. "That suit's really cool," said Izuku, who had a grin on his face. 13 gazed upon Izuku's bright smile and then turned her attention to Nomiuri to say, "I can see now why you find him adorable." "Oh, he's more than just adorable," said Nomiuri, who then guided the students to the makeshift changing rooms where they could undress themselves. It should be noted that it was a technically mixed changing room as Izuku removed his clothes along with all the girls in his harem, including Nomiuri. By the time they were done changing, everyone was basically naked. Himiko still had her collar on as she was not allowed to take it off, but at least it was completely waterproof. 13 took a good look at Izuku, who was blushing bashfully, and uttered, "Oh my." She then turned her attention to Nomiuri to say, "No wonder you wanted to have a see with him so badly." Although 13 had dark skin, Izuku and the girls in his harem could see her slight blush, which was magenta in color. Nomiuri, who stood proudly naked, grinned at 13 and said, "Girl, you haven't seen nothing yet?" Mentally she added, "And soon, you and a few other heroines will have a good look at what this stud can do." Izuku and some of the girls in his harem, namely Ochako, Mina, Melissa, Setsuna and Pony, were having fun playing with a beach ball at the flood zone of the USJ, which had been converted into a sandy beach. The other girls opted to either swim in the water and play on the water slide or simply relax on the deck chairs while sipping cool drinks. Used to being seen naked by the girls in his harem, Izuku did not particularly care that his 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 genitalia was fully exposed for them to see. Not even 13's inquisitive gaze bothered him that much after a while. "Midoriya-kun's certainly a lot more developed than I have expected," said 13 as she observed his muscular body and well-endowed private part. "He's also an incredible lover in bed," added Nemuri, who opted to relax on a deck chair along with 13. "You did tell him that you've decided to invite a few of your associates to this makeshift getaway, right?" asked 13. Nemuri smirked as she replied, "And spoil the surprise." "I think not." Well aware of Nemuri's habits, 13 sighed and thought, knowing her, she probably forgets to tell them that Midoriya-kun's here too. As she looked at Izuku, who was laughing while playing a sport which made him show off his young and well-developed body, 13 was willing to admit to herself, "Though I'm willing to bet that at least some of them will appreciate the view too." While 13 was undoubtedly a professional heroine who was dedicated to help people, she was also ultimately a human being like everyone else with her own needs, and it was therefore not surprising that she thought to herself, "When was the last time I had a good lay?" Her legs started to rub together as increasingly lewd thoughts filled her mind until she realized that she was basically imagining herself having sex with Izuku. Blushing in embarrassment, she shook her head vigorously and berated herself, "He's one of my students, for heaven's sake." Noticing 13's reaction to gazing upon Izuku's naked body, Nemuri smirked as she mentally spoke to Sumamo. "So, what are the chances that we can get 13-chan to join in the fun?" Sumamo's mental image rubbed her hands together like a Saturday cartoon villain as she grinned and replied, "Outlook seems pretty good so far." Meanwhile, Izuku accidentally hit the ball too strong and caused it fall into the water, so he said, "I'll go get it." As Izuku got into the water and swam towards the ball, he failed to notice a familiar shape swimming towards him from below. Suddenly, he felt something long wrap around his member and yelped in surprise. He looked down and realized that Tsuyu was in the water and was planning to pleasure him with her mouth and tongue. Blushing in embarrassment, he whispered, "Hey, what are you doing?" Since Tsuyu was part frog due to her quirk, she could stay underwater much longer than a normal person. This meant that she could easily give Izuku an underwater without needing to rise to the surface anytime soon. In spite of himself, Izuku shuddered in pleasure as Tsuyu proceeded to pleasure his member with her mouth and tongue. His face was blushing furiously as he tried to hide the embarrassing fact that Tsuyu was making advantage of his vulnerably NDE state in the water. The last thing he wanted was 13 realizing that he was being sexually assaulted by Tsuyu. Back at the beach, the girls whom Izuku had played beach ball with raised their eyebrows at the odd sight of Izuku suddenly stopping in mid-swim. Suddenly, Ochako realized something and blushed as she spoke to the other girls in her current group. "Tsuyu-chan's in the water." Mina blinked in surprise before she grinned and said, "Well, that explains a couple of things." Pony pouted and muttered, "It's supposed to be my turn." Setsuna grinned at Pony and wiggled her eyebrows as she suggested, "Then we should rescue him." Pony was confused for a moment before she grinned and nodded in agreement with Setsuna. She detached one horn so that she could ride on it and fly towards Izuku while Setsuna separated her feet from the rest of her body so that she could do the same. Izuku was close to when he suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around his. Surprised, he turned around to see Setsuna's grinning face before she suddenly pulled him out of the water with Pony's help to take him to who knows where. Unwilling to let go, Tsuyu held onto Izuku and was dragged out of the water along with him. Needless to say, everyone saw her clinging into Izuku, which confirmed Ochako's suspicions. 13 gaped in wide-eyed shock as she saw Setsuna and Pony drag both Izuku and Tsuyu out of the water and into the air. She could also clearly see that Tsuyu's arms were tightly wrapped around his waist and that she was clearly onto his pages. Her face had a full magenta blush which seemed to be glowing as she thought, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘. Unlike 13, who was shocked by the spectacle, Nemuri had a grin on her face as she spoke her thoughts aloud. Nice. Momo, Kyuka, Shuko, Ibra and Kinoko, who were all relaxing on the beach with Nemuri and 13, could not help but blush and nod in agreement with Nemuri. Mei was also relaxing on the beach with them, but she was fast asleep and thus was blissfully unaware of what was going on. Suddenly, someone shouted, WTF? Surprised, everyone turned their attention towards the unexpected newcomers. Izuku's face was stuck between turning pale as a sheet and red as a tomato as he realized that he had just been seen naked, with his pee-pee in Tsuyu's mouth no less, by 4 pro-heroines whom he quickly recognized. The one who shouted was a voluptuous young woman with voluminous cream blonde hair and purple eyes with wild pupils named Takayama Yu, who was also known as Mount Lady. Right behind the gaping young woman were 3 other women who were part of a hero team known as the Wild Wild Pussycats, the very same hero team responsible for training Class 1A and Class 1B during summer camp. Susaki Shino, who was also known as Mandalay, had brown eyes and red hair shaped into 3 bangs. She stared at Izuku, who was responsible for both saving her cousin, a young boy named Izumi Kuda, from Muscular during the villain attack at summer camp and restoring the Kuda's faith in heroes, in shock. Sachikawa Ryuko, who was also known as Pixie Bob, had blue eyes and blonde hair which was mostly combed back except for her bangs on the right side of her head. She was uncertain if she should be shocked or jealous as she stared at Tsuyu, whose mouth was firmly latched onto Izuku's 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Shiratoko Tomoko, who was also known as Ragdoll, had long emerald green hair and large round yellow eyes. She was so surprised by what she was seeing that she had forgotten feeling down over the recent loss of her quirk. Mei, who was asleep earlier, woke up due to Yu's yell and rubbed her sleepy eyes as she asked, "What did I miss?" Nemuri chuckled awkwardly while Sumomo's mental image inside of her mind smiled sheepishly and said, "Well, this got awkward real fast." A very awkward moment later, Shino sighed after she heard Nemuri's explanation about her plan to surprise everyone and asked, "So, to put it simply, you did not tell us that Midoriya-kun would be here while he and his HRM of every girl from both Class 1A and Class 1B, 2 girls from the support department and even a former villainess were not informed that we would be coming, correct?" "That's pretty much it," confirmed Nemuri. "Care to tell us how he managed to get a HRM?" asked Yu, who could not help but steal glances at Izuku, who was using both hands to hide his still stiff 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Nemuri grinned and gave a brief answer. "Well, to put a long story short, Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan had been in love with Izuku even before the summer camp and decided to tell him their feelings after the said camp. Things quickly escalated after that. Considering the size of his HRM and some of the girls in the said HRM, quickly is an understatement," said Shino, who had a deadpan expression on her face. Ryuko drooled as she stared at Izuku's toned muscular body and his hidden 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Unable to bear the longing any longer, she quickly stripped off her clothes and yelled, "Screw waiting until he graduates. I want a piece of that delicious man meat right now." Like a mouse. Realizing that a tiger was chasing after it, Izuku ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. However, Ryuko created a wall of earth and sand to block his path. She then ran towards Izuku with the intention of claiming him as her lover. Thankfully, Shino stopped her by smacking the back of her head and admonishing her, "Ryuko, behave yourself." Glaring at Shino, Ryuko argued, "Come on, it's not like he's an innocent version. Hell, his classmate was his PP when we arrived." Shino blushed at the memory of seeing Izuku's PP as she argued back, "That is still no excuse to forcing yourself onto him, Ryuko. At the very least, you should let him have the chance to know you properly before making a move on him." Ryuko pouted as she crossed her arms over her naked melons and said, "Fine." Tomoko giggled at Shino and Ryuko as she spoke to them. "Still, you have to agree that Midoriya-kun is bigger than we expected." Both Ryuko and Shino blushed as they recalled the time when Izuku came to them while dressed in only a bath towel that was wrapped around his waist after saving Shino's Kuda from a fall at the hot springs of the summer camp. As concerned as they were about Kuda, as well as the heavy topic of Kuda losing his parents at a young age, they never gave Izuku's state of dress much thought at the time. You rubbed her chin as she added, strong to believe that the scrawny kid who risked his life to save his classmate from that sludge villain managed to turn into such a 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 beefcake? Mentally, she thought, sure wish I had him instead of that perverted midget as an intern. A noticeable blush appeared on her face as she thought about teasing or even seducing Izuku. Nomiuri-san's unprofessional shenanigans aside, do you all still wish to enjoy yourselves today? Asked 13. Ryuko grinned and gave 13 a thumbs up as she replied, of course. Anything to enjoy the eye candy. Her lecherous leer caused a chill to run up Izuku's spine. Shino sighed and said, well, since we're all already here, we might as well as enjoy this nudist beach. She then blushed as she thought to herself, and I do want to thank Midoriya-kun properly for saving Kuda's life. Given the circumstances of the summer camp attack and the Kamino incident, she hardly had any time to rest, let alone properly thank Izuku for saving Kuda. You grinned and said, well, I'm all for having a relaxing day at the beach in the end. Then it's settled, said Nomiuri, who clapped her hands together and said, please leave your clothes in the designated changing room and enjoy yourselves. 13 turned her attention to Tsuyu and asked, speaking about enjoying yourselves, care to explain about what you were doing to Midoriya-kun just now? Tsuyu blushed and admitted, I was swimming in the water when I saw Izuchan swimming to get the beach ball. I kind of wanted to tease him a bit. Setsuna raised an eyebrow and had to say, tease him a bit. You were practically onto his PP like a leech. Plus it's supposed to be my turn today, said Pony, who then slapped her hands onto her mouth as she realized what she had just said. An awkward moment of silence passed before Shino asked, what does she mean by her turn? Well, since Izuku has a pretty big Harem, the girls have set up a schedule so that each girl has a chance to have her turn, explained Nomiuri. I suppose that makes sense, said Shino, who then added, still, I never expected the rumors of Izuku having a harem to be true. Izuku, who was aware that rumors of his harem had started to spread beyond the school grounds, smiled bashfully as he scratched the back of his head with one hand and spoke to Shino. In my defense, I never expected so many girls to develop a genuine interest in me, let alone be so willing to share. Willing to believe Izuku's statement, Shino said, well, you're certainly full of surprises. She then smiled as she bowed to him and said, also, I wish to properly thank you for saving Kuda's life and restoring his faith in heroes. You're welcome, Mandalay-san, said Izuku. Please, call me Shino-san when we're not in public. You've earned that right after everything you have done at summer camp, said Shino. How is Kuda-kun doing, by the way? Asked Izuku. He's doing well, answered Shino, who then chuckled as she added, in fact, he started wearing the same kind of red shoes as you. Ah, really? Asked Izuku, who blushed bashfully. In spite of his recent growth in self-confidence, he found it strong to believe that someone was trying to emulate him. Yes, really, said Shino, who had a smile on her face. Suddenly, Ryuko stepped in front of Shino and had a cat-like smile on her face as she asked, so, are you two done flirting yet? Blushing in embarrassment, Shino argued, We're not flirting, Ryuko. Could have fooled me, said Ryuko. Me too, added Tomoko. Girls, cried Shino. A short while later, Izuku was seriously considering the merits of running away as he stood before the top of a long water slide which spiraled all the way to the water below. Usually full of obstructions for hero training, the slide was cleared of the said obstructions to allow safe yet exciting fun. It should be noted that Tsuyu, Toru, Itsuka, Yui, Reiko and Himiko were playing at the slide and in the water until you and the wild Puscats arrived. Currently, Izuku was about to go down the slide and behind him were Shuko, Momo, Pony, Itsuka and Ryuko. After Tsuyu's failed attempt to make Izuku orgasm, Shuko, Momo, Pony and Itsuka were determined to not leave Izuku alone until they had their turn with him at least. Ryuko had a wide grin on her face as she cheekily asked, Are you scared of going down the slide, kitty cat? Yes, I am, Izuku bluntly replied. Well, too bad, said Ryuko, who then suddenly tackled him and held on as she and Izuku quickly went down the slide. Izuku screamed like a little girl as he went down the slide with Ryuko while Shuko, Momo, Itsuka and Pony quickly followed them. He was so terrified that he did not even realize that he was holding onto Ryuko for dear life with his face firmly wedged between her melons. Elsewhere, Himiko was wearing an apron as she handled a kitchen knife with ease to cut some meat and vegetables into pieces to be barbecued. Helping her was Ochako, who had gotten comfortable enough with her to stand close to her without worry even though she was holding a knife. Observing the two girls were Shino and Tomoko, who were wary of Himiko due to her role in the attack at summer camp. Namuri took notice of their wariness and said, "I know that she took part in the attack at summer camp as a villain, but she's willingly trying to reform herself." Shino wore a bitter expression as she argued, "It doesn't change the fact that she was working together with Muscular and the other members of the League of Villains." Unable to deny the truth, especially since Muscular was responsible for killing Kuda's parents and came close to killing both Kuda and Izuku, Namuri nevertheless said, "I know, but right now she's trying to change herself for the better and even went so far as to betray the League of Villains so that she could stay by Izuku's side. Would her change for the better undo all the lives that she has already taken and the loss of Tomoko's quirk?" asked Shino, who honestly wanted to yell at either Namuri or Himiko. No, but completely dismissing her painful past and longing to change after finally finding someone who can understand her will be no better than carelessly dismissing what she had done as a villain, replied Namuri. And what would stop her from betraying Midoriya-kun like how she had betrayed her own comrades? Asked Tomoko. Let's just say that we have a good reason to trust her enough not to stab Izuku in the back and leave it at that, said Namuri. It's not just the collar, is it? Asked 13. Namuri, Shino and Tomoko turned their attention towards 13, who then said, "I noticed that something odd has been going on ever since the students started staying in the dorms and Midoriya-kun is somehow in the center of it." Well, getting a large HRM of girls including yours truly in such a short period of time would certainly seem unusual to most people, admitted Namuri. True, but my question is how it managed to escalate so quickly. It's one thing for a few girls to be interested in him, but we're talking about 16 girls, including 7 girls who are from Class 1B and 1 girl who is an actual murderous villainess, plus 1 pro-heroine who is also a teacher having a physical relationship with him within less than 2 weeks after the students moved into the dorms, argued 13, who then added, with 𝗏𝗔𝗧𝗟𝗘's personal permission no less. Both Shino and Ryuko wore shocked expressions as they realized that 13 had a point while Namuri asked, "You want to know what is really going on, don't you?" Mentally, she spoke to Sumamo. "Sumamo-chan, tell everyone to get ready to brainjack them." 13 nodded and said, "I know that, as a staff member of this school, I should trust 𝗏𝗔𝗧𝗟𝗘's judgment, but it's getting harder and harder for me to ignore the strangeness of this whole HRM situation, especially after Toga joined the HM just a few days ago." Sighing in resignation, Namuri said, "All right, I'll tell you what's going on, but please wait until everyone has gathered." Since Ryuko was at the water slide and you was swimming in the water, Shino, Tomoko and 13 had no reason to press Namuri for answers or be suspicious of ulterior intentions. As a result, the 5 heroines who did not know the truth of the HRM plan were unprepared for the incoming ambush from a certain pink blob known as Yamanaka Sumamo, who was also known as Brainjacker. One successful ambush later, Shino sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose and grumbled, "Of all the possible scenarios that I imagined after 13 raised her points, which made a lot of sense mind you, this is most certainly the last thing I expected. I mean, we're talking about another former villainess being a secret member of the HRM who has the ability to brainjack her victims, for heaven's sake. This explains so much about the whole HRM scenario and 𝗏𝗔𝗧𝗟𝗍's role in it," said 13, who sighed as she massaged her forehead. She was going to demand a hefty raise from the mouse-like principal. Suddenly getting ambushed by pink blobs of slime which were hidden beneath the sand around the barbecue grill, as well as your colleague and students seemingly turning rogue, was not a pleasant experience to say the least. In our defense, we never expected Izuku-chan to be so successful in making girls fall for him, said Tsuyu. Or having more pro-heroines involved in this HRM situation for that matter, added Ochako, who threw an angry look at Namuri. She clearly did not appreciate having even more girls or women joining the HRM. Namuri raised her hand to placate Ochako as she replied, "Don't look at me, I was honestly planning to just have a good time with everyone today, honest." "Seriously?" asked Ochako, who did not believe Namuri. "I'm serious," said Namuri, who then started to explain. 13 manages the USJ, so using this place as a makeshift weekend getaway requires getting her permission. Well, that is true, admitted 13. The wild pussycats got involved in both the summer camp attack and the 𝗫𝐻𝐻 incident. Never mind Ragdoll losing her quirk to All for One, so it felt like the right thing to do to offer them a chance to take a break. Heck, even Mount Lady helped to protect Izuku and his friends during the 𝗫𝐻𝐻 incident, explained Nomiuri. Ochako continued to glare at Nomiuri for a moment longer before she sighed and admitted, "All right, you have a point there. Even if I still suspect that you and Sumomo-chan wanted more people to join the 𝗧𝗓." Nomiuri chuckled nervously as she mentally spoke to Sumomo. "I think we should stop making any more plans that would get more ladies, especially pro-heroines, involved with the HRM." Although Nomiuri was sincere in wanting 13, Yu, Shino, Ryuko and most especially Tomoko to have a good time, she was also admittedly still interested in getting at least a few pro-heroines to join the HRM. As a result, she and Sumomo planned a nudist beach event with Yu and the wild pussycats joining as surprise guests. That way, there was a chance that the other 5 pro-heroines would develop an interest in joining Izuku's HRM on their own volition without Sumomo's direct involvement, even if the main focus of the event was to have some potentially raunchy fun. Sumomo's mental image in Nomiuri's head nodded as she mentally spoke to her. After hearing 13's statements, even I have to agree with her that the HRM is growing too quickly to be reasonably logical without my involvement. Well, it certainly explains why all of you are so willing to have Toga in the HRM in spite of her past as a psychopathic murderess of a villainess, said Yu, who then turned her attention to Himiko and added, "No offense meant by the way." "None taken," said Himiko, who was glad that at least a few more people were willing to understand her current circumstances. Shino turned her attention to Izuku and asked, "Still, how in the world did you manage to convince Yamanaka-san and then Toga to change sides?" Although Shino, Ryuko, Tomoko, Yu and 13 knew about the HRM plan and the reason behind it, they were kept in the dark about Izuku's past and One for All. Izuku was unsure how to answer when a flying drone suddenly appeared out of seemingly nowhere and spoke with 𝗫𝗧𝗟𝗔𝗓 voice. "Please be informed that I'm giving you permission to add the 5 pro-heroines into the fold, Midoriya-kun." As suddenly as it appeared, it left. Everyone blinked a few times before Yu wore an uneasy expression and said, "Please tell me that I'm just being paranoid about 𝗫𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟 observing us the whole time." "Nope, I'm afraid it's not just you," said Nomiuri, who then sighed and added, "I did hold this event with his permission, so of course he would have some way to keep an eye on us in case anything happens." An awkward moment of silence passed before Izuku suggested, "Why don't we just proceed to the memory sharing and get it done and over with?" Not wanting to think about being observed by 𝗫𝗧𝗟𝗧 too much, everyone agreed with Izuku's suggestion. One memory sharing later, "You showed this to all the girls who decided to join your HRM?" asked Shino. She had just witnessed Izuku's past as a quirkless boy and the suffering he had endured as a result before he finally received Toshinori's quirk, One for All. She also saw Sumomo's past memories, which caused her to become a villainess. Unlike the students of UH High School, Shino was an experienced pro-heroine who had been through a lot and was therefore less affected by the memories compared to them. The same could be said about 13 and Ryuko. However, who had only started working as a pro-heroine recently, and Tomoko, who had recently lost her quirk, wore tearfully haunted expressions as they were more adversely affected by the memories they had witnessed. "Pretty much," replied Izuku, who then added, "It's only fair that they at least know my past before they decide to have a physical relationship with me. Plus, we made sure that the girls in question can be trusted before we even consider letting them fully join the HRM," said Ochako. "I would also like to remind you that my classmates were given a few days to consider officially joining the HRM before they decided to do so," added Ibara, who was the first girl from Class 1B to see Izuku and Sumomo's past memories. Shino sighed as she spoke to Izuku. "This explains why your HRM has grown so quickly and why even Toga is willing to change her ways. I'm an experienced pro-heroine who have witnessed my fair share of tragedies and messed up situations, and I still have the urge to hold you tenderly in my arms after I beat the CRP out of every BSRD who has ever hurt you and did not apologize." "Same here," said Ryuko, whose SXL were currently focused on Izuku alone. Forget about waiting until he graduated, he was already prime husband material in her point of view. Yu raised her hand and asked, "Okay, I've got to ask, are we allowed to have a see with him right now?" After seeing those memories, I can really use a good ding right now. Tomoko nodded shyly in agreement with you while 13 said, I'd like to join in as well. Namuri had a wide grin on her face and said, well, with all due respect, Izuku's supposed to be having SE with the four of us today, said Momo, who then added, we didn't have our turn yesterday after all. Shuko, Pony and Itsuka nodded in agreement with her. That may be true, but don't forget that they're pro-heroines with busy schedules and, other than 13 who works here, will not be able to see Izuku very often, argued Namuri. Although unhappy with the change of plans, Momo, Shuko, Pony and Itsuka could understand Namuri's argument. Itsuka sighed and said, all right, you have made your point, Namuri-nichan. She then pointed at Namuri and added, however, we're only letting you and the other pro-heroines have Izuku for today. After that, you will let us have our turns with Izuku uninterrupted, understood? Crystal clear, replied Namuri, who then her lips and added, however, don't be surprised if we decide to cut in and have some fun with Izuku every now and again. Just make sure that you give us at least a day's notice before you decide to take Izuku away, said Shuko. Deal, said Namuri. She then turned her attention to Izuku and said, now that the formalities are done and over with, recognizing the hungry look in Namuri's eyes, which he quickly realized were present in Ryuko's eyes as well, Izuku just knew that he was going to be lurching like a zombie or a mummy on the following day. A few minutes later, Namuri led Izuku, 13, Shino, Ryuko, Tomoko and Yu to a ship which was floating in the middle of the flood zone. It was a replacement of the ship which was destroyed by villains during a villain attack at the USA. Along their way to the ship, Sumimo left copies of herself inside 5 of the 6 women's wombs to prevent unwanted pregnancies by consuming Izuku's semen. Getting off the inflatable RBB boats, they got onto the ship which had inflatable RBB mattresses on the deck and various kinds of drinks and snacks in the ship's compartment below the deck. Izuku blushed as she asked Namuri, so who do you want me to attend to first, Namuri-nichan? Namuri grinned at Izuku and said, well, it's certainly the one person who needs it the most, and I'm not talking about myself or Ryuko-chan here. She then turned her attention to Tomoko. Surprised, Tomoko pointed at herself and asked, Understanding Namuri's intentions, Ryuko and Shino looked at one another and smiled before they gently pushed Tomoko forward. Unable to stop them from pushing her forward, Tomoko blushed as she twiddled her fingers and shyly asked the other pro-heroines, are you all sure that you're okay with this? Don't worry, Izuku has a lot of stamina, said Namuri, who gave Tomoko a thumbs up. Although embarrassed and nervous, Tomoko was admittedly curious and excited to have see, so she stepped forward towards Izuku. Since Izuku and Tomoko were roughly the same height, they could look at one another in the eyes as Izuku asked her, is there anything you want me to do for you in particular, Ragdoll-san? Blushing in embarrassment, Tomoko closed her eyes before she said, I want you to hug me as you have tea with me. If that's the case, said Izuku before he took a seat on one of the inflatable RBB mattresses. Personally, he preferred the futons back in the dorms, but he understood the practicality of RBB mattresses in a flood zone. He then motioned for Tomoko to sit on his lap. Realizing what kind of SXL pose Izuku had in mind, Tomoko blushed as she sat down onto his lap and allowed him to gently hold his arms. He then started to fondle her BRST with one hand and gently touch her nether part with his other hand. In spite of the fact that she knew Izuku already had SEC with multiple partners, she was still amazed by his skill as her womanhood quickly became wet due to his warm and gentle touches. When Izuku started to gently embrace and nibble her neck and shoulder, she was reduced to warm putty in his hands. Her breath was shaky and hot as she thought to herself, he's really good at this. While Izuku pleasured Tomoko, Ryuko was busy fingering herself with one hand and pinching her NPL with her other hand. She bit her lower lip as she looked at Izuku hungrily and said, I hope that he finishes with Tomoko-chan soon. I can't bear to wait for much longer at this rate. He's certainly a skilled lover if nothing else, said Yu, who was rubbing her legs together as she was also getting aroused by the sight. Shino, who wanted to thank Izuku for thanking Kuda, never thought that she would end up having SEC with Izuku. Nevertheless, she smiled as she thought to herself, well, there are certainly worse scenarios than this one. 13 turned her attention to Izuku and asked, How many times did you have 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 with him? Nomiuri showed 2 fingers and answered, not counting how many times we made each other come each time, twice. I only joined in after the girls in dorm 1A joined his Harem and needed help in getting the girls from class 1B. The girls are also rather protective and possessive of him. Is that the reason why you wanted more pro-heroines to join the Harem? Asked 13. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't interested in having more ladies of my age group joining the Harem, admitted Nomiuri. Back to Izuku and Tomoko, he stopped pleasuring her so that she could change her position and start having 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 with him. Placing her wet private part over his irked phallus, Tomoko gazed into Izuku's eyes before lowering herself. She shivered as she felt Izuku's member enter her vagina until she reached the base of the said member. Once Izuku's pee-pee was deep inside of her, she hugged Izuku closely and started to move her hips. Izuku did not idly sit down as he hugged her back before he started to slide the nape of her neck and her back with both hands. Tomoko sighed from the pleasant sensations before Izuku started to fondle her backside. She bit her lower lip as she hugged Izuku more closely and pressed her soft melons against his firm 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧. Her irked nipples rubbed against his bare skin, which made her feel even more pleasure. Her longing for release grew in urgency as she moved her hips faster and faster until, finally, she together with Izuku. She had a blissful expression as his seed filled her womb and thought to herself, God, I needed this. After Izuku and Tomoko calmed down, Izuku held her intimately and gently spoke to her. Ragdoll-san, if you ever need to talk to someone about being quirkless, I'll be there for you. I may not know what it is like to lose a quirk, but I do know how strong it can be to live without one. Sumomo's mental image appeared in Tomoko's mind and added, plus, I can help with the mental messaging if you feel that doing it by phone call or email is too risky. Tears filled Tomoko's eyes as she smiled gratefully and nodded while hugging him closely. She then him before letting him go so that he could start having 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 with other women. Izuku barely managed to put Tomoko down and make sure that she was comfortable when Ryuko suddenly pounced onto him. Knocked down onto his back, Izuku stared at Ryuko's drooling grin before he nervously asked, I'm guessing that this is your turn, Pixie Bob. Ryuko did not bother to answer and instead slammed her hips downwards so that Izuku's 𝗏𝗏 was inserted deep into her vagina. Her eyes rolled back and her tongue hung from the side of her mouth as she savored the pleasure of having Izuku's pee-pee inside of her. She then started to move her hips furiously like an animal in heat. Izuku clenched his teeth as he thought, I'll come too quickly if I don't do something about it. Activating 1% of one for all, Izuku held onto Ryuko's thighs and moved his hips upwards. Ryuko saw stars in her eyes as she felt Izuku's member move even deeper into her with increased strength. Her body suddenly convulsed as she surprised by Ryuko's powerful orgasm, which almost made 𝗧𝗑𝐿𝐼𝐴 himself. Her stared at her and asked, Did you just come? Suddenly, Ryuko's grip onto his shoulders tightened as she gazed into Izuku's eyes with renewed hunger in her eyes and said, Yes, and I'm planning to come some more. She then moved her hips again with renewed vigor. Barely able to keep himself under control, Izuku quickly positioned his left hand around his member with its knuckles raised. Ryuko's seals slammed into the said knuckles, making her to feel even more pleasure as she continued to have vigorous 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 with Izuku. Izuku used his right hand to slap Ryuko's backside, causing her to squeal in delight as she loved the feeling. Realizing that she liked getting spanked, Izuku moved his left hand away from his member so that he could slap her other butt cheek with it. Oh God! Spank this slutty little kitty! Yelled Ryuko. Shino sighed as she placed her hand over her face and said, I don't even want to imagine how the public will react to seeing her like this. Just be glad that this is a pretty isolated spot, said 13. Meanwhile, at the beach area of the flood zone, Hyuka, who was in the middle of satisfying both Momo and Shuko as they were understandably frustrated with being denied the chance of having tea with Izuku, paused and swore, Pixie Bob must be really thirsty for to be that loud. Ryuko's cries were loud enough to be faintly heard by almost everyone at the beach. Momo and Shuko, who were being pleasured by special which were connected to Hyuka's vibrating earjacks, turned their attention towards the lake where a certain ship was located. Shuko, who had been Momo passionately just now, wore a deadpan expression as she spoke. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was high on of something. Speaking of, are you able to make any, Yamamoe? Asked Kyuka. I could, but I don't see the point of making them, said Momo, who had a vibrating DLD in her hand to pleasure Kyuka. Kyuka listened to the sounds of the other girls from Izuku's Harem having AEC with one another and said, you've got a point there. While Kyuka was having SEC with Momo and Shuko, Ibra was using her vines to pleasure herself, Yui, Reiko, and Kinoko. Setsuna was secretly spying on Izuku with her detached left eye and ear while using her detached fingers to pleasure herself, Pony, and Itsuka. Tsuyu was pleasuring Ochako with her tongue and Himiko with her fingers. Himiko, who was directly below Tsuyu and was facing in the opposite direction, was busy and fingering Tsuyu's nether part. As for Melissa and Mei, they were currently testing some SEC toys with Toru, who had volunteered to help them with the set test. The said SEC toys were basically several kinds of mechanical tentacles covered in RBB-like skin. Each mechanical tentacle had a different feature, including vibrating tips, suction cups, inflatable nuts, brushes, and even a piston for rapid PNTRTN. Needless to say, Toru was having fun with the two inventors. Kyuka sighed as she asked herself, how in the world did we end up being such perverts? Well, we do have copies of a former villainess who's also a hopeless pervert in our heads after all, answered Momo. Shuko nodded her head in agreement with Momo. Momo, Jairu, and Shuko could hear Sumomo's ecstatic mental yell, and I'm proud to be a pervert. Not that you're wrong, Yamamoe, but I think we can all agree that having her around is not the sole reason why we are all becoming such perverts, said Kyuka, who blushed as she thought about her feelings for both Izuku and the girls of the Harem, especially Momo and Shuko. True enough, agreed Momo, who smiled at Kyuka before her. Kyuka quickly surrendered to the embrace as she, Momo, and Shuko resumed pleasuring one another. Back at the ship, Izuku was gasping for breath as he had just after an intense SXL enders with Ryuko, who had been utterly relentless. Thankfully, Ryuko had passed out with a dopey grin on her face after experiencing her second orgasm while being filled with Izuku's seed. Note to self, learn how to escape from getting pinned down by someone so that I can get myself into a better position, thought Izuku. Are you all right, Izuku? Asked Shino, who was understandably concerned for him. Izuku smiled reassuringly at Shino and said, I'm all right. I just need a drink and a bit of rest. Here you go, said Namuri, who passed a bottle of grape juice to Izuku. She had seen how intense Ryuko was and knew that Izuku would need a drink after that. Izuku gratefully accepted the bottle and drank its contents. After quenching his thirst and getting a bit of rest, Izuku turned his attention to Shino and asked, Do you want to be next, Shino-chan? Shino blushed as she nodded and then lay onto the inflatable mattress so that Izuku could have his way with her. As she lay on the mattress, he smiled and approached her with the ease and confidence of someone who had at least some experience in pleasuring the opposite section. Shino blushed when she saw Izuku's sincere smile, and her blush only grew when he decided to finger her instead of having SE with her right away. She barely stopped herself from when Izuku started to gently slide her nether part to make sure that it was sufficiently wet before he inserted his fingers into her. The intimate warmth of his muscular body as he held her close and nuzzled against her neck and shoulder made her body relax in spite of the growing pleasure in her loins. Then, Izuku inserted his middle and ring fingers into her wet vagina and started to finger her gently before he quickly gears to fingering her vigorously with 1% of 1 for all activated. Shino felt her teeth clench, her back arch and her toes curl as the shockingly intense pleasure suddenly erupted from her genus. Her eyes rolled back as Izuku seemed to take note of her sensitive spots and stimulated them strongly every time his fingers made contact with them. By the time Izuku was done, Shino was close to and was gasping for breath. Realizing that his fingering was probably too intense, Izuku worriedly asked, Shino-chan, are you all right? Why, I'm all right, replied Shino, who then added, Why, you're a lot better at this than I expected. Well, to be fair, I started using this fingering technique only recently and I do need to learn how to turn the tables when facing more aggressive girls, said Izuku, who scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Shino chuckled as she was amused by Izuku's statement before she realized that Izuku was going to insert his 𝗏𝗏 into her very sensitive womanhood. Her eyes widened in panic and she tried to stop him, As Izuku gently inserted his PP into Shino's 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃, her half-formed please died in her mouth as her private part was slowly filled by his member. While his fingers were undoubtedly dexterous, his phallus was undeniably longer and thicker than his fingers. When Izuku pushed his PP into her 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃 until it was ball-deep inside of her, Shino suddenly reached out to hug Izuku closely as she surprised. Izuku stared at Shino, who had tears of shame in her eyes as she looked away from his face. He then smiled at her kindly before he started to move his hips slowly. Shino, as she could feel his member move about inside her womanhood, making her feel good in spite of her initial shame. Before long, Shino stopped caring about her initial shame as she moved her hips to match with Izuku's gentle yet strong movements. It did not take long for both Izuku and Shino to 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗃, causing her to hold onto Izuku tightly as his seed filled her womb. As they both gasped for breath, Shino smiled at Izuku and him on the lips before she said, "Thank you for making me feel this good and so much more, Izuku." Izuku blushed as he smiled in return and said, "You're welcome, Shino-chan." "Okay, that's it. I'm taking my turn next," exclaimed Yu, who was impatiently eager for section. Shino frowned and clung onto Izuku possessively and pouted as she spoke to Yu. "At least let me have a moment to enjoy this feeling." Yu pointed at Shino and Izuku as she argued, "No way. I've been patiently waiting for my turn while you PP cats have your fun with him. I'm not going to wait a minute longer." "Oh, I don't want to let go just yet," said Shino, who continued to hug Izuku possessively. "Oh, come on. Stop acting like a kid and start acting your age. You're my senior, for heaven's sake," yelled Yu as she dragged Izuku away from Shino's arms. Izuku placed his hands together in a silent apology to the comically tearful Shino as Yu dragged him away. She then threw Izuku onto an unused mattress and smirked as she spoke to him, "I hope you still have juice in you because I'm not planning to stop until I'm satisfied." Since her nether part was already wet, she did not need to wait to quickly impale herself with Izuku's still stiff 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. She bit her lower lip as she could feel his member fill her 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and thought, "Hot thing, I needed this." In spite of her SEC obvious appeal, she actually did not have many chances to have SEC due to her increasing responsibilities as a pro heroine. As a result, she was all too happy to have SEC with Izuku, who had already proven his SXL prowess. Needless to say, Yu moved her hips rapidly so that she could bring herself to 𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 quickly. However, Izuku was determined not to passively let himself be dominated and thus started to fondle Yu's backside. Yu grinned at Izuku and said, "So you like CC, huh? Well, I can't blame you since I do have a very nice but which most can only dream of getting their hands onto." "Well, I was there when you made your debut after all," said Izuku. Recalling Izuku's memory of how she shamelessly stole another hero's kill and used her SEC appeal to gain popularity, Yu grinned sheepishly as she replied, "Well, in my defense, my SEC appeal helps to pay the bills." Izuku chuckled as he replied, "I understand. Ochako-chan also wants to earn money so that she can support her family." Yu felt a rare twinge of guilt as she knew that her own goals were more selfish in nature. Difficulties in getting a proper education due to her gigantification quirk aside, she honestly wanted to be a pro hero just for the sake of fame and money. Compared to Izuku's pure-hearted drive to be a hero who could bring hope to others with just a smile, and his willingness to literally put his own life and limbs in danger for the sake of saving someone, Yu honestly felt like a sham compared to him. Realizing the true extent of Izuku's past suffering and his longing to be a true hero in spite of it had been nothing short of an eye-opener for her. Even Ochako's longing for money was ultimately out of a longing to support her family who loved her and supported her dream to become a hero who could bring smiles to other people. Noticing Yu's change of mood, Izuku asked, "Are you all right, Mount Lady?" Yu stopped moving her hips while she chuckled self-depreciatively and said, "I'm all right. It's not every day I get to learn someone's entire past and all the emotional baggage that comes with it, you know." "Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're not the only one who felt and thought that way after looking at my past," replied Izuku, who then added, "Besides, looking back, I really should have done more to improve myself instead of waiting for some miracle to happen." Well aware of what miracle Izuku was referring to, namely somehow gaining a quirk or being told by someone that he could be a hero in spite of being quirkless, Yu responded, "Kid, The fact that you went through all of that CRP and still managed to be a kind ray of sunshine is a small miracle by itself, to say the least. I won't say that you're perfectly fine, since that'll be ignoring how bloody reckless you can be when it comes to your own life and health, but you're definitely a lot better than what most would have been. Although Izuku knew that the rest of his HRM thought more or less the same way about him, he appreciated Yu's honest thoughts and replied, "Thank you, Mount Lady. Just call me Yu when we're in private," replied Yu, who then added with a grin, "Now, let's get back to F." She then resumed, moving her hips. Back at the beach. "So, what are the chances that those heroines, other than 13 Sensei and 𝗛𝗎𝗎 will be dropping by regularly after this?" asked Pony. The girls at the beach had satisfied their SXL urges and were currently resting/sunbathing. Since the USJ was indoors, suntan lotions were not strictly necessary. That said, the girls would be lying if they were not interested in getting some lotion treatment from Izuku or even put on a lotion show for him. Knowing their professions, it's more likely that they will start making arrangements so that they can meet him outside of school during the weekends, replied Itsuka, who then explained, "It's not like they can come here often without raising suspicions. Kind of makes me wish our HRM has our own version of 𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, if you get what I mean," said Himiko. "It will certainly make meeting up for SEC easier if nothing else," agreed Setsuna, who, as a member of Class 1B, could appreciate having a more convenient means of meeting up with Izuku, who lived in Dorm 1A and then returned back to her own dorm room. "Speaking of 𝐶, we never really had a chance to go on a proper date with Izuku, did we?" asked Mina. "Between the HRM plan and getting ready for our provisional license exams, it's not like we have many chances to do it," stated Tsuyu. Ochako sighed and said, "I'd really like to go on a proper date with him." "You're not the only one, but there's no way he can date all of us at the same time," said Kinoko. Imagining everyone going out on a date with only one boy, namely Izuku, Melissa chuckled as she spoke, not without raising some eyebrows at least. "I'd rather not even think about the kind of scandal doing such a thing would cause," said Momo, who sighed at the mere thought of being hounded day and night by the press. "At least you girls can leave. I'm pretty much stuck here and I can't do anything about it," groused Himiko. "While I understand your frustration, you should be thankful that you've been given the chance to join this HRM, said Ibra, who then added, "Otherwise, you'd be atoning for your past sins in prison by now." "I know, but it's still," complained Himiko. Kyuka turned her attention to Setsuna and asked, "So, how long will we be waiting for Izuku to return?" Considering that he had just F the wild Puscats and Mount Lady Silly, I'd say not much longer unless 𝗛𝗎𝗎𝗎 plans to SCK him dry, literally, replied Setsuna, who was still spying on Izuku and the pro-heroines on the boat. She had a grin on her blushing face as she enjoyed the show. Back to the boat. "So, how does it feel to conquer the mountain?" asked 𝗛𝗎𝗎, who had a teasing smile on her face. 13 sighed at the terrible pun while Izuku put you onto an unused mattress so that she could recover from her orgasm. His seed would have leaked out of her womanhood had Sumomo's copy in her womb not already consumed it. You had a smile on her face as she spoke to Izuku. "Hey, Izuku-kun, let's do that again sometime." Izuku smiled brightly and replied, "Sure thing, Yin." You blushed as she felt her heart flutter a little and realized, no wonder the other girls find him so difficult to resist. "Right then, without further ado," said 𝗛𝗎𝗎, who then pushed 13 forward and added, "Have fun, 13-chan." 13 yelped in surprise as she was pushed forward towards Izuku. She blushed as she realized that she was going to have C with Izuku. Although she was not a virgin, her job as both a pro-heroine and a staff of UH High School made it difficult for her to have any free time for herself, let alone get herself a steady boyfriend. Unlike Yu and 𝗛𝗎𝗎, 13's hero suit hid her figure instead of flaunting it, so few people even knew what she really looked like, let alone be interested in her as a woman. Therefore, she was both nervous and excited to have C with Izuku, who, regardless of his SXL prowess, was still her student. "Do you want me to take the lead?" asked Izuku. 13 nodded meekly before she lay on an inflatable RBB mattress and said, "Please be gentle with me. I haven't done this in a long while." Izuku nodded with a smile and decided to pleasure her private part with his mouth. 13 shivered as Izuku and her private part. Her breaths became short and labored as he started to use his teeth to gently nibble on her labia and even her seals. When Izuku inserted his tongue into her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, she and arched her back. She then placed her hands onto his head, trying to push his face deeper into her loins so that he could pleasure her more. Instead of resisting, Izuku pleasured her even more intensely by her womanhood like an eager puppy. Before long, 13 and she yelled in joy as her fluids soaked Izuku's mouth. Izuku stopped pleasuring 13 after she and asked her, "Do you want me to continue?" 13 nodded in response, so Izuku did not hesitate to insert his 𝗏𝗏 into her womanhood. She wrapped her arms and legs around him as she felt his member enter her and press against her 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, savoring the sensation before he started to move his hips. Eager for more, she Izuku who passionately returned the favor. Nomiuri smirked lasciviously as she gazed upon Izuku having 𝗏 with 13. Truth be told, she at least once while watching Izuku having sex with the other pro-heroines. The fact that Izuku was getting even better at sex excited her further as she looked forward to what he could do to her. As sensitive as 13 was after her first orgasm and as sexually excited as Izuku was, it was understandable that they both quickly reached orgasm. Izuku's white seed contrasted with 13's dark skin as is leaked out of her seed-filled 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. 13 smiled at Izuku and said, "When I first heard about the rumors about you and your 𝗏𝗏, I found it strong to believe that you could satisfy so many girls. Now though, I can safely say that the rumors are true if not understatements of the truth." Izuku chuckled bashfully and replied, "Honestly, I never expected my SXL prowess to be as potent as it is either." Recalling how Izuku suffered due to his quirkless origins, which definitely gave him issues including a near-crippling sense of inadequacy which only started to truly heal after sharing his memories with Ochako, Tsuyu and Sumamo who truly cared for him regardless of his origins, 13 felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Izuku, never question the fact that you're a person of worth and value. True, you would never have become so close to us had it not been for the circumstances which brought us all together, but real bonds are not determined by quirks." Recalling the memory of Tomoko being comforted and supported by the other members of the Wild Pussycats, something which a part of him honestly wished he had when he was declared as quirkless so many years ago, Izuku smiled and replied, "I know, 13-sensei." 13 gave Izuku a close hug and said, "Please, just call me 13 when we're in private, Izuku." She then smiled impishly and added, "Also, I believe that you still have one more lady to satisfy today." Izuku accepted the hug before he pulled himself out of 13's embrace. He then turned his attention to Nomiuri and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Nomiuri-chan." In spite of her nervousness due to being aware of Nomiuri's SXL appetite, he tried his best to appear outwardly calm. Aware of Izuku's attempt to remain calm in spite of his admittedly justified nervousness, without needing Sumamo's assistance at that, Nomiuri her lips as she approached Izuku and wrapped her arms around his neck in a SL manner before she said, "Izuku-kun, we're not going anywhere until you make me come at least 3 times. Izuku gulped as he knew that he had to somehow satisfy her or she would suck him dry. Without wasting a moment longer, as he knew that letting her take the lead would be a bad idea, he started fingering her. Nomiuri's knees wobbled due to the unexpected pleasure which only increased as Izuku used 1% of one for all to make her 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗃. She tightened her hold around his neck so that she would not fall down as Izuku continued to pleasure her while they were both standing. Her eyes rolled back as she could feel his fingers rapidly rub against her sensitive spots. Unable to bear the growing pleasure, she Izuku passionately and while her weakened knees nearly buckled under her own weight. Nomiuri recovered from her orgasm. She smirked at Izuku and asked, "Not bad, Izuku-kun, but I'm not yet fully satisfied yet and I know that your friend down there is getting excited too." Unable to deny the fact that he was sexually excited, Izuku asked, "Do you mind if I try something different?" Nomiuri grinned at Izuku and said, "As long as we both have a good time, I'm up for anything." Izuku nodded in response before he suddenly lifted Nomiuri by placing his arms under her shaky legs and holding onto her buttocks. Nomiuri squealed in delight as Izuku easily lifted her up and then lowered her so that his member could enter her eager womanhood. He then started to move her with 1% of his quirk still activated while her legs were wrapped around his waist. "Oh my god. You're becoming a natural at this, Izuku." cried Nomiuri as she loved the feeling of being sexually dominated by Izuku. Instead of replying, Izuku continued to have sex with Nomiuri while maintaining his steady posture and his firm grip onto her bottom. As his longing for orgasm grew, he started to move his hips as well, thus causing Nomiuri to see stars. Her hold onto Izuku tightened as she could feel another 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘 coming, and not surprisingly, she unable to bear the pleasure of her convulsing 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟, Izuku as well, spilling his seed into her womb. As soon as Nomiuri and Izuku calmed down from their orgasm, she grinned at she and said, "You still owe me one more orgasm." Izuku smiled and said, "Let me change positions first." He brought Nomiuri to an empty inflatable RBB mattress and placed her gently onto it. Eager and excited to find out what Izuku had in mind, Nomiuri did not resist as he made her roll over so that she was lying on her left side and then lifted her right leg over his left shoulder. Realizing what XL position Izuku was planning to use, Nomiuri grinned in approval and said, "Make me your horny personal beach, Izuku." No further encouragement was needed as Izuku proceeded to have sex with her while holding onto her right leg. Her cries of blissfully decadent pleasure filled the air around the boat. Later that day, Izuku was exhausted and dried by the time he and the girls returned back to their respective dorms. He apologized to Momo, Shuko, Itsuka and Pony for being unavailable for them that night. Although miffed that they could not have sex with him, they knew better than to resent him for doing his best to satisfy the new members of the Harem and Nomiuri. Besides, the girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B agreed that they could always try to settle things with the pro-heroines who would no doubt get in their way of getting some NTMT sessions with Izuku. Considering the smiles and winks Izuku received from the 5 new members of the Harem, the girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B had every reason to be wary of the pro-heroines. Due to his exhaustion, although there was no denying that he was also sexually satisfied, Izuku slept early that night. Not surprisingly, Mineta, Denki and Hanta glared at Izuku in bitter envy as they knew that he had a good time with the ladies. However, even the 3 boys did not realize that Izuku's Harem had just grown with the addition of 5 pro-heroines. If they had known, they would have reacted rather badly to say the least. As Izuku slept in the arms of Shuko, Momo, Pony and Itsuka, who still wanted to be close to him even if they could not have sex with him, he could not help but wonder what the following day would bring. Meanwhile, in 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏's office, "While I'm surprised to receive such a request, I am sure that Midoriya-kun will be willing to hold a meeting with you, Yatsubashi-san," said 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏, who was speaking to Rikiya over the phone. "I appreciate your generosity and understanding, Principal 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏. Since this is an admittedly sudden request, I am willing to have the meeting postponed to a later date should Midoriya-kun be unavailable tomorrow," replied Rikiya. "I will be sure to pass the message to Midoriya-kun tomorrow. If he's willing to meet you tomorrow evening, I will let you know immediately," said 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏. "Thank you, Principal 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏. I look forward to a favorable response tomorrow," said Rikiya before he disconnected the call. After the call was disconnected, 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏 sighed softly before he started chuckling. Although he did not have any solid proof, he had a growing suspicion that Chitose was a member of the Meta Liberation Army and that Rikiya was a member as well. Considering the recent interviews with Shuko and then Izuku, there was no way that the Meta Liberation Army would take the criticism lying down. The fact that Izuku compared himself to Destro would not doubt make the more fanatical members of the army upset, to put it mildly, regardless of Izuku's logical reasoning. 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏 blinked as he realized something. Now that I think about it, the Meta Liberation Army had not done anything in retaliation to Midoriya-kun's statements about the Meta Liberation Army's goals and ideals. Even if they can't do anything overtly villainous, one would think that they would at least lead a smear campaign against him, especially with the rumors about his Harem now spreading beyond the boundaries of U8 High School. 𝗫𝗠𝗧𝗏 frowned as he thought about the odd absence of response from the Meta Liberation Army. His eyes then widened slightly as had a thought. What if he actually impressed the leader of the army himself? He snorted in amusement as he realized that the idea was rather unbelievable, but, given recent events, he knew better than to completely dismiss the idea. After all, who would have thought that Izuku would be able to gain as well as satisfy a Harem of 24 girls and women even with the help of a brain-jacking former villainess who could share his memories with them? If nothing else, This coming interview would be interesting, said 𝗫𝗠𝗧 as he made plans for both the upcoming interview between Izuku and 𝗓𝗂 and the possible return of the Meta Liberation Army. Another interview, asked Izuku, who was surprised by the reason why 𝗫𝗠𝗧 had called him, Shuko and Himiko to his office. That's correct, Midoriya-kun, said 𝗫𝗠𝗧, who then explained, the president and CEO of the 𝗧𝗓𝗏 company, Yatsubashi 𝗓𝗂, wants to speak to you personally after watching your recent interview with Kazuki-san last Wednesday. Did he give a reason why he wanted to speak to me specifically? Asked Izuku. Although Izuku was not very familiar with the 𝗧𝗓𝗏 company, he knew that it provided lifestyle support items for people who possess unusual physical conditions due to their quirks and was venturing into the hero support industry. He simply wants to hear your opinions and suggestions on how to help people with unusual or difficult quirks, answered 𝗫𝗠𝗧, who then added, you did put a lot of thought about a certain quirk which Kazuki-san asked you about when she interviewed you after all. There is also the fact that your statements during the interview had convinced Togakuin to switch sides. Realizing that 𝗫𝗠𝗧 had a point, Izuku scratched the back of his head and said, well, if you put it that way, I suppose it does make sense that Yatsubashi-san would want to speak to me since his company deals with lifestyle support items. In theory, 𝗫𝗠𝗧 could have informed Izuku about his suspicions on the possibility that 𝗓𝗂 was a member of the Meta Liberation Army, but he decided against it as he wanted Izuku to act natural. The mouse-like principal made a mental note to provide Izuku and his Harem acting lessons as he spoke. To him, he wishes to come later today together with Kazuki-san. Do you think that the three of you can spare the time to have an interview today, Midoriya-kun? It shouldn't be a problem, I think, said Izuku. Excellent. I will inform them immediately so that they can make the necessary arrangements. Do make sure to be ready for the interview later today, said 𝗫𝗠𝗧. Himiko raised an eyebrow and asked, I can understand Shuko-chan and Deku baby getting interviewed, but why am I joining that interview with them? Well, Kazuki-san did ask Midoriya-kun about your quirk in particular during that interview last Wednesday, and I'm quite sure that she's keen to speak to you personally, explained 𝗫𝗠𝗧. Seeing no reason to doubt the logic in 𝗫𝗠𝗧's explanation, Himiko shrugged and said, well, if you think I can be trusted enough to have a conversation with some random person without doing any stabbing or giving some really bad advice, who am I to question you? Izuku gently smacked the back of Himiko's head and said, Toga-sen, be nice. Or at least be civil enough not to scare them away, added Shuko. Himiko pouted and groaned, fine, I promise not to bring any knives or other stabby things to the interview. Later that evening, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Midoriya Izuku, said 𝗓𝗂, who smiled jovially as he shook hands with the boy. Thank you, Yatsubashi-san, replied Izuku. And these two lovely young ladies must be Todoroki Shuko and Toga Himiko, said 𝗓𝗂 as he regarded the two girls who sat beside Izuku. Izuku nodded and replied on the two girls' behalf, yes, they are. Shuko bowed politely to 𝗓𝗂 while Himiko waved at him and said, what's up? Izuku and the people who were involved in the interview were currently seated on 4 couches around a small square coffee table. Sitting next to 𝗓𝗂 was his employee and assistant, a middle-aged man with a round rodent-like head which had round ears, small beady eyes and a short muzzle named Miyashita. Izuku, Shuko and Himiko were seated on a separate couch and were opposite 𝗓𝗂 and Miyashita. 𝗫𝗠𝗧 and Shoyuta were seated on the 3rd couch while Chitose and Tanio sat on the 4th couch opposite the two pro-heroes. Once everyone had settled down, 𝗓𝗂 spoke to Izuku, Shuko and Himiko. As you three should know by now, I am here on behalf of my company to hear your opinions and suggestions on how to help people with unusual or difficult quirks. 𝗓𝗂 then focused his attention to Izuku and said, I found your ability to analyze quirks to be especially interesting, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded and replied, 𝗫𝗠𝗧-sensei has told us about your intentions, Yatsubashi-san. He then asked, is there any particular topic that you wish to discuss about first? 𝗓𝗂 smiled as he replied, well, the first thing which I would like to ask is this. He then bent forward and placed his fingertips together and asked, do you think people who are not pro-heroes should be allowed to use their quirks? Well, that largely depends on what they are using their quirks for. As I have said in my previous interview with Kazuki-san and Takuda-san, people should take responsibility for what they do with their quirks, and that quirks should never be misused in ways that cause harm or grief, replied Izuku, who then added, for example, if someone who has a telekinesis quirk uses his or her ability to clean up a park, there's no reason to consider such an act as evil even if the person doing so is not registered as a pro-hero. However, if that person decides to use the same quirk to steal things instead, well, you can't really blame the victims for deeming such actions as wrong, can you? No, I suppose not, said Rikiya, who chuckled at Izuku's response. He then asked, however, what if the person's quirk is villainous by nature? If I remember right, you fought with a general studies student with a brainwashing quirk during the 𝗂𝐻 sports festival. What if he could not be a hero but still wanted to use his quirk? What advice would you offer to him? Izuku rubbed his chin as he spoke his thoughts aloud. Assuming that he's all right with doing another job and is allowed to use his quirk, I imagine that becoming a teacher is a start. Feeling curious, Rikiya asked, why a teacher? Izuku smiled sheepishly as he replied, well, being able to brainwash people who respond to his words means that he can brainwash unruly students and force them to behave long enough to be sent to the principal's office. Plus, it makes talking back a rather risky affair for the offending students. Everyone stared at Izuku and blinked a few times before the adults snorted and laughed in amusement at Izuku's idea. Yes, even 𝗏𝗪𝗏, who found the idea rather funny since he himself was not above using his own quirk to make students behave. Rikiya grinned at Izuku as he replied, okay, you've made a good point there. With all due seriousness though, even you must admit that some quirks just can't be dealt with through current standard methods. Izuku sighed as he thought about Himiko's quirk and admitted, that is certainly true, but that does not mean that we should not try our best to make sure that the quirk is not misused to hurt other people. Take Toga-san's quirk for example. A regular supply of donated BLD from a trusted source would have been enough to curb her need to drink BLD and transform. So do you think that even villains should be given a chance to use their quirks in less harmful or even beneficial ways? Asked Miyashita, who decided to speak his thoughts aloud. Izuku turned his attention to Rikiya's assistant and replied, assuming that they sincerely want to stop being villains and change for the better, I think they should be given a chance. However, as I have said in the previous interview, even I know that there are villains who do not want to change, are too far gone to change, or have done too much harm to be easily forgiven by anyone. In other words, you believe that people who want to use their quirks to commit crimes and refuse to stop doing so must be kept in check out of necessity to maintain societal order, correct? Asked Rikiya. More or less, although it's more about preventing harm than maintaining societal order, replied Izuku, who then added, I mean, can any of you blame me if I think that someone like Muscular or Moonfish is too dangerous to be allowed to use their quirks freely? Well, I certainly can't say that you're wrong in wanting to keep people safe from harm, admitted Rikiya, who then asked, villains and villainous quirks aside though, what do you think can be done to help people who wish to use their quirks even if they are not pro-heroes? Well, I do have a few ideas, said Izuku, who then explained, one of them is preparing quirk gyms so that people can use their quirks freely in a controlled environment. Not only will the quirk gyms help people to train their quirks, but it will also let them use their quirks as a means to relieving stress, much like regular exercise. Rikiya blinked in surprise before he turned his attention to Miyashita and asked, what do you think about that idea, Miyashita-kun? Well, preparing the necessary structures and the facilities will be prohibitively expensive, never mind the legal issues with current laws on quirk usage, but it's certainly something worth considering if nothing else, said Miyashita, who then asked Izuku, I'm assuming that you got that idea based on 𝗂𝐻 High School's hero program. Pretty much, admitted Izuku, who then sheepishly added, though, I have to admit that I have little to no idea on how to even plan the construction of such a gym, let alone run it properly. Rikiya snorted in amusement and said, considering that not even the Hero Public Safety Commission has thought of such a concept, you shouldn't be too HRD on yourself, Midoriya-kun. Nedzu nodded in agreement with Rikiya as he spoke to Izuku, it's certainly an idea worthwhile considering if nothing else. Costs and legal issues aside, it was certainly possible to establish a quirk gym with the current technologies and materials used in most high schools that offer hero courses. Izuku smiled at Rikiya and Nedzu gratefully before he spoke to the former. Another thing I can suggest is giving quirk licenses for non-heroes so that they can use their quirks in public. Much like a driver's license, anyone who wants to have a quirk license will have to fulfill certain requirements and agree to obey certain laws. Of course, misusing the quirk will lead to getting the license suspended or even revoked. That's actually a rather interesting idea, said 𝗓𝐻𝐻, who was interested in the idea. Not even his top executives from the Meta Liberation Army had thought of such a thing. Then again, the Meta Liberation Army strived for the complete liberation of quirk usage, so none of the members had any reason to consider a more balanced path. He then had to ask, "How did you come up with such ideas, Midoriya-kun?" Izuku was about to answer when he recalled that he came up with the ideas while he was posing for a NDE art session. Not surprisingly, he blushed and said, "I was posing for an art class when I got bored and decided to distract myself by thinking about certain topics." 𝗓𝐻𝐻 was willing to bet that there was more to the art class than what Izuku was willing to reveal, but he decided against asking for details. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything else that you would like to offer, Midoriya-kun?" Well, improving the standards of support for people with quirk-related issues would certainly be nice. After all, if our society was actually fairer to people who have quirk-related issues, including villainous quirks and being quirkless, Toga-san wouldn't have turned into a villain and I wouldn't have to suffer a decade of bullying, replied Izuku, who then added, "Improving the standards of villain rehabilitation is another thing to consider, if only to make sure that we help the villains who truly longing to turn over a new leaf. Would you care to provide some examples of improving the standards of support?" asked 𝗓𝐻𝐻. "Providing proper counseling based on each individual case would be a start," replied Izuku, who then added, "The counseling can range from offering suggestions on proper or even mundane quirk usage to giving moral support to those who are discriminated for their quirks or for being quirkless. Holding group therapy sessions is another option, if only so that people who need help can connect with others who face similar problems. Stricter standards for educators are also essential to prevent cases of teachers ignoring people who are suffering from quirk-related discrimination, something which I am all too familiar with. While I do not disagree with your opinions about improving support for people with quirk-related issues and villain rehabilitation, I should stress that doing so requires some form of financial support. Like it or not everyone shares your opinions about people with quirk-related issues, especially quirkless people and villains," stated 𝗓𝐻𝐻. Izuku sighed as he admitted, "Believe me, I understand that particular issue more intimately than I wish to admit. Speaking of quirk-related discrimination, I'm aware that you're strongly against the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army because you believe that the complete liberation of quirk usage would only worsen the issue. Would you care to elaborate further on that?" asked 𝗓𝐻𝐻. Miyashita wore a surprised expression as his employer had never talked about the Meta Liberation Army before. "I believe that I have already stated my reasoning for why I do not believe in the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army in my previous interview," replied Izuku. "True, but I'd like to hear some examples of your reasoning if you do not mind me making such a request," replied 𝗓𝐻𝐻. Izuku sighed as he thought about some possible scenarios for a few minutes before he mentally apologized to 𝗏𝗏𝗡. "Sorry, 𝗏𝗏𝗡-chan." 𝗏𝗏𝗡, who knew what Izuku was about to do, mentally replied, "That's okay. Do what you need to do to prove your point, Izuku-kun." Taking a deep breath, Izuku then verbally spoke to 𝗓𝐻𝐻. "All right, I have one example. Start of scenario. I want everyone to imagine someone with a powerful quirk. It can be any quirk as long as it is strong and flashy. For the sake of simplicity and story coherence, let's call him Flash. Our current society already puts people with such quirks on a pedestal, so it's not strong to imagine a meta-liberated society doing the same thing for Flash. Granted, such a society may be more willing to acknowledge the power of more villainous quirks, but I highly doubt that people with weak quirks or quirkless individuals will be treated any better than our current society. In fact, I imagine they will be forced to suffer even more discrimination than before. Quirk-related discrimination aside though, I want you to imagine Flash believing that nothing can stand up to him. After all, he has a powerful and flashy quirk, and in a meta-liberated society, he can do whatever he wants with it without legal consequence. Even blatant acts of cruelty against people whom he views as beneath him is pretty much accepted as long as no one actually tries to stop him from hurting others, especially the weak and powerless. Now, I want you all to imagine another person based on a certain villain which I was involved with in the past, the sludge villain. Imagine that person having a similar quirk except that he hijacks his host's brain so that he can not only take control of the host's body but also learn everything about the said host, thereby making it almost impossible to detect his presence. For now, let's call that sludge-like individual Parasite. Let's assume that, under normal circumstances, Parasite has no chance of defeating Flash in a direct fight. However, do not forget that Parasite has the ability to take over the bodies of other people. This means that, with the correct strategy and support, Parasite can take over Flash's body. No matter how powerful Flash's quirk is, it is useless against Parasite if he has already taken full control of his body. Can you even begin to imagine the kind of damage Parasite can cause to Flash, especially if Parasite has a personal grudge against him and wants to ruin his life completely instead of just simply ending it? With Flash's body under his control, Parasite can force him to do horrible things that not even his loved ones or supporters are willing to accept. For example, he can force Flash to abuse, RPE and/or murder even the people who support him for the slightest of insults. Alternatively, he can force Flash to shamelessly do something utterly perverse and depraved like cannibalism, 𝗓𝗧𝗪𝗔𝗍𝗔, or 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Assuming that Parasite is willing to be patient to avoid detection, he can stay in Flash for years or even decades, forcing him to gradually commit ever greater acts of depravity until, eventually, even his closet's allies and loved ones forsake him. As Parasite ruins Flash's life, he can either allow him to experience it all while being powerless to stop it or suppress his mind so that he is oblivious to everything until it is far too late to undo the damage that has been done. Now, you may ask, why would Parasite do something so horrible to Flash? It can be for just about any reason you can think of. Revenge for what Flash had done to him or his loved ones in the past. Jealousy over how Flash has all the praise and glory while Parasite is deemed as worthless due to the parasitic nature of his quirk. It can even be a simple sadistic longing to test the full limits of his quirk. Regardless of the intentions and reasons, Parasite will have no reason to stop tormenting Flash until he is either discovered and removed from Flash's body or Flash's life has been utterly ruined. Should Parasite succeed in ruining Flash's life completely, he can force Flash to cripple himself and then leave him at the mercy of the various people who hated him. Alternatively, he can just leave Flash to pick up the pieces of his ruined life and find another host to torment. Regardless, Flash's life will never be the same ever again, all because someone has both the longing to completely ruin him and the ability to carry out that longing. The scariest part of this scenario is not just the fact that it is actually possible in our current world but also the simple fact that, even if the truth of Parasite's horrific misdeeds are revealed to the public, his actions will not be deemed as evil according to the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army, which values the unrestricted usage of quirks above all else. After all, if Flash can use his quirk without legal consequence even if he is using it to abuse others, why can't Parasite use his quirk to utterly ruin Flash's life? In fact, I can imagine some people who strictly adhere to the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army going so far as to callously dismiss Flash's very real suffering not because it is karmic retribution for his own past misdeeds but for simply being so pathetically weak that he had allowed his own life to be ruined by someone with a supposedly inferior quirk. End of scenario. So my question to you is this. Do you still think that completely unrestricted usage of quirks is anything close to a good idea? 𝗧𝗓𝗪𝗔𝗍𝗔 asked Izuku, who then added, in case you're still not convinced, I have a few more examples which I can offer to prove my point. Everyone around Izuku trembled as they had just witnessed a gradual change in Izuku's demeanor as he narrated the scenario. His eyes, which were normally wide and bright with heroic idealism, became narrow and dark with cynical bitterness. His voice, normally filled with kindness and warmth, became inhumane and cold. Even his posture changed as he slouched forward with his hands placed beneath his chin while his head was tilted to one side. The overall shift in demeanor was such that Izuku currently appeared nothing short of truly villainous, like a cruel mastermind who knew the best ways to break a person's very ability to feel hope. Cold sweat ran down Rikia's neck as he not only found Izuku's shift in demeanor deeply unnerving but was also unable to deny the logic of Izuku's narrated scenario. After all, It was clear that Izuku was drawing inspiration from his actual experiences to provide a particularly horrifying example of a logical consequence to completely unrestricted quirk usage. As much as Rikiya hated to admit it, such cruel misuse of meta abilities could not be deemed as unacceptable according to the standards of the Meta Liberation Army. Swallowing his fear and pride, Rikiya took a deep breath and admitted, "No, I believe we have all heard enough, Midoriya Izuku." Even 𝗫𝗠 was unnerved by the way Izuku's narrated his example of quirk misuse in a meta-liberated society and made a mental note to keep a close eye on him. He did not want to even imagine the possible horrors Izuku was capable of if he ever snapped and decided to be a villain. That said, 𝗫𝗠 realized that Izuku had even greater potential than expected and wanted to make him his personal student. When 𝗫𝗠 made that decision, every teacher, staff and student in UEH High School felt an icy chill run down their collective spines as though an evil overlord had finally found a worthy successor. Izuku's cold stare lingered on Rikiya for a minute longer before he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When his eyes opened, everyone could clearly see the exhaustion and wariness in his eyes as he asked Rikiya, "If you do not mind me asking, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗏, are you a supporter of the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army?" Realizing that Izuku had begun to suspect his association with the Meta Liberation Army, Rikiya decided to speak a half-truth. "You could say that, Midoriya-kun. After all, my company deals with lifestyle support items, and it can be rather frustrating to see people being forced to follow an outdated standard of lifestyle in spite of having quirks which may complicate things to say the least." Rikiya then turned his attention to Himiko and added, "You of all people should know what I'm talking about, Toga-kun." Unable to deny the truth, Himiko sighed and replied, "It's true that I was forced to follow other people's definition of normals until it basically drove me crazy. Had Deku not suggested a different way for me to live, I would have still remained as a villain because I wanted to live, love and die by my own terms no matter how insane it may be to others." Rikiya turned his attention back to Izuku and said, "While your suggestions may help people to have greater freedom in using their quirks for non-criminal activities, I highly doubt the suggestions will completely stop the misuse of quirks. After all, besides criminals who would use their quirks for nefarious purposes regardless of the law, there are also vigilantes who have decided to take the law into their own hands." "That is certainly true," admitted Izuku, who then said, "Ideally, vigilantes would be unnecessary, but there's no denying that our current society has failed to stop people from becoming villains or vigilantes out of either irrepressible longing or desperate necessity. The best we can do is prevent more people from becoming villains or vigilantes by giving them arguably better alternatives. Some level or prevention is better than none, even if it is impossible to prevent it completely." Originally, Rikiya wanted to press on the possible benefits of completely liberating quirk usage, but after the horrifying possible scenario Izuku had described to him and the chilling way the boy delivered it, even he knew better than to press on the matter. In fact, Rikiya was willing to bet that Izuku's chilling example would make at least some of the members of the army to reconsider the merits its ultimate goal. Smiling in spite of losing to Izuku in the battle for the intellectual and moral high ground, Rikiya said, "Well, I must say that this interview has been most enlightening." He then reached out his hand to offer a handshake and said to Izuku, "Thank you for spending your time having this interview with me, Midoriya-kun. I sincerely hope that you will pass your provisional license exam." Izuku smiled in return and accepted Rikiya's handshake as he replied, "You're welcome, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏." Rikiya then turned his attention to 𝗫𝗠 and Shoyuta to say, "Well then, if you all may. Excuse me, I must return back to my company. This interview has given me a number of ideas that I wish to discuss with my executives." "Of course, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏," said 𝗫𝗠, who then added, "However, before you leave, can you, Miyashita-san and Kazuki-san please come to my office? I would like to speak to you three in private." Although Rikiya knew that 𝗫𝗠 might be already suspecting his involvement with the Meta Liberation Army, he smiled obligingly and said, "Of course, 𝗫𝗠-san. Please, lead the way." A short while later, in 𝗫𝗠's office, 𝗫𝗠 was comfortably seated on his chair as he spoke to Rikiya. "So tell me, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏-san, what does the Meta Liberation Army want with Midoriya Izuku?" Miyashita was shocked by the accusation while Kazuki frowned as her suspicion that Nedzu had already known the truth had been validated. Rikiya, on the other hand, simply smiled and replied, "Well, considering how Midoriya-kun, Todoroki-kun and even Toga-kun have suffered because of our current society's failings, for the lack of a better term, it's only reasonable for the Meta Liberation Army to take an interest in them, yes." Chuckling in spite of the increasingly tense atmosphere, Nedzu replied, "True, but even you cannot deny that the Meta Liberation Army can't solve the basic human failing of misusing quirks to harm others who are less powerful, especially the quirkless." Rikiya sighed dramatically as he admitted, "No, I'm honestly afraid that I can't deny it." He thought about a certain member of the army, a young man with long pale hair and pale eyes named 𝗬𝗓𝗓, who strongly believed that one's rank in society should be directly determined by the strength by one's meta ability. In fact, 𝗬𝗓𝗓 believed that a person's life held no other value other than his or her meta ability. Needless to say, 𝗬𝗓𝗓 was less than pleased by Shuko and Izuku's adamant refusal to accept the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army precisely because it would cause more people to share his admittedly narrow view on the value of an individual person. "Then what do you plan to do after that interview with Midoriya-kun?" asked Nedzu. Rikiya raised a brow and asked, "Are you not going to apprehend me? I am associated with the Meta Liberation Army after all." "I could, but I know for a fact that you have your people waiting just outside the school just in case you need to resort to violence, never mind whatever abilities you three possess at hand," replied Nedzu, who then smirked as he added, "This school has already suffered a number of setbacks due to the League of Villains, so I would very much like to avoid having yet another setback which puts both my staff and my students at risk. Thank you very much." Rikiya snorted in amusement and then laughed heartily as he replied, "An understandable reasoning indeed." After he calmed down, he said, "Amusing statements aside though, I only came to talk to Izuku and to better understand the boy who has proven himself to be a bit of an intellectual and ideological anathema to the army." "You're referring to his absolute refusal to allow the complete liberation of quirk usage due to his past suffering as a seemingly quirkless boy, yes?" asked Nedzu. "Precisely," Rikiya confirmed with a nod before he explained, "Make no mistake, Midoriya-kun's ideas may be helpful in granting people more freedom in using their meta abilities, limited as that freedom may be, but we both know that there are individuals who longing complete liberation in the use of meta abilities." "That may be true, but do you still believe that such a level of unrestricted freedom is for the best even after listening to Midoriya-kun's example of quirk misuse, which are at least partly based on his past experiences with actual villains? Like it or not, even you cannot deny that the Meta Liberation Army cannot condemn the villainous misuse of quirks without contradicting its own ideals," argued Nedzu. "There is certainly that issue," admitted Rikiya, who then said, "The closest thing the Meta Liberation Army has to prevent the abuse of meta abilities is allowing the most powerful or influential among us to keep the others in check, which is a rather flawed system as it entirely depends on the individuals in power. Who's to say that they will be able to remain in power for long, let alone rule in a way that is just?" replied Nedzu, who then added, "That's not even considering the rather contradictory idea of letting the powerful impose his or her own ideals upon others, which can be seen as a different form of oppression." "As much as it galls me to admit it, you have a fair point, Nedson," said Rikiya. He then asked, "However, even you must realize that the current system must be changed if not broken down entirely. Otherwise, more incidents of people having no other choice other than to become villains or vigilantes will only increase." Nedzu knew that Rikiya was not entirely wrong, especially after learning about Himiko's descent into madness, and thus suggested, "Will the Meta Liberation Army be willing to hold a truce if an agreeable compromise can be reached between both our side and your side?" He then added, "I'm only asking this because I have a hunch that you sincerely sympathized with Midoriya-kun's ideals." Rikiya smiled as he admitted, "Indeed I do. However, do you really think that the leaders of our current society will be willing to make such a compromise? Do not forget, people who hold political power often despise changes which threaten their authority." "You leave that part to me and my associates," said Nedzu, who then smiled in an almost malevolent manner as he added, "I may be a pro-hero, but that does not mean that I do not know how to convince others to agree with me." Rikiya felt a slight quiver of fear before he suppressed that feeling to maintain his image as a seemingly unflappable person. He then said, "Then I will have a word with my associates to at least consider the possibility of a peaceful solution to this conflict. Make no mistake, the Meta Liberation Army is willing to make sacrifices in order to achieve our goals, but even I am against making pointlessly avoidable losses." Pleased by the offered chance for a peaceful resolution of a conflict which had not even started, 𝗏𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 smiled happily and offered his paw to Rikiya while saying, "Then I pray for a favorable response from your side, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘-san." "Likewise, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏-san," replied Rikiya, who shook 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's paw. After shaking hands, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 had to ask, "For the sake of clarification, what position do you three hold within the Meta Liberation Army, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘-san?" Rikiya smiled as he replied, "Kazuki-san is a top executive of the army while Miyashita is really just an innocent and trustworthy employee of the 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 company." His smile changed into a smirk as he added, "As for myself, I'm 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, son of 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 himself and the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army." 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's eyes widened in shock as he realized that Izuku had somehow not only spoken to the leader of a villain organization but even impressed him to the point of considering a peaceful solution. His shock soon turned into glee as he chuckled before he cackled in a near-insane manner before he said, "What a twist! Even my high-spec quirk has failed to consider the possibility of the leader coming personally to speak to Midoriya-kun." After 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 calmed himself, he grinned at Rikiya and said, "Very well, consider my efforts to convince the leaders of our society to make a peaceful truce with the Meta Liberation Army done. In fact, as a sign of goodwill, I will have Midoriya-kun involved in our shared endeavors." Rikiya smiled approvingly and said, "Then I look forward to working together with you and Midoriya-kun, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏-san." A short while later, Rikiya was in his limousine together with both Kazuki and Miyashita. Kazuki turned her attention to Rikiya and asked, "Was it wise to reveal your true identity to 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏-san, Grand Commander? Considering that he already knows that I am associated with the Meta Liberation Army, the truth of who I really am would have been revealed to the heroes of this society sooner or later," replied Rikiya. "So you really are the current leader of the Meta Liberation Army," said Miyashita, whose voice was barely above a soft whisper. Although Rikiya sincerely liked Miyashita and wanted to offer him an invitation to join the army, he knew that Miyashita did not react well to the recent revelations. As such, he was prepared to face rejection as he replied, "Yes, I'm afraid that I am." "Then was everything that I did for both you and the company just a lie to support a terrorist group which has already caused so many innocent people to die?" asked Miyashita. "Not, it wasn't," replied Rikiya, who sighed as he explained, "I do value our friendship, Miyashita-kun, but I've been raised to take over my father's legacy for as long as I can remember. Had I not learnt about Midoriya-kun's ideals, I would not have thought of any other way to make our current society better for everyone." He turned his gaze to Miyashita and asked, "Do you despise me for what I am and what I have hidden from you?" Miyashita clenched his fists and growled, "Honestly, I'm furious." He then sighed and unclenched his fists as he admitted, "However, after considering Midoriya-kun's explanation why he may not be that different from your father, I also realize that perhaps 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 did have a legitimate reason for wanting to liberate the use of quirks even if it meant becoming one of the worst villains in history." Rikiya smiled gratefully as he spoke to Miyashita, "Then I want you to put your faith in the hope that somehow a peaceful resolution to the conflict between regulation and liberation of quirks can be achieved." Miyashita nodded before he added, "I will remain by your side but only to make sure that you really wish to resolve things peacefully. If you decide to terrorize the people to have things your way, I will defect even if it kills me." "Then let us hope that such an event will never come to pass," said Rikiya, who sincerely hoped that a day would come when he and Miyashita could crack jokes like what they had always done in the past. Back at 𝗏𝗏𝗏 High School, Izuku was on his way to midnight's special class. Although still mentally exhausted from the interview, he knew that the primary focus of the class was not about having SEC but about his troubling shift in demeanor during the interview. Considering that even Himiko was shocked by it, and his recent exposure to Himiko's memories including her slow descent into madness, he could not blame the rest of the girls in his HRM for being concerned. As Izuku made his way to the class, he encountered a girl with long periwinkle hair and wide, curious eyes which were royal blue in color and had white pupils. Although she had a pleasing figure with 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 curves, her overall appearance was cute instead of secretary. She was also apparently exceedingly curious as she immediately blocked his way and excitedly asked him, "Say, are you Midoriya Izuku?" Although surprised, Izuku nevertheless politely answered, "Yes, I am." The girl's smile widened into a grin as she proceeded to ask, "Is it true that you have over 100 girls in your 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘? Are you still trying to get more girls to join your Harem? What did you do to make a pro-heroine, a villainess, and even a girl who used to be a boy want to join your 𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘? Is it because you have a PP that is over 7 inches long and you can come many times without rest?" Not expecting the veritable barrage of questions from the girl, who seemed completely innocent while asking decidedly raunchy inquiries, Izuku blushed and stuttered, "WTS?" Even 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was shocked as she mentally asked Izuku, "Did she seriously ask all of that with a straight face? You have really piqued my interest, you know. It's so strange that you managed to get so many girls to like you in just 2 weeks at most," said the periwinkle-haired girl who showed childlike excitement and curiosity as she approached Izuku. Izuku involuntarily backed away from the girl and asked, What's your name?" Realizing that she had not introduced herself, she giggled sheepishly and replied, "Oh, sorry about forgetting to introduce myself. My name is 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘. I'm a third-year student and my hero name is 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘chan." "Well, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏-san, I can certainly say that I do not have over 100 girls in my 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, replied Izuku. Mentally, he added, "Seriously, who in their right mind would have to have more than 100 girls in a 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘? 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 tilted her head and innocently asked, "So, how many girls do you have then?" Izuku resisted the urge to slap his hand onto his own blushing face as he realized that he had just dug himself deeper. Doing a quick mental count of the girls in his 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, he admitted, T23. For the sake of keeping the HRM plan a secret, he did not count 𝗏𝗏𝗏 into the number. "Now that's strange," 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘 replied as she placed a finger onto her lips and said, "If you exclude the girls from Class 1A, the 2 support girls who live in Dorm 1A, the girls from Class 1B and Midnight Sensei, you still have 5 more girls whom I do not know about." She then asked, "So, who are they? Are they girls from other classes, pro-heroines, villainesses, or even more girls who used to be boys?" Izuku was sweating bullets as he mentally swore, She's smarter than I thought." He averted his eyes from her inquisitive gaze and replied, "Why should I tell you everything? It's rather personal information about myself, you know." He then argued, "Besides, it is past curfew now. Why are you not in your own dorm right now?" "Oh, about that, I was actually on my way back to the dorm after submitting my report to 𝗫𝗓𝗧-sensei about my internship with Ryukyu," answered 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘. "Wait, you're interning with the dragon heroine, Ryukyu?" asked Izuku, whose nervousness completely evaporated in the face of a possibly exciting discussion about a heroine who was one of the top 10 heroes in all of Japan. "Yup, she's a really nice person," replied 𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘. Izuku's hero fanboy mode was fully activated as he quickly took out a hidden notebook and excitedly asked, "I know that her quirk allows her to transform into a Western dragon, but has she ever tried transforming into an Eastern dragon? Does her dragon form give her any enhanced senses? I've also heard rumors that she can shed her scales and teeth while in her dragon form and would like to know if any of them is true." 𝗏𝗏𝗟𝗘 smiled and happily answered, "She has never tried it before, but it sure sounds interesting to try out. I think her eyesight is enhanced when she transforms so that she can what is happening on the ground while she is flying in the air, but I need to ask her to be sure. Yes, she can shed them when she's in her dragon form, but you can't make any trinkets out of them since they quickly degrade when she returns back to being human." Izuku quickly wrote down 𝗏𝗏𝗟𝗘's response like an overly eager news journalist before he asked, "So, about your internship report with Ryukyu, is there any reason why it couldn't wait until the following day?" 𝗏𝗏𝗟𝗘's smile became apologetic as she replied, "Sorry, but I can't go around telling anyone about it." Izuku's expression became serious as he asked, "Does it have anything to do with the League of Villains?" Although 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 was not supposed to tell Izuku the details of the report she had submitted to Nedzu, she shook her head and answered, "Not as far as I know, but it is something urgent enough for Nedzu to request my immediate 𝗧𝗜𝗚𝗡 even though it is past curfew now." "I see," said Izuku, who made a mental note to ask Nedzu for details later. He then realized that he had asked 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 a number of questions without regard for good manners. Blushing in embarrassment, he said, "Sorry about suddenly asking you so many questions just now, Harusan. I just really like heroes and you're interning with one of the top 10 heroes in all of Japan." "That's okay," replied 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟, who then admitted, "I ask a lot of questions myself, so I'm not really one to talk." Both Izuku and 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 chuckled good-naturedly before he said, "So, about the questions you asked just now, I can't give you all the details, but I can certainly say that I did not expect so many girls to develop deeper feelings for me. I'm also not planning to make my HRM any larger since it will be unfair for the other girls, especially Ochako-chan and Tsuyu-chan. I'm going to guess that the girls like you because you're more than a cute face with a CC body, a big PP and excellent SXL performance, right?" asked 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟, who was still being completely innocent. Izuku blushed and bashfully replied, "You can put it that way." Ahem. Surprised, both Izuku and 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 turned their attention towards the person who had cleared her throat and realized that the girls of Dorm 1A, the girls of Class 1B and Nemuri had suddenly appeared behind 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟. Izuku paled as he realized that the girls of his HRM had found out that he was having a pleasant conversation with the third-year student. Some of the girls, especially Ochako, Pony and Melissa, wore false smiles while the other girls, most notably Shuko, Momo, Kyuka, Reiko and Yui, wore unimpressed deadpan expressions. There were even girls who wore teasing grins, especially Mina, Setsuna and Nemuri. "You look like you're having fun, Deku," said Ochako. "You look like you are having a good time, Izuku," said Momo. "I've overheard some of the things you two were talking about, Midori," said Kyuka. After hearing Ochako, Momo and Kyuka speak, Izuku could not help but mentally ask himself, "Why do I have a sudden sense of déjà vu?" Deciding to ignore the feeling that Ochako, Momo and Kyuka had said something similar to him before, he quickly introduced 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 to the other girls. "Everyone, this is Haru 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟." She was on her way back to the dorms after submitting an urgent report to Nedzu-sensei when she saw me and wanted to ask me a number of questions about the HRM. Nemuri raised an eyebrow and said, "An urgent report to Nedzu from one of the big three. It must have been rather important then." "The big three?" asked Mina. "The big three are the three most promising third-year students of UH High School," explained Nemuri. "Wait, so you're telling me that she's some kind of big shot around here?" asked Setsuna. "Considering that the big three are the strongest hero students in all of Japan, are already stronger than most pro heroes and have the potential to become top pro heroes after they graduate, she certainly is," answered Nemuri. Shocked by the revelation, everyone stared at 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟, who smiled in an innocently cute manner before she said, "Pleased to meet all of you." Feeling a bit intimidated by the girl who was supposedly strong enough to be a top pro heroine in spite of her cute appearance and airheaded personality, Pony timidly asked, "So what did you want to ask Izuku-chan about?" "Well, I wanted to ask him if he had over 100 girls in his HRM and was seeking to add more girls to the HRM. I also asked him how he managed to get so many girls to like him and if the reason why they all liked him was because of his big PP," replied 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟. Although Sumimo informed the girls of Izuku's HRM about 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 asking him various questions, which was the reason why they all left Midnight's personal classroom, she did not go into detail about the said questions. As such, they were all shocked and/or surprised by the questions which 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 wanted to ask Izuku. Nemuri then smirked and asked, "Care to explain why you wanted to ask Izuku those questions, Haruchan?" Seemingly unaware of Nemuri's scheming expression, 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟 replied, "Well, I'm just really curious about how and why Midoriya-kun managed to get so many girls to like him. I mean, sure he did not get over 100 girls, but he admitted having 23 girls, which is almost a quarter of 100 girls." Nemuri rubbed her chin as she asked 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟, "Just for the sake of being clear, are you dating anyone at the moment?" "Nope, I'm not," replied 𝗔𝗧𝗧𝗟. Ochako glared at Nemuri and said, "Midnight Sensei, you're not planning what I think you're planning, are you?" "Not really." I just want to know for sure if 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟 is just curious or actually wants to join the HRM, replied Nemuri. Well, I haven't thought about joining the HRM, stated 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟, who then added, plus, Midoriya-kun has just told me that he's not planning to have more girls join the HRM since it'll be unfair to you girls. She then grinned and said, that said, I won't mind being his friend and who knows, maybe I'll even give the HRM thing a go. The girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B turned their attention towards Izuku, who chuckled weakly as he realized that he had somehow gotten himself a potential member of his HRM. Not surprisingly, the girls were not too happy about it and were giving him unimpressed looks. Do we need to keep Izuku under 24/7 surveillance just to make sure he doesn't end up charming even more girls into joining the HRM without even trying? Asked Itsuka. Considering that Aizu-chan wasn't even trying to convince her to join the HRM, we might need to do just that, Karo, said Tsuyu. Seriously, just how in the world did you manage to get a senior who's also one of the big three to be interested in you? Asked Shuko. In my defense, she's a very inquisitive person and the rumors about us have been circulating around the school for a while now, said Izuku. Mina was not convinced as she asked the girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B. So does everyone agree that Izuku's level of charisma is too dangerous to be left unguarded? Absolutely, said Yui while Reiko nodded in agreement with her. No question about it, added Toru. Melissa sighed as she spoke her thoughts aloud. We might need to build some kind of security drone to make sure that no one tries to get into his while we're not around to keep watch over him. May grinned as she spoke to Melissa. You think the baby we've been making as a side project would help? Melissa smiled in return as she replied, after a few modifications and some safety testing it might. I'm not that much of a lady killer, am I? Asked Izuku. Given your current track record and the last 5 ladies who have joined the HRM, yes, you are, said Ochako, who had an annoyed expression on her face. Kinoko giggled as she spoke to Ochako. In his defense, he never uses deceit to make anyone to join the HRM. Ibra sighed and said, that may be true, but it does not change the fact that he's dragging even more women and maidens into a life of sinful debauchery. Not that you're complaining the last time we talked about it, said Setsuna, who had a cheeky grin on her face. Ibra blushed and argued, that's besides the point. Setsuna's grin turned into a smirk as she drawled, sure it isn't. Ibra stayed silent as she knew that she could not deny the fact that she enjoyed being a member of Izuku's HRM in spite of her religion. You girls sure get along. Is Midoriya-kun really that great a boyfriend to have? Asked 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟, who was becoming even more curious about Izuku and his HRM. Well, it helps that we like each other too, explained Mina, who turned her attention to Setsuna and added, right Setsuna-chan? Setsuna nodded and replied, you got that right, Mina-chan. 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟's eyes widened in amazement as she asked, so it's both boy-to-girl love and girl-to-girl love? Momo blushed as she bashfully looked away from Kyuka and Shuto, who were also blushing, and said, more of less, Harusen. So how do you girls make one other come while having section? Asked 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟, who had a completely innocent expression on her face. Shocked by 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟's shocking question, Izuku and his HRM were too dumbstruck to respond until Tsuyu bluntly replied, lots of artsy imagination, Karo. 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟 hummed as she thought over Tsuyu's answer before she grinned and said, thanks for answering my question. What are your names, by the way? After the girls from Dorm 1A and Class 1B introduced themselves to 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟, she smiled at them and said, it's great talking to all of you, but I have to get back to my dorm now. She then turned her attention to Izuku with a grin on her face and said, see you later, Midoriya-kun. Before Izuku could reply, 𝗎𝗧𝗧𝗟 suddenly gave him a friendly peck on the cheek before skipping off to her dorm. Stunned by the unexpected embrace, Izuku and his HRM were silent for a moment before he mentally asked Sumamo, Sumamo-chan, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much trouble am I in? Sumamo mentally chuckled at Izuku as she replied, I'd say a solid 7 at least. I mean, you somehow got another girl to be interested in you without even trying to stalk her after all. As Izuku noted the jealous looks on the faces of his HRM, other than Nemuri, Mina, Setsuna and Himiko, who were grinning at him instead, Izuku knew that Sumamo was right. He also knew that he was not going to return back to the dorm that night. Meanwhile, in Nedzu's office, Nedzu chuckled as his security measures had allowed him to observe Izuku's encounter with 𝗎𝗧𝗟𝗟. He had not planned for the encounter to happen, but he was not displeased by the unexpected turn of events. In fact, he found much enjoyment in amusingly unexpected situations. "That amusing encounter aside though," said 𝗫𝗠𝗧 as he turned his attention towards 𝗫𝗫𝗏𝗧's submitted report. In truth, 𝗫𝗫𝗏𝗧 could have submitted her report later on the following day since he already had Ryuko's report, but the nature of the case meant that every scrap of useful information was vital and urgent. While a sudden spike in acts of villainy was unavoidable due to the recent fall of both All Might and All for One, the more recent and scandalous revelation regarding Endeavor's family circumstances had been another terrible blow to the image of pro-heroes as a whole. As much as 𝗫𝗪𝗠 loathed to admit it, Endeavor was good in his job as a pro-hero in spite of both his abusive attitude towards his own family and his tendency to use force to solve cases. Not surprisingly, a growing number of people were losing faith in the current generation of heroes, while villains and criminals had become even bolder than before. One particular example of a rising group of villains was the 𝗓𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 Yakuza organization. Much like the League of Villains, the 𝗓𝗧𝗧𝗟𝗘 was looking for 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘. Given the nature of 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗟𝗘's quirk, it was understandable why they wanted to recruit her. Even more concerning, however, was the fact that Ryuko's most recent report on the Yakuza organization mentioned that they were selling Trigger, a quirk-enhancing drag, in exchange for medical equipment. Based on what the captured Yakuza thugs had claimed, the medical equipment was supposed to help them create a weapon which would allow them to rise in power and regain their former pre-quirk glory. The thing was, most of the medical equipment was meant for extracting, processing, and preserving human tissue samples. 𝗫𝗪𝗧 could not help but think back on the days when he was treated cruelly as a mere test subject as he pondered aloud, what kind of weapon could possibly require extracted human tissue samples to work? Hoping that he was merely being paranoid in spite of the sinking feeling that his assumptions was probably correct, 𝗫𝗪𝗧 quickly contacted Sir Night Eye to tell him about Ryuko and 𝗫𝗫𝗏𝗏𝗏's findings. If there was anyone who could solve the case, it would be All Might's former sidekick himself. Back to Izuku and his Harem. Izuku, Nomiuri, and the girls of Dorm 1A and Class 1B were in their special classroom when Nomiuri spoke to the rest of them. "Originally, I wanted to have a serious discussion about Izuku's shift during the interview just now, but after seeing him get along with Hadouken, I think we can all agree that it's not as bad as we have feared." "That may be so, but it would be wise to at least understand how the shift happened in the first place," Kero said. Tsuyu. Sumomo took over Shuko's body and said, "Well, I might have a theory, but I'm not completely sure if it is true." Curious, Izuku asked, "What is your theory, Shuko-chan?" "After a bit of thinking and recalling how messed up your early life was, I realized that you have been suppressing your negative thoughts and emotions with positive ones for a very long time. Given your past experiences and your love for heroes that inspire hope like All Might, it's understandable why you chose to avoid dwelling on negative thoughts and emotions. However, even though you have managed to attend 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸𝐴 High School as a student of its hero course, done a lot of good deeds, and even gotten yourself a HRM of girls who truly care for you, a lot of that suppressed negativity is still locked up within you. When you decided to give an example of how people would abuse their quirks in a meta-liberated society, you probably felt that you had to be as negative as possible, which led to your shift in demeanor due to your repressed negativity finally having an outlet," explained brain-jacked Shuko, BJ Shuko. "That is a disturbingly logical theory," said Momo. "So we don't have to worry about Midori suddenly losing his marbles?" asked Kyuka. "I'm no psychologist, but I do think that Izuku has been getting a lot better ever since he came to 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐴 High School, especially over the past couple of weeks," replied BJ Shuko. "Considering that he has found a significant number of people whom he can trust and love, it's pretty much a given," stated Ibara. Nomiuri turned her attention to Izuku and said, "Even so, it will be best that you come to us whenever you need help. You don't have to hide anything from us." Ochako nodded in agreement with Nomiuri and said, "Never forget that we're all here for you, Deku." Izuku smiled gratefully and nodded as he replied, "Thank you, everyone." Itsuka had grin on her face as she spoke, "Now that all the important parts are done and over with." Momo smiled seductively as she approached Izuku and said, "We can go straight to doing something which has been delayed for long enough." Pony looked ready and determined as she spoke to Izuku, "I'm going in to ride you so strong, Aizen." 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗡 let go of her control over Shuko so that she could have her fun. Shuko smiled as she removed her clothes and said, I hope you realize that we're not taking gnome for an answer, Izuku. Well, it looks like I'm going to be busy for the whole night, thought Izuku, who smiled in return as he removed his own clothes and approached the four girls who would be having SEC with him first. He was truly grateful for all the love and affection the girls had willingly given to him in spite of his flaws and shortcomings. Little did everyone in Nomiuri's special class realize that a certain someone with long periwinkle hair and royal blue eyes was spying on them.
लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ। आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से आ जाओ आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही
1x से है नहीं तुम पे
नहीं स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे पास।
राइट का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे
बैठेगा साथी।
बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है तो अपन को
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
हाँ हाँ आ रहा हूँ। जेरेट तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे
नुबड़ी जीआरएफ मर गई थी अभी, इसके बाद मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ
तू लूट ले
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पड़ी एक भी।
4x से किसी पे
1x है कहीं पे, 2x
कौन
दूंगा
से लूटा? रंजी कॉल दो
नीचे।
1x दोगे तो
लोग
2x
पड़ी
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ये रहा 4x।
गाड़ी साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
1x पड़ा है, 1x
ये ले मेरे से साथ में, मेरे से
1x में को चाहिए
एक ही मैग
मेरे को 3 ये ले लेवल 3 का मैग ले। साथी
मिल
किधर?
गया
मेरे
1x
को
में
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
मैं पहले हैवी का है।
चल बैठ।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, 2 पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ रहा
फिर
हूँ।
आएगी।
यहाँ पे कुछ देख लो है क्या? यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे।
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है।
1x लेने दो ना वहाँ पे भाई,
1x
गायब हो जाएगा
कहाँ
ये।
पे 1x?
इसमें ही तो है।
उठाना उठा तो उतर।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
2x है तो।
यहीं से
अरे 1x पड़ा है देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया
नीचे लेफ्ट पे
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या? और है क्या उधर?
नहीं
एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे। कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से भाई ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उतर के। यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा, देख फाइट किधर हो रहा, देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से फॉरएवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके जाना, ठीक है।
तुम इतना स्लो क्यों चलाते हो भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉरएवर खत्म। देखो यहीं पे हो रही शायद। यहाँ पे लूटेड है, किसी ने ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है भाई।
आप खत्म हो गई ना? वहाँ के देखें, आ जाओ साथ में आओ।
देखे नहीं तुम? कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए हम भी आ गए उधर ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा रहे हो मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई। आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मछली वाला राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
दिया,
यार नूब
पूरा
बंदे
मिल
भाई
दिया था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे, पड़ भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है तो नॉलेज तो आ ही जाता है।
कौन
निकला है
इधर?
ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है
SMG का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है। अरे ना राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई। कुछ भी जरूरत थी। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
क्रच कौन कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम है
कोने
ये?
में।
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आ जाओ
FTR
आ
पड़ी।
जाओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ। एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो। किसी जगह पे।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए, एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे रहना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना। गाड़ी उठा लो अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमते
वो गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
कहाँ।
चलाता ही रहता हूँ मैं उठा के बस। हाँ जहाँ भी लूटने
आ रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो लूटो गाड़ी छोड़ो दोबारा उठाओ चलो।
Nirvana is closing
LR की
in.
फाइट फिर से हो गई। चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास? काम चलाओ। आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ। वो IPS भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे।
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। HNT ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार। HNT पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? LR पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
LR खत्म हो गई। अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है ठीक है तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ हाँ
आया
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ रहा
फाइट
हूँ आ
हुआ।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे।
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
GRF
रुको, थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले।
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
नहीं एक भी।
4x है किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजो रंजो
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन
मैं।
सा लूटा है, रंजो कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
लूट
2x
लोकस
ले।
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
वन एक्स पड़ा है, वन एक्स
ये ले
मैजिक
मेरे से ले
चाहिए।
साथी मेरे से ले
1x
जरा।
में को चाहिए?
एक एक ही मैग
मेरे
मिल
को
गया।
3 ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले।
मिल
साथी
गया
किधर
मिल गया
गया?
मिल गया मैग।
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
मैं पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ
वन
फिर।
एक्स बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
बैग
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है,
देख लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे। क्या है?
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के एक्सटेंडेड मैग देखना ठीक है।
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही है
वहाँ पे
भाई।
भाई,
1x
गायब हो जाएगा
कहाँ
वो।
पे है 1x?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में है।
उतर।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ जोन आ रहा है भाई।
कहाँ से
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे वन एक्स
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल गया
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे
मेरे
ऊपर,
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या और है क्या उधर?
हाँ हाँ,
नहीं,
एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल चल राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से और एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
इधर
चेक
इधर।
करके जाना ठीक है।
तुम इतना
साइड वाले
स्लो क्यों
शायद
चलाते हो भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई फॉरएवर खत्म। देखो देखो यहीं पे हो रही शायद
नहीं
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड
लूटेड
नहीं आ
है
रहा, कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने
नहीं आ रहा,
ड्रॉप गिराया है किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
ऐसे
देखें
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा
रिफाइनरी
के
घुसना है,
देखें
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ
कॉल
जाओ आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ
मुझे
साथ में
कौन
आओ
है? देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए आ
आओ
गए
तुम।
हम भी आ गए हम भी आ गए
नहीं हो
उधर
सकते,
ही आ गए हम
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार नूब
आपको यहाँ
बंदे
रुक
भाई
दिया था
तुम
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे, कट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल तू क्या है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना तो नॉलेज तुझे आ ही जाता है।
सूरज
कौन
खुल
निकला
जाएगा
है
तेरे।
गरज तो कोई नहीं आ रहा मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई श्राइन एक टीम गई तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है
एसएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है अरे ना राइट में
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजित तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई, कुछ भी जरूरत थी। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
सूरज कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये
में
इको
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आगे
एफटीआर
आगे
पड़ी
आओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ। एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो, पीछे बैठ के।
मिडिल में हाँ मिल गई
मिल
हाँ,
गए, एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे रहना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना गाड़ी उठा लो अच्छी उठाना है
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में
जा रहा हूँ,
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
काम।
चलाता ही रहता हूँ मैं उठा के बस हाँ जहाँ भी लूटने
आ रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो लूटो गाड़ी छोड़ो दोबारा उठाओ चलो
Nirvana is closer.
एलआर की फाइट फिर से हो गई चलें क्या फिर से लूट है तुम्हारे पास काम चलाओ आ जाओ चलते हैं आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं यही वाले एज से आ जाओ वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से ठीक है रेडी रहना
वही।
वन एक्स से रहना है तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा।
नहीं स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे?
बैठेगा साथी
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार एचएनटी पेल दे रही है
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई अभी वेट करो थोड़ा
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है ठीक है तो अपन को
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ
आयरन
हाँ
का
आ
एचएनटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया?
रहा हूँ
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर है वो पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे एक।
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
चलते थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
नहीं एक भी।
फोर एक्स है किसी पे
वन एक्स है कहीं पे,
रंजित
टू
रंजित
एक्स
कौन
दूंगा
कौन सा
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजित कॉल दो।
वन
नीचे
एक्स दोगे तो टू
ठीक
लोकस
है।
एक्स
पड़ी
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं
ठीक।
ये रहा फोर
बैठे
एक्स।
गाड़ी साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई
नहीं, फोर एक्स मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने चल
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
वन एक्स पड़ा है, वन एक्स
ये ले
मैग
मेरे से ले
चाहिए।
साथ में मेरे से
वन
ले
एक्स
जरा
में को चाहिए।
एक एक ही मैग
मेरे
है।
को थ्री ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले
मिल
साथी
गया,
किधर
मिल गया,
गया
मिल गया मैग।
मेरे को
वन एक्स में को
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे
वन
दे
एक्स।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो
मेरे पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ
वन
फिर
एक्स बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
वन एक्स ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ
लूट।
उन पे चलना है
तुम उठा के ला सकते, टू एक्स लूंगा मैं
मैं आ रहा
फिर
हूँ।
आई थी
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं
देख
है,
लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी बे। क्या है?
अरे चलो गया कुछ नहीं है
अरे भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है?
1x लेने दो ना
ये
वहाँ पे
है,
भाई
वन एक्स
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे?
जाएगा
कहाँ
वो
पे वन एक्स?
इसमें ही तो है
बी
उठाना
में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग
उतर
में।
लो।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
2x
एक्स
चलना,
है
खोल
तू
दो।
यहीं से
अरे
यहाँ
1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल गया
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे,
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या? और है क्या उधर?
हाँ
नहीं
हाँ, एक
टू
और है।
एक्स था उधर
चल चल, राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है? जोन के एजेज पे
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है? यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से और एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
चलो
चेक करके
चलो।
आना, ठीक है?
तुम इतना
वाला
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड देख
चलाते हो
लेना
भाई
तो।
स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉर एवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड।
शायद।
नहीं,
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है,
रहा, कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ।
आएगा अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं आ
खत्म हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
ऐसे
देखें?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा। रिफाइनरी
घुमा के
घुसना है,
देखें?
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ
कॉल
जाओ आ
दो।
जाओ
आ जाओ
बोलो
साथ में
कौन
आओ।
है। देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ
आओ
गए
तुम।
हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए।
नहीं हो
आ गए उधर
सकते।
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम
ए भाई।
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार नूब
आपको
बंदे
डैमेज
भाई
दिया था
तुम
मैंने।
छी
यही पड़ जाएंगे। फट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा पता नहीं क्यों
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल तू क्या है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना तो नॉलेज तो आ ही जाता है।
क्रच
कौन
खुल
निकला
जाएगा
है
इधर
क्रच? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई। हमारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है।
एसएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू
तो है। सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है। अरे ना, राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रणजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई। कुछ भी जरूरत थी। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
क्रच कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये?
में।
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आगे
एफटीआर
आगे
पड़ी।
आओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ आ रहा हूँ, एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो। किसी पे है तो।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए,
मिल गई।
एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे है ना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
काम।
चलाता ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ, जहाँ भी लूटने
जा रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो, लूटो, गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana is closer.
एलआर की फाइट फिर से हो गई। चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ। आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है? रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा
नहीं, स्कोप
उठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ, इस बार एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ हाँ
का
आ
टेंटी
रहा हूँ
निकल
आ
रहा
रहा
है
हूँ आ
देखो।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैन पड़ा नीचे एक।
नुबड़ी ये
पास
जीआरएफ
रुको थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रॉजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ आ जाओ।
तू लूट ले लूट ले।
लाइट की बैग पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
आनी है एक भी।
फोर एक्स है किसी पे?
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजो रंजो
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन से
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजो कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
लोकस
2x
पड़ी
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ साथ ही गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
खा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
1x पड़ा है, 1x तो
ये ले
नाइस
मेरे से साथ मेरे से ले
1x में
तेरा।
का चाहिए?
एक ही मैं
मेरे को थ्री, ये ले लेवल 3 का मैग ले। साथ
मिल
किधर गया?
गया मैं।
मेरे को
1x में का
कोई
चाहिए,
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
मेरे पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ फिर।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं
देख
है,
लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलो गया, कुछ नहीं है।
अरे भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है?
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही
वहाँ
है
पे
वन
भाई,
एक्स
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे,
जाओगे
कहाँ
वो।
पे वन एक्स?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में है।
उतर।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
हाँ
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे
यहाँ से
1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल गया
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे,
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या, और है क्या उधर?
हाँ
नहीं,
हाँ एक
टू
और है।
एक्स था उधर।
चल चल राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे।
ठीक।
चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख फाइट किधर हो रहा है देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से फॉर एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
चलो
चेक करके
चलो।
जाना, ठीक है?
तुम इतना
राइट वाला
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड देख
चलाते हो
लेना।
भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉर एवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड।
है शायद।
नहीं
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है
रहा, कोई
किसी
बात
ने,
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है किसी ने, कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
राइट से
देखें?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा
रिफाइनरी
के
घुसना है,
देखें?
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ
कॉल
जाओ आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ
अभी
साथ
मत
में आओ।
आना। देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ
आओ
गए
तुम।
हम भी आ गए हम भी आ गए।
नहीं हो
आ गए उधर
सकते।
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
ए भाई।
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम।
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार नूब
सबको
बंदे
डैमेज
भाई
दिया था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे।
Molotov incoming.
कट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल तू क्या है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना तो मैं तो आ ही जाता हूँ।
जज
कौन
कूदा है
निकला है
इधर।
गरज? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई, तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है
एसएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल मिल रहा भाई, फालतू।
लूट है तुम्हारे पास? काम चलाओ। आ जाओ, चलते हैं, आ जाओ, यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ, आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है, रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं, स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
राइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे?
बैठेगा साथी?
बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ
आया
हाँ,
क्या
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ,
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा हूँ,
हुआ?
आ रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे एक।
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
लूटने, थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रॉजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ, आ जाओ।
तू लूट ले, लूट ले।
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
आ गई एक भी।
फोर एक्स है किसी पे?
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजो
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन सा
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजो कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
लूट
2x
लोकस
लिया।
पड़ी?
दूंगा।
नहीं, मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे, गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ, साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
1x पड़ा है, 1x तो
ये ले
मैच
मेरे से, साथ में मेरे से ले
1x में
जरा।
को चाहिए?
एक ही मैच
मेरे को 3, ये ले लेवल 3 का मैग ले।
मिल
साथी
गया,
किधर
मिल
आ?
गया, मिल गया मैच।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे, कोई हो तो।
मैं पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ फिर।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं
देख
है,
लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है?
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही
वहाँ
है,
पे
एक
भाई,
ही।
1x
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे,
जाओगे
कहाँ
बस।
पे 1x?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में, बी में, बी में,
उठाना,
बी में,
उठाना,
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में है।
उतर।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
आगे
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से, यहीं से,
अरे
यहाँ से,
1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया, मिल गया,
नीचे
मिल गया।
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे,
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया,
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया, मिल गया, मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या, और है क्या उधर?
हाँ
नहीं,
हाँ, एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल चल, राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे।
ठीक।
चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है, देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके, राइट से, राइट से। फॉरएवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ आओ, राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
चलो
चेक
चलो।
करके आना, ठीक है?
तुम इतना
राइट वाला
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड देख
चलाते हो
लेना।
भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉरएवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो,
एक
यहीं पे हो
कंपाउंड।
रही शायद।
नहीं,
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है,
रहा, कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं आ
खत्म हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
राइट से
देखें,
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा
रिफाइनल
के
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनल घुसना है।
आ जाओ,
कॉल
आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ,
अभी
साथ
बता
में आओ।
रहा। देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए, आ
आओ
गए, आ
तो।
गए, हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए। आ गए, आ
आ
गए,
नहीं
आ गए, उधर
सकते।
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम।
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार, नूब
सबको
बंदे
डैमेज
भाई
दिया था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे।
Molotov incoming.
फट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल की तरह। इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना, तो नॉलेज तो आ ही जाता है।
जज
कौन
खुद है
निकला है
इधर।
गरज? तो कोई
चाहिए?
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए भाई तुझे। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है, अरे ना राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई। विजय होती एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
क्रच कौन
पास
सी
वाले
की
कोई
है?
नहीं।
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आ रहा
एफटीआर
हूँ आ
पड़ी।
रहा
हाँ
हूँ आ रहा हूँ। एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो किसी जगह पे।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए,
ठीक है।
एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे है ना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
सामने, तो उठाने के
चलाता
लिए।
ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ, जहाँ भी लूटने
जा रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो, लूटो, गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana
एलआर की
exclusive.
फाइट फिर से हो गई। चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ। आ जाओ, चलते हैं, आ जाओ, यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है, रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं, स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे।
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो, चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ
आया
हाँ,
क्या
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे एक।
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएट
रुकने
मर गई
रुकने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास रुकने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी, आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले लूट ले।
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
आ गई एक भी।
फोर एक्स है किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजित रंजित
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन से
मैं।
लूटा है, रंजित कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
रुक
2x
लोकस
गया।
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे। गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ साथी, गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
वन एक्स पड़ा है, वन एक्स
ये ले
मैग
मेरे से
चाहिए।
साथ में, मेरे से
1x
लेकर
में
आ।
को चाहिए?
एक एक ही मैग
मेरे को
है।
3, ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले।
मिल
साथी
गया
किधर
मिल
आ?
गया मिल गया मैग।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए,
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे, कोई हो तो।
मैं पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ
वन
फिर।
एक्स बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते, चलो वहाँ पे हो गई
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है,
देख लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलो, ये कुछ नहीं है।
अरे भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है।
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही है
वहाँ पे
एक ही
वन
भाई,
है।
एक्स
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे,
जाओगे
कहाँ पे
बस।
है वन एक्स?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा, तो
बिल्डिंग में
उतर
है।
लो।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
कहाँ से
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे वन एक्स
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल गया
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे,
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या, और है क्या उधर?
हाँ
नहीं,
हाँ, एक
टू
और है।
एक्स था उधर।
चल चल, राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे।
ठीक।
चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है, देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके, राइट से, राइट से। फॉरएवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ आओ, राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
इधर
चेक
इधर।
करके आना, ठीक है।
तुम इतना
साइड वाले
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड से
शायद।
ले
चलाते हो
लेना।
भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉरएवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड।
है शायद।
नहीं,
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है,
रहा, कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं आ
खत्म हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
राइट से
देखें,
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा
रिफाइनरी
के
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ
कॉल
जाओ आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ
अभी
साथ
बता
में आओ।
रहा है। देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए आ
आओ
गए आ गए,
तुम।
हम भी आ गए हम भी आ गए। आ गए आ गए
मेरे
आ गए,
से
चुप
पूरा
बन जा
रुक
भाई
दिया था
तू
मैंने।
छी
यही पड़ जाएंगे, कट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
इनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल क्यों कर रहा है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना, तो मैं छुप जा ही जाता हूँ।
क्रच
कौन
खुद
निकला
है
है
इधर।
क्रच? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई, तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ समय आने।
मेरे को लग रहा है
एसएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है, अरे ना राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई। कुछ भी जरूरत थी। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास,
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
क्रच कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये?
में।
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आगे
एफटीआर
आगे
पड़ी।
आओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ। एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो। पीछे से आके।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए,
ठीक है।
एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे है ना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
सामने, उसको उठाने के
चलाता
लिए।
ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ जहाँ भी लूटने
जा रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो, लूटो, गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana
एलआर की
exclusive.
फाइट फिर से हो गई। चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ।
हम्म।
आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है, रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा।
नहीं, स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे।
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम।
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ग्यारह
हाँ हाँ
का
आ
एचएनटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे। एक
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
रुकने, थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले।
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
जानी है एक भी।
फोर एक्स है किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजन रंजन
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन से
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजन कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
लूट
2x
लोकश
लिया।
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे, गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट करूँ?
वन एक्स पड़ा है, वन एक्स
ये ले
मैक्स
मेरे से साथ में, मेरे से
1x
लेकर
में
आ।
को चाहिए।
एक ही मैग
मेरे को थ्री, ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले। साथी किधर आ?
मिल गया मैक्स।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
मैं पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ
वन
फिर।
एक्स बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है,
देख लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है।
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही
वहाँ
है
पे
एक
भाई,
ही।
वन एक्स
गायब हो
कहाँ
जाओगे।
पे है वन एक्स?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में
उतर
है।
लो। चल राइट से चल, ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे। कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो,
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर करके। यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा, देख फाइट किधर हो रहा, देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से फॉरएवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना, राइट चेक करके आना, ठीक है।
तुम इतना स्लो क्यों चलाते हो भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉरएवर खत्म, देखो देखो यहीं पे हो रही शायद।
नहीं
यहाँ
कोई
पे
सा
लूटेड है,
कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने
नहीं आ रहा,
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है भाई।
कोई मार्क
पे। अब
नहीं आ
खत्म हो
रहा,
गई ना,
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
कोई
देखें,
मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा
रिफाइनरी
के
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ जाओ आ जाओ।
आ जाओ
बोलो
साथ में
कौन
आओ।
है? देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए आ
आओ
गए आ गए,
तुम,
हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए। आ गए आ
नहीं
गए
हो
आ गए, उधर
सकते,
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई, उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं सीधा राइट वाले पत्थर
भाई
दिया,
यार नूब
सबको
बंदे
डैमेज
भाई
दिया था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे,
Onslaught incoming.
पिट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल क्यों कर रहा है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना, इम्पोर्टेंट चीज आ ही जाता है।
सूरज
कौन
कूद
निकला
आया
है
इधर।
गरज? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई, तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है
एसएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है, अरे ना राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई, वीडियो होती है। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास,
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
सूरज कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये?
में
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आगे
एफटीआर
आगे
पड़ी।
आओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ। एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो, पीछे से आके।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए,
मिल गई।
एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे है ना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ,
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
सामने, उसको उठाने
चलाता
के
ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ जहाँ भी लूटने
लिए। आ रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो, लूटो, गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana is closer.
एलआर की फाइट फिर से हो गई, चलेंगे फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ। आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है, रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे?
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था, एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ग्यारह
हाँ हाँ
का
आ
एचएनटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे, एक
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
लूटने थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले लूट ले।
लाइट की बाइक पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
जानी है एक भी।
फोर एक्स है किसी पे?
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजन
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन सा
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजन कॉल दो।
दोगे तो
लोग
2x
कुछ पड़ी
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे गाड़ी गाड़ी साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं 4x मार के उठा लो।
खा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गए क्या टेम्पेस्ट करूँ?
1x पड़ा है, 1x
ये ले मेरे से साथ मेरे से
1x
लेकर आ।
में को चाहिए।
एक ही मैग
मेरे को 3 ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले। साथी किधर आ?
मिल गया मैग।
मेरे
1x
को
में को
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
मैं पहले हैवी का है।
चल बैठ
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो वहाँ पे। होगी ये ले।
बैठ, उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है,
देख लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलोगे कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है?
1x लेने दो ना
ये
वहाँ पे
है
भाई,
1x
गायब हो जाओगे।
कहाँ पे है 1x?
इसमें ही तो है। इसमें
उठाना उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग
उतर
में,
लो।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
आगे
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे 1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या? और है क्या उधर?
हाँ
नहीं
हाँ, एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल चल राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है? जोन के एजेज पे कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से भाई ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है? यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उतर के।
चलो भाई।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से और एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
चलो
चेक करके
चलो।
जाना, ठीक है?
तुम इतना
वाला
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड
शायद।
देख
चलाते हो
लेना।
भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉर एवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड।
है शायद।
नहीं
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है
रहा, कोई
किसी
बात
ने।
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है किसी ने, कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ पे।
है? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम आके
ऐसे
देखे,
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
रिफाइनरी
आके
घुसना
देखे।
है, रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ जाओ
कॉल
आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ
कॉल
साथ
पे
में आओ।
आना। देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ
आओ
गए
तुम।
हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए।
नहीं हो
उधर
सकते।
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम।
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं सीधा राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
दिया,
यार नूब
सबको
बंदे
डैमेज
भाई
दिया था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे। पड़ भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल क्यों कर रहा है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना, इम्पोर्टेंट चीज आ ही जाता है।
सूरज
कौन
कूद
निकला
आया
है
इधर।
गरज? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई। तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ समय आने।
मेरे को लग रहा है।
SMG का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
सही है तुम्हें, सही है तो
ठीक है, 2 गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे रहना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले,
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ। अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
सामने, उसको उठाने के
चलाता
लिए।
ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ, जहाँ भी लूटने जाना उतरो, लूटो, गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana is closer.
एलआर की फाइट फिर से हो गई, चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ। आ जाओ, चलते हैं, आ जाओ, यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ, आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है, रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं, स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
राइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे?
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था, एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो, चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ
आयरन
हाँ,
का
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ,
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ, आ
गया।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे,
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
रुको, थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ, आ जाओ।
तू लूट ले, लूट ले।
लाइट की बैग पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
आनी है एक भी।
फोर एक्स से, फोर एक्स से किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजन रंजन
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन सा
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजन कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
कितनी
2x
लोकस
है?
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं, मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे, गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ, साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
1x पड़ा है, 1x तो
ये ले,
मैक्स
ये
तो
ले,
कुछ
मेरे से
चाहिए।
साथ मेरे से ले
1x में
जरा।
को चाहिए?
एक ही मैग
मेरे को
है।
3, ये ले, लेवल 3 का बैग ले।
मिल
साथी
गया मिल
किधर?
गया मिल गया मैग।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए,
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे, कोई हो तो।
मैं पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ फिर।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है,
देख
यहाँ
लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है।
1x लेने दो ना
ही है
वहाँ पे
भाई।
वन
भाई,
एक्स
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे,
जाओगे
कहाँ पे
बस।
है वन एक्स?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना,
बी में
उठाना,
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में।
उतर।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
कहाँ से
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे
यहाँ से,
1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया, मिल गया,
नीचे
मिल गया।
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे,
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया,
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया, मिल गया, मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या, और है क्या उधर?
हाँ हाँ,
नहीं,
एक
टू
और है।
एक्स था उधर।
चल चल, राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे।
ठीक।
चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है, देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके, राइट से, राइट से। फॉर एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ आओ, राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
इधर
चेक
इधर।
करके जाना, ठीक है।
तुम इतना
राइट वाले
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड से
शायद,
चलाते हो
निकलेगा।
भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉर एवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो,
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड।
है शायद।
नहीं,
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है
रहा, कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने।
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है किसी ने, कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ पे।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
अब
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना।
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
राइट
आके
से कोई
देखें,
मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
रिफाइनरी
आके
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ जाओ,
कॉल
आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ, आ जाओ, आ जाओ,
कॉल दो,
साथ में
कौन
आओ।
है? देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए, आ
आओ
गए, आ
तो।
गए, हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए। आ गए, आ
नहीं
गए,
हो
आ गए, उधर
सकते।
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई।
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम।
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रोकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार, नूब
सबको
बंदे
डैमेज दिया
भाई
था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे। फट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो। सूरज।
कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है
एक्सएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है। अरे ना राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई। रुक जाओ बच्चे। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
क्रच कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये?
में।
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना आ
एफटीआर
रहा
पड़ी।
हूँ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो। पीछे से आके।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए एक मेरे पे है ठीक है दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे है ना। अलग अलग नहीं होना साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना। गाड़ी उठा लो अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ में।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ। अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
हाँ।
चलाता ही रहता हूँ मैं उठा के बस। हाँ जहाँ भी लूटने
आ रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो लूटो गाड़ी छोड़ो दोबारा उठाओ चलो।
Nirvana is closing
एलआर की
in.
फाइट फिर से हो गई। चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास? काम चलाओ। आ जाओ चलते हैं आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से ठीक है रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे।
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार। एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई। अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है ठीक है तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
यार
हाँ हाँ
क्या
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे
नोबडी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
रुको थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले।
लाइट की बैग पड़ी लाइट पे
फोर
जानी है एक भी।
फोर एक्स से किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजन
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन से
मैं।
लूटा है रंजन कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे
गाड़ी
तो
कहाँ
दो
पड़ी
टू
कच
है।
एक्स
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा
बैठे
4x।
गाड़ी गाड़ी साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
1x पड़ा है 1x
ये ले
तो
मेरे से साथ में मेरे से
1x
लेकर
में
आ।
को चाहिए?
एक एक ही मैग
मेरे को 3 ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले। साथी किधर आ?
मिल गया मैग।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए
मैग दे दे
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
यहाँ पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ फिर।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है
देख लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे क्या है?
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना ठीक है।
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही
वहाँ
है
पे
एक
भाई,
ही।
गायब हो
कहाँ
जाओगे।
पे 1x?
इसमें ही तो है। ये
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में
उतर लो।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ जोन आ रहा है भाई।
कहाँ से
2x
चलना
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे 1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल गया
लेफ्ट पे नीचे लेफ्ट पे
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या और है क्या उधर?
नहीं,
हाँ एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल चल राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना ठीक है जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना ठीक है यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे।
ठीक।
चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उधर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से और एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी यहीं पे हो रहा है यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना राइट चेक
इधर
करके
इधर
आना ठीक है।
क्यों
गाड़ी ले
चलाते
ले।
हो भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉरएवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे
बंदा
हो रही शायद।
नहीं,
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है,
रहा, कोई
किसी ने
बात नहीं आ रहा,
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ पे।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
अब
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना।
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा के
से
देखें।
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
घुमा
रिफाइनल
के
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनल घुसना है।
आ
कॉल
जाओ आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ,
बोलो
साथ में
कौन
आओ।
है। देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ गए आ
आओ
गए आ
तो।
गए, हम भी आ गए हम भी आ गए। आ गए आ
नहीं
गए
हो
आ गए,
सकते,
उधर ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक, यहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रुकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार नूब
सबको
बंदे
डैमेज दिया
भाई
था
तुम
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे।
incoming.
फट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल क्यों कर रहा है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना, तो मैं छुप जा ही जाता हूँ।
सूरज
कौन
कूदा
निकला
है
है
इधर।
गरज। तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई, तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है।
एक्सचेंजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है। अरे ना, राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रंजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई। रुक भी जाओ अच्छे से। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास,
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
सूरज कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये?
में।
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आ जाओ
एफटीआर
आ
पड़ी।
जाओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ आ रहा हूँ, एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो। पीछे से आके।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
हाँ,
गए, एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे रहना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ साथ।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
मैं
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
सामने, उसको उठाने के
चलाता
लिए।
ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ, जहाँ भी लूटने
जा रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो, लूटो, गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana is closing
एलआर की
in.
फाइट फिर से हो गई। चलें क्या फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ। आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ, यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ। वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है, रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x से है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं, स्कोप ही नहीं है मेरे
लाइट
पास।
का मैच पड़ा था कहीं पे।
बैठेगा साथी।
आज बिठाओ ना, उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था, एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ इस बार, एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब।
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को।
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ग्यारह
हाँ हाँ,
का
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया।
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे, एक
नुबड़ी
इसके पास
जीआरएफ
इधर थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
आ,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
रहे।
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रंजी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी, आ जाओ वाले।
तू लूट ले।
लाइट की मैच पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
नहीं एक भी।
फोर एक्स से किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजन रंजन
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन सा
मैं।
लूटा है, रंजन कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे
गाड़ी
तो
कौन सी
2x
लोकस
है।
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा 4x।
बैठे। गाड़ी साथ, साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट करूँ?
1x पड़ा है, 1x तो
ये
मैक्स
ले
तो
मेरे से,
चाहिए।
साथ में मेरे से
1x
लेकर
में
आ।
को चाहिए।
एक ही मैग
मेरे
है।
को थ्री, ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले।
मिल
साथी
गया
किधर
मिल
आ?
गया मिल गया मैग।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए,
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
यहाँ पे हैवी का है।
चल बैठ फिर।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो, वहाँ पे होगी ये
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते 2x 2x लूंगा मैं
मैं आ रहा
फिर
हूँ।
आई थे
यहाँ
बैग ही
पे कुछ
नहीं
देख
है,
लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी बे, क्या है?
अरे चलो ये कुछ नहीं है।
अरे भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग, लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है?
1x लेने दो ना
ये
वहाँ पे
है,
भाई,
वन एक्स
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे,
जाएगा
कहाँ
वो।
पे वन एक्स?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में,
उतर लो।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
आगे
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तू।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे
यहाँ से
मैनेज
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे,
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे,
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या, और है क्या उधर?
हाँ हाँ,
नहीं
एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल चल राइट से चल, ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है? जोन के एजेज पे कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है? यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे। चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उधर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख फाइट किधर हो रहा है, देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से और एवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ आओ, राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
चलो
चेक करके
चलो,
आना, ठीक है?
तुम इतना
राइट वाले
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड से
शायद,
चलाते
बिल्डिंग
हो
आ
भाई?
गई।
स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉर एवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड,
शायद।
नहीं
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है,
रहा, कोई
किसी ने
मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ पे।
आएगा, अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
अब
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
राइट
आके
से कोई
देखें,
मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
रिफाइनरी
आके
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ जाओ
कॉल
आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ
कॉल दो
साथ में
कौन
आओ।
है? देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ
आओ
गए
तुम,
हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए।
नहीं आ
आ गए उधर
सकते,
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक, यहीं रुको यहीं रुको यहीं रुको।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई, उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रोकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो मैं इसलिए बार राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार नूब
आपको वहां
बंदे
रोक दिया
भाई
था
तुम
मैंने।
छी।
यहीं पड़ जाएंगे, पट भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। नेट पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल क्यों कर रहा है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना तो ऑटो चूज आ ही जाता है।
सूरज
कौन
कूदा है
निकला है
उधर।
गरज? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई, तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या? ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही भाई ज्यादा। मैं तो कोई दिखाई नहीं मेरे को उतरते हुए ऊर्जा वाली।
सारे व्यापार साइड चले जाए कुछ तो गाने।
मेरे को लग रहा है।
एसएमजी का
हाँ
स्पेशल
वो
मिल रहा भाई फालतू।
सारे
चाहिए तुम्हें? सही है तो स्पेशल चाहिए।
मेरे को नहीं चाहिए तो। सेंटर पे गाड़ी नहीं है, अरे ना राइट में।
गाड़ी लेके रखा ना रणजीत तुम। लाइट आ गई भाई, कुछ भी जरूरत थी। एक गाड़ी है मेरे पास
बड़ी
यहाँ
वाली
पे खड़ी है।
सूरज, कौन
पास
सी
वाले
टीम
कोने
है ये?
में,
इको।
एक मिडिल पे
यहाँ
गाड़ी
पे
देखो ना, आ जाओ
एफटीआर
आ
पड़ी।
जाओ।
हाँ
आ रहा हूँ, एक मिडिल पे गाड़ी देखो, किसी जगह पे।
मिडिल में, हाँ मिल गई मिल गई मिल गई।
मिल
आ
गए,
गई।
एक मेरे पे है, ठीक है, दो गाड़ी हो गई। अब तुम दोनों साथ पे रहना, अलग अलग नहीं होना, साथ ही पे खड़े।
उठा लो तुम लोग ना, गाड़ी उठा लो, अच्छी उठाना है।
आ रहा हूँ वाले।
गाड़ी लेके घुमा करो ना साथ साथ।
जा रहा हूँ
मैं तो
जा रहा हूँ, अरे
घूमता
वो
ही
गन पड़ी थी ना
गाड़ी
सामने, उसको उठाने के
चलाता
लिए।
ही रहता हूँ मैं, उठा के बस। हाँ जहाँ भी लूटने
जा रहा
जाना
हूँ।
उतरो, लूटो गाड़ी छोड़ो, दोबारा उठाओ, चलो।
Nirvana
एलआर की
exclusive.
फाइट फिर से हो गई, चलेंगे फिर से? लूट है तुम्हारे पास, काम चलाओ।
हम्म।
आ जाओ चलते हैं, आ जाओ यही वाले एज से चलते हैं, यही वाले एज से। आ जाओ वो आईपीएस भी आ रही होगी उधर से, ठीक है? रेडी रहना लेकिन।
वही।
1x है नहीं तुम पे एक्स्ट्रा?
नहीं, स्कोप
उल्टा पुल्टा कहाँ जा रहे भाई तुम?
मैं कुछ लूटने आया था। एचएनटी ग्रेड का फाइट हुआ, इस बार एचएनटी पेल दे रही है।
तो क्या आज जाओगे तुम वहाँ पे? एलआर पे खत्म हो गई फाइट अब?
एलआर खत्म हो गई, अभी वेट करो थोड़ा।
यहाँ पे ट्राइडेंट है।
जोन उसी साइड है, ठीक है, तो अपन को
ट्राइडेंट उठा लो चाहिए तो तुम्हें।
ये
हाँ
आया
हाँ
क्या
आ
टेंटी
रहा
के
हूँ
साथ
आ
फाइट
रहा
हो
हूँ आ
गया?
रहा हूँ।
अच्छा।
जेरेट का तो उधर बहुत दूर हो, पता नहीं कहाँ उतर रही है।
अरे लाइट मैच पड़ा नीचे
नुबड़ी ये
पास
जीआरएफ
थोड़ा
मर गई
लूटने
थी
यार,
अभी,
रुक
इसके
जा
बाद
यार
मार दिया।
मैं इसके पास जा रहा हूँ, रज्जी के पास लूटने। आ रहे हो तुम लोग भी? आ जाओ आ जाओ।
तू लूट ले लूट ले।
लाइट की बैग पड़ी, लाइट पे
फोर
आनी है एक भी।
4x है किसी पे।
1x है कहीं पे,
रंजन रंजन
2x
कौन
दूंगा
कौन से
मैं।
लूटा है? रंजन कॉल दो।
नीचे
1x दोगे तो
भाई
लोग
2x
बस
बढ़िया।
पड़ी।
दूंगा।
नहीं मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं।
ठीक।
ये रहा
बैठे
4x।
गाड़ी गाड़ी साथ साथी गाड़ी है तेरे पे कोई?
नहीं, 4x मार के उठा लो।
उठा लिया मैंने, चल।
यार तू दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है, दो दो टेम्पेस्ट पड़ी है।
मैं गया क्या टेम्पेस्ट का कहीं?
1x पड़ा है, 1x कुछ
ये ले
कुछ
मेरे से, साथ में मेरे से
1x
लेकर आ।
में को चाहिए।
एक ही मैग
मेरे को 3, ये ले लेवल 3 का बैग ले।
मिल
साथी
गया
किधर
मिल
आ?
गया मिल गया मैग।
मेरे को
1x में को
कोई
चाहिए,
मैग दे दे,
1x।
दूसरा मैग दे दे कोई हो तो।
मैं पहले हैवी का है।
चल बैठ फिर।
1x बहुत पड़े हैं, दो पड़े हैं।
1x ले लेते चलो वहाँ पे। होगी ये
बैठ,
लूट।
उन पे चलना है।
तुम उठा के ला सकते, 2x दूंगा मैं।
मैं आ
चलो
रहा हूँ।
फिर आई गए।
बैग
यहाँ
ही
पे कुछ
नहीं है,
देख लो है
छोटा
क्या?
वाला बैग है।
यहाँ पे कुछ पड़ी थी वे, क्या है?
अरे चलोगे, कुछ नहीं है।
भाई मैग वो चाहिए ना, स्टैंडर्ड मैग। लाइट के स्टैंडर्ड मैग देखना, ठीक है?
1x लेने दो
एक
ना
ही है
वहाँ पे
भाई।
भाई,
1x
गायब
कहाँ
हो
पे,
जाएगा
कहाँ
वो।
पे 1x?
इसमें ही तो है।
बी में बी में बी में
उठाना
बी में
उठाना
बी वाली
उठा तो
बिल्डिंग में।
उतर लो।
बी वाली बिल्डिंग के नीचे ही पड़ा है।
जल्दी आओ, जोन आ रहा है भाई।
आगे
2x
चलना,
है
कॉल
तो।
दो।
यहीं से
अरे
यहाँ से
1x
यहाँ
पड़ा
से।
है भाई, देखो लेफ्ट पे।
मिल गया मिल गया
नीचे
मिल गया।
लेफ्ट पे, नीचे लेफ्ट पे
मेरे
ऊपर
मार्क्स
एक
में
मिल
ऊपर
गया
पड़ा
मिल
है।
गया मिल गया मिल
दो
गया।
है क्या? एक एक्स्ट्रा है ये क्या, और है क्या उधर?
हाँ हाँ
नहीं,
एक और है।
2x था उधर।
चल चल राइट से चल। ये जोन के एजेज पे चलना, ठीक है, जोन के एजेज पे।
ठीक।
कोरम एस का फाइट हो रहा है कहीं तो।
मदर ट्री शायद हो रहा होगा।
यहाँ से बस ये चेक करके आना, ठीक है, यहीं से वापस आ जाएंगे।
ठीक।
चलो यहीं से वापस चल लो, छोड़ो। बंदे अगर रोटेट कर रहे होंगे तो फेल देंगे यहाँ से उधर उतर के।
समझ गया।
यहाँ से राइट लेना, राइट 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 राइट। अबे उधर फाइट हो रहा है, देख। फाइट किधर हो रहा है देख रहे हो? ये कंपाउंड चेक करके राइट से फॉरएवर का फाइट हो रहा है जी, यहीं पे हो रहा है, यहीं पे हो रहा है। आओ राइट चेक करके ना, राइट
चलो
चेक
चलो।
करके जाना, ठीक है?
तुम इतना
राइट वाले
स्लो क्यों
कंपाउंड से
शायद,
चलाते
मिलेगा
हो
आपको।
भाई? स्पीड में रखा करो गाड़ी।
अरे वो अटक गई। फॉरएवर खत्म। देखो
अभी
देखो
एक
यहीं पे हो रही
कंपाउंड।
है शायद।
नहीं
यहाँ
कोई
पे
साउंड नहीं
लूटेड
आ
है,
रहा, कोई
किसी
मार्क
ने
नहीं आ रहा।
ड्रॉप गिराया है, किसी ने कुछ तो गिराया
अब
है
क्या
यहाँ।
आएगा? अब तो खत्म हो गई है फाइट।
कोई मार्क
आप
नहीं
खत्म
आ
हो
रहा,
गई ना?
कोई मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
राइट
आके
से कोई
देखें,
मार्क नहीं आ रहा।
तुम
रिफाइनरी
आके
घुसना है,
देखें।
रिफाइनरी घुसना है।
आ जाओ
कॉल
आ
दो।
जाओ।
आ जाओ
कॉल दो
साथ में
कौन
आओ।
है? देखे नहीं तुम, कॉल दो भाई प्रॉपर।
आ
आओ
गए
तो।
हम भी आ गए, हम भी आ गए।
नहीं हो
आ गए उधर
सकते।
ही आ गए हम।
नहीं आ रहे, रुक। नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक, नहीं रुक।
ये क्या उनके मुंह पे ले जा रहे भाई तुम?
भाई
बढ़िया भाई। उसी के जा
अनंत
रहे हो
तुम।
मुंह पे मत घुसो ना, यहीं रोकते पत्थर पे भाई, आगे वाले बस का रुकोगे तो। मैं इसलिए राइट वाला पत्थर
भाई
लिया,
यार नूब
रखो ना,
बंदे
रुक
भाई
गया था
तुम,
मैंने।
छी।
यही पड़ जाएंगे। पड़ भी गए। यहाँ मत आना।
उनके मुंह पे लेके जा रहा भाई सीधा, पता नहीं क्यों।
अरे चुप रहो भाई, अभी बहस मत करो। ग्रेड पे लगा दो सूरज। पागल क्यों कर रहा है? इम्पोर्टेंट चीज होती है ना, थोड़ा बहुत छुप जा ही जाता है।
क्रच
कौन
कूदा है
निकला है
उधर।
गरज? तो कोई नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को कोई दिख नहीं रहा है अभी तक। श्राइन रिफाइनरी एक टीम गई, श्राइन एक टीम गई, तुम्हारे आसपास कोई नहीं दिख रहा। अबे ऊर्जा वाली भी टीमें नहीं आ रही क्या?